Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. I'm barely breathing. I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative, but it's all about real hip-hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. With a sound, made the beats go bang. Where you see me in the town, made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed, people moving around like they're rushing. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know, cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up louder. Yeah, you know the dealio. Get the cuts in there, you know the dealio. Woo! Big in the bit. Yeah.
Ni hao and welcome back to the best region in the world. It's the LPL coming off a Rift Rivals win. All the teams feeling pretty hot, and so are we right now as we head into our first couple of games of Week 5 on day 1. And it will be JDG Gaming going up against IMA to actually kick us off. And you can see both the teams heading into their player rooms, getting ready for this one. And it won't be long until they head to the Rift, though we do have some interesting roster changes for you later in the day. It won't be between these two teams, though. They're pretty much fielding their own rosters. My name is Richard Pulse Cam, coming at you once again for LPL. And I'll be alongside my fantastic analysts. I have FLICKR and Razzleplasm next to me. I know you don't go by the title Razzleplasm anymore, Raz. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty sick, but how are you?
I'm pretty offended that you went through with the full plasm.
I know.
I thought that I got rid of that one. Didn't happen, unfortunately. Only in special occasions.
My name stays the same, so there's no special occasions.
Frosky.
FLICKR.
Oh,
the frog.
please don't hit me with the Frosky.
But isn't this great? We're finally back in the LPL. It's not even been that long. It's been, what, like 4 or 5 days since Rift Rivals?
Does that say Rift Rivals champions
I
behind
think
us?
it does for us here. And yeah, and what we were competing over? Oh yeah, being the best region in the world because we went up against Korea and LMS. And who won? We did.
A real thing, real talk though. I do want to give a bit of a gut check. Yes, we won Rift Rivals. Woo! We did it. It was a regional victory. It was a pretty big slog fest though. You know, group days, let's maybe forget about those. Let's just cut group stage.
Maybe actually forget about semis as well while we're at it.
Yeah, just cut all of that out, but we took down LCK. Now, the thing is there is a lot of community discussion. You know, does it mean anything? The tournament was an exhibition match. This doesn't prove anything. And I don't want to take anything away from that. Did we beat Korea in a best of 5 or SKT in a best of 5? Absolutely not. But this is still something to congratulate. This format, the blind relay format, is not just beating Korea in 4 best of 1s. It is different. It's used in other esports like StarCraft, and it measures things like adaptability, improvisation, mind gaming, things like that. And so we didn't just beat, 4 Korean teams in a best of 1. We beat 4 Korean coaches collectively trying to beat our region by how we stacked who our teams were facing against. And like I said on the desk, and I'll say it here, we went through SKT with Team WE. We went through the best to be the best. Does it mean we're the best region? No, but it should be congratulated.
And at the same time, you saw the state that SKT is in. Like, FLICKR was just like, oh, we didn't do too well, and like they just smashed 2 teams in the group stage, and was like, yeah, okay, whatever, FLICKR. But at the same time, it's like, okay, SKT are still miles ahead. Like, Samsung is still incredibly strong, but as a region, we sent 4 incredibly strong teams. Yes, that maybe the expectations changed over the tournament, but it was still those teams who did extremely well. So on a team format, you can still say SKT very good, but as a region to region, LPL aren't that far behind.
It just shows to me, because remember LMS going up against 5 games versus LPL, ultimately all 3 regions, it felt like it's still
very
competitive.
close.
Yeah.
So it comes to a point where you come out with a stock ranking after the event, you'll probably still have the top Koreans up in the top tier in the world. LPL and LMS, for me, it's a rise in stock. And so that just makes the upcoming tournaments a lot more impressive, or at least it's going to be a lot more, like, I'm going to be a little bit more focused on towards that. That being said, we're going to go straight into the standings because there are a few teams that were left behind.
And this is why it was stand up or shut up for the LPL, because look at those standings. We sent all 4 of those teams, Team WE, EDG, OMG, and RNG, and there's a reason why we said we have to perform at this tournament. There is no excuses. We sent the best of the best from us.
And we said it at Rift Rivals, but do you share the sentiment that OMG currently 6-0, undefeated, and now they didn't have the best run at Rift Rivals?
They had a pretty abysmal run.
All right, they had a pretty bad run at Rift Rivals. But at the same time, they had the losses at Rift Rivals, and it wasn't in the league domestically. And it feels like maybe that was the wake-up call that they needed, because they still went onto the stage. We literally said pre-game, like, I hope OMG don't disrespect. I hope they don't do the thing that they usually do. And then they just did it anyway. And it was just like, look, can you just show up on the international stage? That would be fantastic. But they didn't. So now coming back domestically, I really hope that they are a team that's like, okay, we can't just sit on our laurels. We're not just a top-tier team. We have to actually just, like, put the pedal to the metal on this one, Raz.
We had a lot of questions for them even when they were in playing domestically, because even though they were undefeated, they were still in Group B that was still developing in a lot of ways. They had some good games going up against Group A teams, but then, of course, they get thrown internationally, and then they learn these lessons, and they are very important lessons because recognize this. Going back into the LPL, even in Group B, RNG starting to get better, Newbie starting to get better. So, sure, right now it's cross-conference, but now even within their own group, it's going to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, big fish, little pond syndrome. Although that makes today very important because we're looking at a lot of teams that didn't participate in Rift Rivals. So it's how much farther ahead are our 4 Rift Rivals teams comparatively to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it feels like that scene in Community where the dude comes in with the pizza, except it's like the LPL teams have come in with the trophy from Rift Rivals, and then like everything's on fire. Like especially later today when we see Dan Gaming. Like I don't know what's going on there, boys, but we're coming into this first game here. It's JDG Gaming up against IMA. And there's a lot on the line because they're right at the bottom of the standings. Like a win for both of these 2 teams just means so much.
Yes, and so the question is, what have these teams been doing while the rest of them have gone towards Kaohsiung? Have they been training rigorously? Have they been vacationing? Especially these teams that are lower, bottom on the barrel. Jingdong Gaming that have just got their first victory up against Snake. IMA that are tied for last. It's one of those points where they have to be training quite a lot and reassessing themselves in the region.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. It's Kabe, Shinyi, Doinbi, Loken, and Mao. This is the iteration of the roster that they ran last time. And this is the thing. They're on different trajectories, these two teams. JD are on the way up, whereas IMA are still on the way down. They are a complete flat line in the rankings.
Yeah, it's not particularly getting better for them. And everyone felt pretty good, you know, they got the win, but it was against Snake after all. It was at the bottom of the standings. So they are taking on Aime, who are only barely above them. That's Amazing J. SKS in the jungle. Hope he's got an 8-time scope on this one. Athena and Jin Jiao plus Road in the bottom lane.
So we've had questions about what jungler they were about to run. We didn't even, I think the SKS was going to show up because he wasn't even a part of their sub lineup. So, of course, our questions have been between Flawless and Ben 4, but they need a Chinese jungler so they can run Road, and Road has been the shot calling support for them. So it seems like their answer is going to be an SKS.
But ultimately, I never thought that the jungler was the definitive problem. Yes, there are strong feelings on Flawless versus Ben 4. Yes, I think that Flawless was the better jungler, but they were still struggling because it was like how Aime played around themselves. And I think if Aime actually win here and if Aime gets stronger, it's not because they decided on SKS versus the other two junglers. It's simply because they got patched in. We're on 7.13. Tanks inherently got stronger, which means Amazing J, it's back in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess whenever we talk about what is Amazing J's identity, it's been team fighting. But at the same time, within his own lanes, he's always found certain counters or certain picks that he just clings on towards, whether it be the Camille, for instance, or way back you talk about the Darius. So there are a few champions. I want to see what Amazing J is willing to play today, because going up against Kabe, who has his own kind of champion, weird champion pool, I'd say, it'd be an interesting look at.
And when you're talking about weird champions, I'm looking at the Poppy in particular for Kabe. He was one of the first guys to bring it out before we started to see it re-emerge, not only getting buffed on this current patch, but also show up at Rift Rivals.
Yeah.
And like, this is the thing. We saw a lot of drafting problems at Rift Rivals. We saw a lot of vision problems at Rift Rivals for the LPL teams. Today is a gut check for the region to see, can we actually draft out of this? Have we learned any lessons internationally? And can we fix our vision game, which was so exposed?
Raz.
Yeah, that's the case. And I just want to take a look at the man who's on the screen currently, Doinbi, who's had 4 MVP performances of the 6 wins that they've had so far this split. So it's still the case that this man, who has been a carry, a true carry for the team for JDG Gaming, needs to show up and get a win for himself. He was definitely in an emotional experience, crying his eyes out when he took the win versus Snake Gaming, so him taking this next victory would mean the world to him.
And while he does need to get the win for himself, it can't just be Doinbi 1v9ing, because those games that they did play, and maybe they won some games in those matches, but they weren't match and set wins, right? So, and while those came from Doinbi, the one win that they did get against Snake was because the team was actually turning up. It wasn't just because Doinbi was 1v9.
And that's the thing. This is the emergence of Dark Doinbi. It's the trust fall. The fact that Loken, who's been smiling and bouncing around in his seat, has showed up, played a phenomenal performance on that Caitlyn, and was able to be that other arsenal or weapon for JD.
That's the big point, because even though Doinbi took the MVP victory, it was Loken on the Kalista and the Caitlyn that was able to showcase that they can play around their AD carry, which has made the discussion a lot more definitive for them, what their roster is going to be, that Shinyi and Loken is going to be a lot more solidified than you would expect, because Clit has been with the team for so long, but with the problems that they've had, they're forced into the decision to make it so it is Loken and Shinyi. That Shinyi is going to have to learn how to play with the team.
I just love Loken.
Do you?
It's just, he looks so happy. It's kind of contagious and infectious. Just how vocal and how much he seems to have synergized or just fit in immediately with the team.
Those players are really important though, like especially when you see a player like Imp, and it's just like this guy has to be the morale for the entire team for us.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we saw Doinbi kind of break down after their victory, but the big thing wasn't the fact that Doinbi was crying, because we all know that Doinbi has heart. Yeah. It was the fact that the rest of his team stood up and went around him. You can tell they're very close-knit, and that's going to be the make or break difference in this game versus Aime.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Both these two teams only one win on the board. Aime, this will actually put them in the same number of games as JD Gaming. Though we have gone through all the bans so far, will be Camille, Caston, and Zach from JD Gaming, and they first pick Galio, which is being left open. Let's go through the bans from Aime. It was Caitlyn, Karma, and Elise here, Mr. Razaplasm.
Well, what that does mean is that Kalista's up and available, as well as the Rek'Sai pick, so Aime should look towards picking that up, but they're going to have to be thinking about the Jarvan as well. Kabe has been a strong Jarvan player for the team. It works well in the sense that he can play towards their team fighting style.
Yeah.
and Galio Jarvan is incredibly strong, so it's strong for IMEI to take it away, and it's going to be a tough decision for IMEI, because if they do take away the Jarvan as they've done, they have to sacrifice either the Rek'Sai or sacrifice the Kalista.
Well, Jarvan comes through here for IMEI. Now looking towards SKS as well. Of course, he can jungle that, but could also go into the top lane for Amazing J. We were talking about possibility of a Poppy, Camille, maybe that matchup between Carbe and Amazing J, but right now it's just going to be the early Thresh rotation for Road.
And this changes things for Jingdong, that they can go towards a Rakan, for instance. If they want to, they can go Kalista and Rakan. The Thresh is a takeaway just because they're saying, well, you know what, if we take Thresh away, that takes away the Kalista Rakan that has been so strong for Loken. But you know what, there's another combination that's a little bit more impressive. You can even add in the Alistar, so I think it's within Jingdong's best interest to pick up the support early. They're not going to, and for that, IMEI can actually go towards the support bans in the second phase.
Yeah, it's going to be Kalista and Rek'Sai coming out here. One for Shinyi, one for Loken in the bottom lane. And we'll see what support that one will be as well. IMEI actually just going to lock in the early Kog'Maw. Okay, LPL, I see you.
This is interesting. I mean, Kog'Maw has been an interesting priority that's sprouted up. I mean, it's been in the LPL for quite some time.
Yeah.
And then it goes to Rift Rivals. And then now LCK teams are starting to adopt it themselves. So Kog'Maw has been a powerful one, especially if you have strong diving force. So far, it's just Jarvan. We'll have to see what they add into the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Jax ban against Carbe in the top lane here.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I mean, sure. Jax is amazing versus Jarvan in the specific matchup.
Yeah.
But that's just going to allow the Rakan to go through for Mao. I do think that it is a necessary pickup for them. It would just make it so...
I mean, Kalista Rakan, man. Like,
yeah, exactly. Oh, there we go.
Seen it. Yeah,
okay.
It has to be the
Perfect.
ban. I was going to say, if they let that up and they ban the Jax instead, something has gone wrong in this draft. But I may acknowledge that and ban out the Rakan against Mao. And JD, final ban for them. They're probably looking towards jungle or top lane or a mid laner.
Yeah, I wonder what that's going to be. They might just ban out like a Cassiopeia, for instance. Whatever allows a strong, I would say, frontline miasma.
Yep.
Would actually Corki. This is interesting because if they add Corki, they don't have much of a frontline, and they would need something to do just that in the jungle. Gragas has been banned away, so Jingdong identified that and took away the jungle position to do just that. So I wonder what SKS is willing to play. He would have to play a supportive role, just because they have such a strong team fight, but there's no one who's willing to soak up the damage just yet.
So Corki locked in here. Gragas was the final ban from JD Gaming, by the way.
Yep.
We are looking towards JD Gaming now. They have Galio, so it's technically a flex for them, top mid. But it looks like they are probably going to just throw it top here.
Yeah, Doinbe's played quite a bit of Orianna in the last series in which they won. It allows them to play a pretty strong teamfight supporter position. I wonder if Mao's going to be able to pick up the Alistar, because Kalista Alistar has been strong, and KT's been running that a little bit, regardless of what they run into. Alistar versus Thresh, even though, yeah, sure, Thresh is going to have pick potential, but if you hook onto the Alistar, pressing ulti, you can look to just counteract that. And so it's not as bad in the lane. But if this is what I think it is,
okay,
that could be a Galio support. It's either going to be Galio support or Shen support. Either one, a little crazy.
Yeah, most likely going to be Galio. We've seen that a couple times before. But Shen, most likely going to be a top lane. We did see it originally after the rework. A couple times Shen was flexed into support, but...
Yeah, in this case, it's just because the matchup is good versus the Jarvan early on, and it's going to allow them to play a very protective composition around Loken. So you can tell that Jingdong has definitely decided that their favor, or at least what they're favoriting, what compositions they play around a lot now lately, has been around Loken, and that's going to be interesting to see how they do that, and if the Galio can get out of the laning phase quite well. That's going to be interesting how he, if Mao can, if he's secured a proper laning phase, if they don't fall in a deficit, then that's a win. They can get to the level 6 point where Kalista Galio gets out of laning phase.
Think about
and
how
a
nutty
positive.
that's going to be.
Insane.
Toss in the Galio, have him taunt up multiple people. Do you know if you can taunt, get pulled in by Fate's Call, and then come out with the taunt still charging?
Oh, that's insane.
Would you?
I don't think that's the case, but I don't know.
That seems a bit too broken.
Yeah, for me, if I look at that, if that's the interaction, I don't want to play League of Legends anymore.
I feel like, nah, there's no way.
Yeah, impossible until it happens.
Until it happens, and we're like, oh, okay, well, that combo's a bit busted. Now everyone's going to do it. Okay. Doinbe, obviously, feeling very serious about this game. Like, he's got that one win. It was against Snake, and pretty much if you take a look at all the teams that are going to be facing in cross-conference, IMA would be the other one where you can look towards JD Gaming and say, hey, this is probably going to be a game or a match that you can actually realistically take and put another win on the board until you get back into your own group.
Yeah, this is the first time in a long time, probably since last split, that you can say that Jingdong is favored in a match. I would favor them in this match because not only is IMA in a bit of disarray, now putting in their new jungler SKS where there is no VOD on it. You could say that's a positive in some senses, that they don't know who they're facing. But adding in a new jungler has never been a good thing right out the gate. You never come out with a new jungler right out the gate and say, oh, well, he's performing. Suddenly, he's able to mesh with the team incredibly well. It's going to be a bit of a learning experience for SKS.
Yeah, and for the team as well. But as Ross was saying, it's not all going to revolve around. Like, even if I may pick up the win here, it's not necessarily going to be because of SKS.
Yep.
Though, he might just randomly be the best jungler in the world. We've seen junglers come in. We've seen, like, a World 6, for example, just appear and like, oh, well, he's top 5 now. It's like, this guy is actually just amazing. Okay.
That's true.
And he disappeared into the abyss, and Jericho's taken his place.
Yeah, the difference between that one is World 6 had quite a bit of competitive experience in both the LPL with Vici and in the LSPL as well. So, like, you get those moments, but you would at least have something to tell you that he's done it before.
That's true. We're getting onto the Rift, though. JD Gaming and IMA. I do apologize for the folks at home. I'm probably not going to be as loud today because I am currently in the sickness.
Yeah, and I have to sit right beside you.
My apologies.
If I get cold because of this, I'm suing somebody.
Well, please don't sue me.
Somebody is going down.
You can sue my cold.
Oh, I'll do it.
I'll do it. I'll bring them to court.
Yep.
Are you using Korean 1 as a bookmark, Raz?
Yes, I am. That's one of.
Is there symbolism right here?
The
after
LPL. The LPL team's got themselves a trophy. I got.
This book is the LPL, and this bookmark is Korea.
Yeah.
They put a bookmark on the road to Worlds.
I'm literally using Korean currency as my bookmark. That's what happened.
Outstanding. Well, Shinny's going to start off with his Raptors here. SKS looks like he's doing the same thing. Probably go towards his red. So not a lot of help from those lanes so far.
Yeah, not a lot of
trying to confirm their own lanes.
Not a lot of disruption as well. As we're looking into the Masteries, Orianna taking Storm Raider Surge instead of the Thunderlords. Not a good decision. It's already going to be a difficult laning phase for her against Corki. I mean, actually, Corki, like, Orianna early on can look to bully Corki, but once he's able to get the usual Sheen, Phage component, maybe even Hexdrinker, depending. He probably shouldn't get Hexdrinker up against Orianna. He can actually look to aggress a little further. It's going to be in Doinby's favor that Corki didn't take Exhaust, so he's playing TP for the later portions of the game. So it's not as bad as you'd think, but I would still like Thunderlords for the matchup.
That would be nice. Though, I wonder what this question is, Raz. 62% to IMA. Because we know it's not who's going to win the game. Though it could be. There's usually a question about other things. So Shinyi comes in for the knockup. Gonna have to flash away from this one. SKS did have his red buff though, but will most likely have to go back to base. The regen not that big at early levels. So Shinyi already saying, welcome to the LPL.
Wow. That was a direct pass from him too. So he took his bottom side, Raptors red, and just looked to invade top side. Including picking up himself a Scuttle Crab. So that was very smart from Shinyi to be able to do that. He doesn't have to go for his blue buff, obviously, because he's Rek'Sai, he doesn't get the mana back. So he just immediately used that as a point to look to invade. And SKS didn't even go to his blue side. He tried to go for a full top side clear, which usually isn't a good idea because you would want to at least secure your blue buff. But he's at least in both. It's like literally both matchups don't look towards their own blues. So that's one reason for it.
So that Doran Shields in this game. It's like when Doran Shield got nerfed, it was just like, oh, okay, it's gone back to normality. It's just like how crazy the item was before, the fact that 5 people still pick it up in this game. Like, it's still a really good item, even though you can only pick 1 health potion up off of it. So it's just crazy how overtuned it was before.
Yep, the fact that you can get an extra potion for that one. 2 potions and a Doran Shield, insane. This time around, it's better. I like Doran's Shield. I know a lot of people think, it's not interactive in lane. It makes me sad. But for me, it makes it so you get a lot more champions spreading out. Like, for instance, tank supports. Simply because you can actually get out of lane pretty decently. And that being said, Jarvan's probably not going to get out of lane without getting some hurt.
Well, Shinyu is thinking about it, so there is a big minion wave here.
Oh,
he's
going
going to go
for it.
in anyway. Shadow Dash does land in from Shinyu as well. We want that knock-up to land, really, but there's no flash, remember? So it's going to be a pretty long chase onto Amazing J, but looks like he's not having a particularly good day, so he does flag and drag to victory.
Ooh, gives him the tap.
Quick little tap. SKS is waiting for him, though.
Okay, this
News
is
has not been seen. Right out of the bush, lots of damage coming down, dropping into around half. Athena thinking about cutting off his escape route. We'll have to burn a Valkyrie for it, though.
There we go.
And the tunnel network is already set up, so Shinyu says see ya.
And tunnel system's going to be by his side, but that's still going to be great for Jingdong that now Kabe is getting going. That being said,
big double taunt. Jin Zhao taking a lot of damage. He's going to turn around onto Loken. He has to flash away. Another flash from Jin Zhao. Another flash from Road. Everyone's flashing in the bottom lane. That's first blood over to Jin Zhao. Mao wants this kill in return, but I'm not sure he's going to get it with Road there. He's just going to take a lot of free poke in return. Wins a war. Does actually a surprising amount of damage. Yeah, Jin Zhao probably has to make himself scarce now.
all right, just relax a little bit, Jin Zhao. That was still a great 2v2 coming in from Road and Jin Zhao. We missed how it got started, but it was through a taunt from Mao. And it was one of those moments where Loken's like, oh, I don't like skirmishing with the Galio. Like, immediately, sure, you get the taunt off, but after that point, how do you force the fight? Or at least how does Mao continuously force pressure to respect him? They just dove straight onto Loken. And now he's feeling that pain. Went back to base, got himself a Vamp Scepter. He's going to be pretty unhappy about that.
Rest in peace. Hang on. I'm looking at Loken. He's still got the tether in his backpack.
That is true.
He hasn't bound to Mao yet.
That is unfortunate. I mean,
Is it unfortunate? Because he's got 2 other targets he could theoretically bind.
I would still want to put it on Mao. So what he missed out on that is just the auto attack syncing. He doesn't get a lot of it just simply because it's a melee champion. But in that skirmish, probably could have made this different. Maybe. Possibly. Just sync to your support.
Flag drag. Here comes Road as well. Why is duo lane in my top lane? Kabe gonna have to flash for this one. The hook comes out, does land, but did save the Spirit's Refuge, so nice Shen play.
That was a very smart play coming from iMain. I don't mean the chunk, I just mean the fact that they look to rotate immediately after getting that kill. Right now, what that means is that iMain is going to have a long push coming from the bottom side of the map. They're going to have to bring in their jungle just to look to race this, but iMain's so much faster. So Jingdong, not only do they lose out in the 2v2 on the bottom side of the map, but they have to reset the pressure of the wave. They're sending in Shen ulti for this just because they need the numbers.
Ooh. You can see both of them at the same time, and it's actually just a massive tempo lead to Jaime. That's a half health on that tower over to them, so they can do pretty much whatever now. They can carry on pushing. Is there Rip Herald right yet? Well, right now?
Yeah, that's true. There are a few options, as you mentioned. Rip Herald could be, it's not up just yet. Their option could be to pressure onto the second tower. That's usually a very risky option. You'd have to look towards what the bottom side is doing.
It's taking a long time to recoil, Raz.
It would. My problem with this option is that theoretically you shouldn't assure you're going to get this tower. They are, just because they have so many people here.
I mean, Java and Flag is nutty in that scenario.
Oh, and that's honestly, that's a mistake that Jingdong made by not sending at least, let's say, one person, I would say, Kabe to the top. Anybody who can look to force them off that tower to make it a little harder, so you can at least rescue some bit of tempo.
But even then, if you send Kabe, like, there's a good chance he'll get dive. I mean, sure, like, if you dive a Shen, he's got the taunt, that can go bad real fast, but he doesn't have the flash even, so it seems like just burning the flash in the first place from Kabe in the top lane, they're just put in this lose-lose situation.
Usually, it depends. It's up to your team who you want to send. All you have to do is just get them to force focus away from the tower.
Right.
As long as you can back away and not die to it, if that's a guarantee, then that's fair. But overall, Jingdong just made an error where they tried to finish and not look towards what iMain was looking to do, if they were just simply resetting the wave or if they were just going to go all in for the tower. Ultimately, it's a proper choice from iMain. They made the right call, right decision made.
You see some of the stats there as well from Doinby and Athena. And it's actually crazy how Doinby actually has some of the leading stats in his role in mid lane.
That's true.
But he's literally on the bottom place team right now.
Because a lot of the question is, like, why is he getting a lot of these leading stats? And most of the time, it's like, well, damage done. And you look towards the compositions that they usually ran, like Vladimir comps, Lucian, for instance, where, oh, they have a lot of support of, like, tank in the top lane, support of jungler, support of AD carry sometimes.
Yeah.
So obviously, he's going to be the one doing the majority of the damage. This time around, I just love the fact that that's not necessarily going to happen anymore because he's just playing Orianna.
Yeah.
So you're going to see, sure, damage fall off in terms of like him and how you relate to the rest of his team, but that's actually a great thing for Ding Dong. That suddenly, that's going to, or at least should, translate to a win, just because it feels like the rest of the team is stepping up.
You actually saw in the bottom lane there that Loken has bounced him out. It's just that he's apparently just fought another binding. I want to say binding stick, but I know it's called something else.
I'll just call it a javelin.
It's black something, but I don't remember what. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, Loken has bound. You can buy another one, but you can never bind to someone else.
Yeah.
I know that's the thing. I feel like you should be able to spend, I don't know, like 1,000 gold on buying like a new one, because it's like an tactical thing. So you can't do it early game, right?
Yeah, but I
late
wouldn't.
game.
I feel like it's fair not to do that, because my case is that suddenly you would always want to rebind to a top laner, right?
Yeah, to a tank.
So you wouldn't want that. I feel like you just have to build a comp around it, and I think that's a fair thing to do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just gonna have to gut the champion. That's that's how life is. I don't want that to happen.
It would just be cool. That's what could be cool.
A lot of things would be cool.
Yeah. New Urgot looks pretty cool as well.
Oh no.
Apparently Kane just came out last night as well at like 1 AM.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about him.
Rusty played some of that.
Oh, God.
It's pretty crazy, especially with the fantasy changes. That's on 7.14. This is 7.13. You can see some of the Rek'Sai changes as well. Just a couple buffs in the right direction for Rek'Sai because didn't feel super good. Though the ultimate is a bit too good now. They fixed it too well, I think.
Yeah.
Because before, like, you could dodge it by just sidestepping or like moving in a weird direction, and now there's nothing you can do. I literally was playing a game with Rusty, and he flashed away from Rek'Sai ultimate at like the time when she was shooting out, and she changed direction mid-air like an auto attack. And I was like, what is this? You actually just can't dodge it at all.
Because I remember the patch notes. You read it, and you're like, well, you can't really make sense of it because it just says that it got better. It should be easier to hit. Now it's legitimately, it feels like it's impossible not to hit.
It's like a homing missile now.
Yeah. And so the buff over there was that you also just got changes to his W on Burrow. Just get more damage off that.
Yeah.
That one was a little... I wouldn't say it's unnecessary until everybody starts to play it, but I do think that Rek'Sai is in a really good position right now.
I think everyone is playing it though. We saw it so much in Red Rivals.
Yeah, so first rotation if you're on red side, and if you're on blue side, you better have a lot of proper bans if you want to pick it up. It does make it so you can pick into Elise a lot more naturally now, so you don't have to find Elise being insta red side ban. That teams would much rather play Rek'Sai into Elise. That makes things a little fun.
Again, we saw that a bunch as well internationally. That's the best thing, like especially having an international tournament like mid-split, you can actually see like how all the metas collide, because there's always going to be slight differences.
Yep.
Plus the LPL, always drafting Cogmore very early into the comps, and like no other region was like really doing that. And that creates it's like, oh, that was pretty good. Yeah, maybe we'll do that too. Shockwave going to be dodged out from. Let's just say he was aiming for the minion wave.
Yep, got that wave clear. And this is a funny subject because, you know, Dragon's coming up in a minute 20, and the subject is that even though Jingdong lost out in the tower game, right, sure they lost an extra tower for all their troubles, one of the major weaknesses that Jingdong has had, even in this last split, when they were known as Xiaogu and were actually doing quite well in their own group, was just side wave control. And if they were stuck to their side waves, if they had to focus on early lane, even like, let's say, later on in the game where they had to focus on their side wave, that would be a major problem. Now that they don't technically have to do that, Kabe's on Shen, where he can actually just do this.
Risky TP,
okay,
so it's going to complete. I was going to say, the Herald might have just killed the tower before the TP completed.
Yep.
But there was no real committal there from Aimee. So they've dropped the tower real low. I'm going to be able to get this on a future push, but it just requires, you know, multi-step process. Need to set up again mid lane.
That was still a good gambit coming in from Iron Man. But going back to the point that Kabe being on Shen, going to be able to be on side wave, it's a lot easier for him in his role, that he's going to be on side lane constantly, and he's going to be looking to impact based off of the Shen ulti, and on the TP for that one. Unfortunately, the TP was just there just for defensive purposes. Now I got to wonder what Aime's looking to do, because a lot of the early tempo that they ran around was based off the fact that they got themselves that Rift Herald, and that was what they used it for. Sure, they can actually just go back mid and look to rotate around their bot side vision. Oh.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Okay.
Galio. He's going to get knocked into the team. And he's just pretty much dead. SKS just puts him 6 feet under. Here comes Athena as well. He's going to get his 1v1 kill, even if it kills him. He's going to get pulled in. That was pretty much That's one of those rage ultimates. That's when you're Carthus, you get killed in mid lane, and you're like, well, I might as well just Requiem.
Yep. Not going to get a kill, but hope someone goes above and beyond to secure me an assist.
Yeah. Over the wall.
Yeah.
Near dragon.
First dragon.
Oh, Infernal first dragon over to Aime as well, plus a Mountain Dragon. I would have just gotten everything from this game.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Jingdong. They're trying. That was that one moment where they were going to be able to rescue a lot of the tempo back.
Yep.
Because Rift Herald is down. Now they can look to push these adjacent waves around Dragon and then look to prioritize it. But then, of course, you saw that.
SKS would really like to jump. Okay. Good guy, Fina. Gets him out alive.
I don't know about this one, Shinyi.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Bit of a comedy. All right.
This is getting unfortunate. Like right now, Jingdong are not in a good position to fight. Duanbi has 0 sum.
Yep.
Kabe does not have ulti nor TP. We're in a position where Jingdong fight. They better be certain that the rest of Aime are nowhere nearby, because that would be a suicide mission.
I mean, you do have a lot of vision around Dragon, which means they saw Aime take the Dragon when they couldn't really do anything about it. But right now, they don't have vision anywhere else, really.
Yeah. That's going to make it hard for them, obviously. They should at least know that the next objective for Aime is going to be that mid lane turret, right? Yep. Whether or not they can stop that is another issue entirely, because I think Aime is playing on their game. Right now, they're using their bottom lane to shut out the wave, immediately looking to rotate. You can see where Thresh is going. He's probably just going to be looking to roam mid. And all of this is being done just to secure better vision for Aime. And it's going to be much harder to look to defend that tower, especially Duanbi, who does not have some. So he's going to get dived if he even tries.
Yeah, that's not fantastic. First item picked up by Loken here. And also, everyone has gone Ninja Tabbies from JD Gaming. How much AD is there on this thing? I guess like a lot of AD, but Athena's doing like 95% of his damage is going to be like magic damage.
Yeah, but they're auto
Jinjao's going to do like 60-40 as well.
Yeah, they just recognize that it's predominantly autos, so that's just going to be at least able to reduce a lot of, or at least a bit of the damage. So that's fair. That being said, if we're on the case of itemizing, Jin Jiao being able to pick up the Wit's End and then a Zeal is interesting. I would simply just go towards the Glitter of Instinct. That's just me, you know, personally.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why you pick a Wit's End on Kog'Maw is just because you don't want to insta-die, and you also don't really want to go towards a Maw of Mount Mortier because it puts your build too far behind. Yeah. But the on-hit damage is still good, especially if you go Gwinsu's, but against just an Orianna who, to be fair, is farming okay, but is not really like one-shot material. Like when Joinby 0-0-0 has a decent amount of farm, but mid lane is also like out-farming him, like I wouldn't go with Sente, you know?
Yeah, he should just be able to read the situation. At this point, the situations that Aime very early on were in the lead. They put themselves in a position where I think that Kog'Maw should feel safe in the, unless if they, of course, if they do mess up. If they make one mistake with their priorities, then Kog'Maw would be having a bit of a bit of trouble, especially with the composition that is more so dive heavy, with their backline being quirky Kog'Maw with not much safety. You could debate the Thresh. Yep. That's about it. We'll have to see if they do find themselves in a bad position. But currently, they're making the right call.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I may put themselves ahead. Pretty much staying here. Honestly, they don't really need to do anything right now until next Dragon spawns. Like, Jin Jiao's getting big. Mid lane is like definitely out farming Doinby. I actually have no idea how he's picked up so much fun. I know he's been taking some of the Raptor camps. Yeah. But still, that's like crazy numbers for 18 minutes. Jin's gonna find Rose and Jin Jiao and take out this one. Bit towards mid lane. And actually, again, we're seeing this group.
Yeah, and that's, Jingdong tried to resolve that by putting Shen bot lane, so this time around it's not going to be Kalista going bottom lane to answer that, because if that was the case, they would lose that tower easily. Yeah. But now they've left their top side exposed, so you should expect perhaps Kog'Maw. He's backing now, but he should look to push out that one wave. It should be a slow push, and then they can continue just the process. Ultimately, if they make those right decisions, I feel like Jingdong are in a position where they cannot answer that.
I mean, it's pretty much seemed like that for a while.
That being said, they have really hard engage, and they're a team that could, if they just find that one bush right now, it looks like they're just warding up topside. I and they can just look to make that one pick off of Jin Zhao, for instance. Okay, they can get stuff moving for themselves.
They can get the red buff. That's pretty good. Yeah, and they'll back away now. Dragon's up in 1 minute. That's still going to be the big objective for these two teams to fight over, especially Aimee, because they haven't really emerged from their shell for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Gonna jump into this push spot. SKS, nice knock up in from the wreck side. Boomy's gonna chase after. Flash out of the way. He was expecting the shockwave. JD follows up with the ultimate, but there's the shockwave coming in. Jin Zhao actually not taking a lot of damage from that whatsoever. Kabe comes in, finally falls. Athena in from the mid lane, and Road turns around, doing what he can, but Loken into this fight as well. SKS still sticking under this tower. Amazing J's pretty much full HP, so he's gonna jump in here. But also looking for the retreat. There's the face call, jumps out. Mal didn't have the taunt running, but there he goes. Jumps into the enemy team. That's 2 more kills over to JD. Amazing J's gone deep on this one. Kabe flashes away out of this the fray, and everyone will back away from Aimee. So overall, that was a 2-for-1 trade for JD Gaming.
Wow, all right, I'm gonna immediately say that Jin Zhao made the wrong decision. He took that lantern into his own death. That was not a lantern to safety. That was the lantern into the thick of things.
Bait lantern.
Yep. You're going to see it once the replay comes through, but that was still great team fighting from Jingdong to even come. So this is actually when he's already dead. You can start to see that this is Jingdong re-engaging on the fight. Loken picks a proper one. And that was a great taunt from Mao to start. So you just see that Jingdong were able to pick the fight and recognize that they can actually force it off of getting the first kill to start. Trade turning into an advantage for Jingdong.
That's nice, though it does seem like Aimee should be able to pick up this Mountain Dragon off the back of that play. Shinyi coming around the corner. He's going to spot the dragon. Say, maybe not on this one. Yeah, we'll just give this one over. So that's still an Infernal and a Mountain Dragon to Aimee.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where the replay can go long enough where you're like, oh, how do they reset? Who stayed that much longer for topside, right? You can tell that Aimee, the moment they respawn, they just go straight towards the dragon, they pick it up for themselves, or Jingdong were just getting back onto the map. So it's a little unfortunate. Jingdong didn't plan ahead on that one.
We're turning around. Just land the play. In comes Athena as well. Jin Zhao zoning away with the living artillery. Flying and drag to safety, back to the tower. SKS while landing the Q. Didn't go full Lee Syndrome there.
Right now, Jingdong have side waves in their favor. Ten is pushing out the bottom side of the map while the top lane, while it's starting to push up for Aimee, it's still a good, comfortable position for Jingdong to start sieging on this turret.
Good hook by Road. Though I'm not really sure he wants to jump in on top of Galio right now. SKS doesn't land the resonating strike, so he will just remain in place for now. I believe there's particles on the floor where a reference to Kayn, because Kayn drops those particles and
I don't know what that
suck them in and turn into Rast or the full Shadow Assassin, so I think those particles were referenced.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hello.
Is that Dan?
Is this Dan Gaming? What? We're 22, 23 minutes in. Road's like, everyone's gone off the map for a second. Maybe I should turn this corner and Mal's here.
Yeah, Jingdong have to retreat from this. They took a lot of damage.
Shockwave lands onto Road. That did not do a lot of damage. That did probably the opposite of damage.
Yep. That was still a good look from Jingdong that they were looking to sneak it underneath them.
Yeah, with Kalista.
Yeah, they didn't have the tankiness to be able to just force that position for long enough. Aimee now have good push.
Stepping up, but that's a good amount of wave clear. I guess Road is just hella tanky for whatever reason. Kabe's pushing up the bottom lane, but he will need to go back now as well because Amazing J's heading into the bot lane. So all in all, that's going to just kind of resolve itself. Next round's also going to be Infernal, so Aimee, if they get that one, JD probably should, try and more aggressively contest that one.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that the dragons that are coming out are really, like, dragons you have to contest. It's making it a lot cleaner, mostly because it took this long for Aimee to pick up the mid lane turret. They could have been a little bit more decisive in doing so, but what that created is that suddenly you started to see more of a Baron vision run before mid lane turrets were even taken, and that could be really messy. Just because it allows teams easier access towards their river to ward it up, and so you'll just get, like, let's just say historically you'll just get constant walk-up Baron dancing if you do not have proper vision in the opposing jungle. But now at least Aimee can do that a little bit easier.
There you go. We've had a lot of Baron dances in the LPL, and not all of them are particularly clean. when you have a game like this as well, where JD Gaming are 1-6 and IMA are 1-5, like you expect both of these two teams to have a bit of a Harlem Shake around it.
Yeah, especially Jingdong that have, let's say, last split have been known around just converging onto the purple worm. I will say, I don't want to drag Rusty's name, but quote unquote favorite team. He's gonna hate me for that one.
Wait, JD Gaming?
Yeah.
He didn't
used
say
to
that
love
this
the game.
split.
Yeah, not this.
No, he said that back when QG were.
Now he despises them, but that's just because they still have an affinity for that purple
Oh
worm.
no,
Oh, here we
that's
go.
a face check he didn't want. And it will be the end of the road for the Thresh here. No, jumping back in, SKS doing a lot of damage. Shinji somehow still alive. What? Jin Zhao having to jump away, but eventually he should be rendered. Hello, Loken. Okay, we finally got it. Beast has taken a one-way trip to Dunktown. In comes Athena, chasing after with these rockets. Nia's just taken no damage. Another 1-for-3 trade to JD.
That was a good setup. That was one of those moments where Jingdong, let's say 2 weeks ago, wouldn't be able to do just that. Even though they were still looking to contest for vision, it's just so easy to engage with the composition that Jingdong have, and they find themselves with a lot of kills. In fact, Jin Zhao, pretty sad because he was just behind a wall, behind terrain, not able to get any bit of protection from anyone from his team. You're right about Loken hitting at Renbun. Maybe he was too far away. That's what I'm going to have to assume. That's the assumption I'm being made.
May have just been on cooldown. Maybe used it very early on.
Maybe.
Kabe's going to get knocked up. Here comes Athena. Teleport though from JD. Probably want to back out of this one. We don't even know who's turning up. It's going to be Doinby. Amazing J really wants to flash away. Valkyrie. Amazing J may still be caught up in this because Shinji looking for the flank, though Kabe did not want to commit his flash to a flash taunt.
Yeah, I wasn't really ready for an amazing race on that. Thank God they decided to just cut it short. That was still a good push from Jingdong if they were looking for that, but they used TP for that. So at the very least, it's TP on Doinby. So he's not expected to be on sides anyway, so he can just look to reset pressure and go back towards mid lane and look towards a dive once again. Remember, they've had Kabe on bottom side of the map for quite some time. They've had a lot of pressure towards this turret, but they still aren't able to converge any of that towards that mid lane tower. They found it a lot of difficulty in looking to secure that.
SKS will get himself blue buff before backing up to the top lane. It's all about this Baron Vision right now as JD Gaming are approaching it. And these last two fights, Raz, like despite the Infernal Dragon going over to Aime, like JD have won them pretty handily. One's a 1-2, one was a 1-3.
Yeah, that's why Aime has to start to reassess how they take these fights. They're not even, of course they don't want the fight just yet. They need to scale up to a point where Kog'Maw and Corki are in comfortable positions. For instance, a good example is Corki just needs to get to his IE. He has a static shift for himself, and then he can get a rapid fire cannon, and then no one's going to be able to touch him.
Well, Kabe in a bit of an unlucky situation.
Oh, that being said, they just need to recognize that if they have to give up this dragon, then they probably should. Okay. All right, Scuttle.
Actually blocked by Scuttle.
Yep.
And then Scuttle goes over to JD. Man, the Heart of the Rift really wants JD to get this one.
I don't know if you want the hook.
Land. It's going to be a smite battle. Goes over to Shinji. JD Gaming turning this one around, and it is an absolute fiesta around the pit. Galio pops the entrance. He comes back down, but he wants an exit right now as he'll hit the dust. But all of Aime are just getting chased out of here, and there is no escape from Rek'Sai ultimate nowadays. The flash, the shadow dash, and that would be another kill. 4-for-1 trade for JD, and they are just winning these fights time after time.
They just need time. Aime really just need time. They could have actually given that away knowing that they have both Earth and Infernal. So giving one Infernal to Jingdong is not going to lose the game for themselves. But contesting that, they've already recognized in the previous fights that they were going to lose it. So they lose the fight, and now they might even lose Baron.
I don't even think it's a might on that one. Unless Athena can do something absolutely insane. It's going down way too fast. Got all of the stacks on the Ren ready to go. That's going to be pulled out. And it's actually just going to be the buy one, get a Corki, as JD will just get the Baron on top of that. 10-5, and all of a sudden, like, what was that? The last 90 seconds to 2 minutes, JD take the goal lead, they take the Baron, and they take the Infernal.
So this fight, I said it before it even started, that they really did not want to fight this. They looked to want to maybe steal the dragon, but you're going up against Kalista and Smite once again. Like, there is no expectation for you to get the dragon. None. And then, how did they believe they were going to take this team fight as well? They just found themselves in the same position they did when they were in the top side.
And mid-tower's gonna die. JD gets so much of this power play. SKS had to use a controller to jump over the wall. He was hoping to jump to Amazing J right there. The two towers down in the mid. Puck doesn't even connect onto the minions there. They're just barreling down mid. What is going on?
Yeah, very easy when Corky died really early on, trying to kind of look to steal Baron. Like, you know what I mean? Like, then he fell through, and then suddenly they just don't have their most important carry. So it's a lot of free objectives just for that one mistake.
Man, not like this. Honestly, I can't blame SKS right here. Like, I know a lot of fans would be saying, hey, what? If you had your normal jungler, he would have got the smite right there. It's like, well, that doesn't matter because the call itself was wonky. And what's SKS going to do? Okay, sure. Even if he hits the smite right there, you lose the fight and they take Baron. Like, would be in a very similar situation regardless.
And a lot of the times when what do you expect from a jungler? A lot of the times is structure. Like, how do you structure the early game? Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Mouse is going in against Athena. Bro does land a really good play, and somehow Athena's still alive. He's going to jump away. Kabe following after. Oh, just kidding. Shinny's ultimate is a little bit busted right now. Here comes the ultimate. Nice double knockup in from Mao. Loken chasing down SKS, and Loken's just unleashed. No one can stop him. No one can touch him. Amazing J hits the ultimate button, but Loken's just going to chase him down, kite around him like he's nothing. That's a 5-0 for JD Gaming. That wasn't even close.
Fight after fight after fight after fight. Aime just fell through in about, what, 10 minutes?
Not even.
5 minutes, I suppose? And it's going to be Jing Dong that looks to clean this one out.
And after what was honestly a perfect early game from Aime, they got all the objectives, they got absolutely everything. They just couldn't win a fight for their lives. And that's what it came down to. JD Gaming, 3 fights in a row, pick up a Baron, take the game. And they'll take game 1.
And of course, if you're Jing Dong, you feel incredibly happy about that. If this turns into your second series win of the split, smile on Doinby's face. That could be a turnaround.
And smile you can, because you beat Snake, and now you're looking like you could take this one in a 2-0 against your opponent's Aime. And you got the fans there as well. Doinby, Loken, side by side. Want me one of those fans as well. But again, team's happy. And we're inviting FLICKR back to the desk. Hello, Frog.
Hey, guys. That was a game. Okay, real talk. This is a bottom of the table clash. These are 2 of our last place teams from either side, and this is going to be a grind. Yes, JD are on the upwards trajectory, and yes, Aime are still consistently that flat line. We're on a brand new patch. And we came in saying, you know, there were some questions about LPL teams in terms of their drafting ability at the highest level at Rift Rivals, and we would get a good look at how that bled over into the rest of the league. And Aime, what is going on with these drafts? Again, we've seen Priority Kog'Maw picking up in things like the LCK. It was played last night. Like, that's totally fine. But JD just have such a better read on the meta. This is 7-13. Cinderhulk got a big buff. Bommy Cinder got a big buff. So things like Shin are much more valuable. Rek'Sai is a much more valuable jungler and should be a much higher priority pick. We already saw her kind of skyrocket at Rift Rivals. Now that Cinderhulk is so much faster at clearing jungle, Rek'Sai gets the best of both worlds. She's that big bruiser. She can kind of skirmish you out in the early game, and then she can farm so much more effectively and so much faster than everyone, and then adds another layer of being that band-aid over vision control. And I just think that Aime got completely outdrafted. They sacrificed pretty much all of their lane matchups.
Yep.
They got gifted an early game on a scaling composition, and they couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, but you know what? Even though that's the case, somebody lost that bottom lane, and it isn't Aime.
But the thing is Aime capitalized on JD going aggressive. You know, it was Loken and Mao that tried to look for the 2v2, and it was funny because backstage, I was talking to one of our other analysts, I was like, the funny thing is Kog'Maw actually doesn't absolutely get blasted by Kalista in lane. He can actually do pretty fine if she's not careful, because Kog'Maw has multiple damaging abilities, whereas Kalista is really only relying on the 2, the W and the Q. And he chased into the incoming minion wave and then got blasted when Jinja was like, what are you doing? You can't disrespect me like this. I've got a Thresh standing next to me. But again, that was JD taking a mistake and then giving it to Aime. They gave Aime first blood. Then Aime got the first tower. Then they got an Infernal. Then they got a Mountain. Like, the best early game possible on a late game scaling composition, and you still lose.
So how did they do that? So that's my question to you, because it's one of those moments where, of course, you mentioned it. You already gave us the expectations that both teams, not very good within their own groups. But how do you get that lead and then fall through with
It
it?
feels like it was just the fights, right? Like they got everything and then they just lost the fights over and
It
over.
was the itemization. So at 10 minutes, IMA had like a 2.4K lead, and the first thing that Kog'Maw purchased was a Wits End. And you talked about it. You know, that's not inherently bad, but the problem is it's inherently cheapening your strength or your power, because he's like, man, I've got my Wits End, so I can 1v1 this Creep Wave and Callista for the next 10 minutes. And then at the same time, Corki goes for a Hex Drinker when Orianna has Storm Raider. She doesn't even have Thunderlord, so she's not going to win out the lane. Like, building defensively when you have a massive lead instead of racing towards your breaking points on the Blade of the Rune King, on the Trinity Force, it delayed their own power spikes when they were given an in. And then they chose fights when their itemization was down.
Yep, and I think that's the biggest case where a lot of the times they were still, they're still looking to scale up to certain item points that they needed to get to that point. But even still, they can actually still get that mid lane turret a hell of a lot earlier than they did.
Yeah.
And the reasons why they couldn't get it was just simply because they skipped steps. They were on the right path, especially when Kog'Maw and Thresh pushed out bottom wave.
Oh, yeah.
And then when Thresh moved out towards the mid lane, Kog'Maw has to follow through. You already have Callista tied towards the bottom lane. You just follow. Immediately, you get that tower for free. You can brute force it because they don't have members there. But a lot of the times, it felt like they were playing too slowly.
Yeah, so I do have two replays. The first one that I want to show you is actually kind of a microcosm of kind of both problems with these teams, and it's going to be the Baron setup from JD. Now, ultimately, nothing happens in this Baron setup, but I want to take a look at the two top laners. Jarvan does not have teleport. He is on the bottom side of the map. Shin has both his ultimate as well as the TP, and has Jarvan locked underneath the tower. JD, they smartly look for the Baron. They can't do it because they don't have Shin to tank it up, so they know that they have to fight. Where is Loken's ultimate right here? The shockwave goes down, they have a numbers advantage, they could hard engage, and they choose not to. This is JD being stronger, not recognizing that they were stronger, and not pulling the trigger. Now, when they eventually do, they'll win the next 5v5 in the next 3 minutes, but Jarvan will have his TP by that time. He's able to respond much faster. They still win the fight, but again, this is why, like, IMA had that game, and it was simply that they got to last as long as they did because JD kept setting up these situations in which they could have punished, but they didn't.
Yeah, so Doomb is going to be able to pick up that win on the Orianna, gets the MVP. Another one in that bag. I think towards that one specific case, it's like he looked to get that Ori ulti, and then it hits the terrain, so he didn't even fully bring in Thresh. So they probably just looked to back away on that front. But then that didn't happen for the next couple team fights because I felt like his Ori ultis, the shockwaves was actually really spot on, and they were able to move towards those fights very easily.
But it's high risk versus high reward. We talk about this all the time. If you don't have the top laner, like if Amazing J's only way into that fight is he literally has to walk across map, and you know you have Stand United and you know you have teleport, just pull the trigger. Just throw the ultimate, throw out Callista's ult. You're trying to force an objective anyway by doing Baron. So obviously you either want the free objective or you want to force the fight because you feel stronger. And JD just gave away all of that tempo advantage and all of that power by letting IMA walk away from that fight. So like, while I agree with you, it wasn't the best shockwave, but it was pretty clear that Doinby was like, fight now, and the rest of the team was like, now? Right now? This second? 3 seconds from now?
Well, to their benefit, they still look for fights time and time again afterwards. So IMA, even with their advantage in the early points of the game, I still like the fact that Jingdong, as you mentioned, they had a great composition to allow them to pick those fights, and they were forceful in doing so later on in the stage in the game when they were a lot more confident about that. So I still think that this is a good example of Jingdong, as you mentioned, on an upward trajectory. Where does that go? I still think it brings them towards mid-pack of their group, but this is a good case where they are learning, and I like to see that.
Yeah, it's learning. And then the final replay we have is just the Infernal Dragon that really kicked this one off. And this is, again, IMA not recognizing that they couldn't fight this. You said this on Cast, Raz. What are they doing? They're in between their breakpoints. Their composition needs time. JD have a mid-game comp. Everything is in their ball court, and IMA think that they can fight this and just get wombo combo to death. And this doesn't just cost them the Infernal, this costs them the game. And so this is IMA constantly getting leads, not recognizing, like, the leads that they got, they didn't engineer. And then when they have the leads, they don't recognize how to abuse them.
Yeah, it was just a complete disaster all over the board. And it seemed like they had the early game, but may have just been JD giving them everything that they wanted, and then eventually they just couldn't win those fights, as you said, because of the itemization for us. We are going to take a quick break before we head into the second game of this best of 3. on JD Gaming and IME going at it once more in the second game. And JD Gaming took that game one, and this could be, if this is a 2-0 for JD Gaming, it just means so much for them. As not only a team, but also an organization who have just been plummeting down the standings right now, guys. They've not been in a good situation whatsoever since the start of the split. Well, what, week 5 now? So the fact that this team is finally starting to get it together now is good, because maybe they can make it 4th place, maybe they can go into playoffs and maybe improve from there. Yep. But that just sounds the alarms for IME, who always get the playoff buff, but if they don't even make it to playoffs, then when are they going to get the buff?
Yeah. Right now, IME are in a very bad position because their last loss was towards Newbie, right? It was one of those moments where teams around them in the mid-card are moving up, and they remain the same. You can even say debatably with their jungle position now bringing on SKS. They're just getting worse. So, Jingdong, on the other hand, you see great points, like with that last game. I see that. I see the reaction. They're great points, and they're moving up. How far they can go, their goal at this point is to be able to get into the playoffs.
Nice watch.
Nice watch, yeah.
Oh, you saw the watch? I need to see that.
We had a little bit of the blink.
Oh, they got it!
Oh, no, but I agree with you. The thing is the difference between these two teams is that JD recognize when they're strong, and they recognize what makes them strong. And their issues are in cleaning up the execution, so it's consistent every time. And as long as they continue to tighten that execution, they'll continue to rise. I may have no idea what's wrong with their team. They are floundering in the draft, they are floundering in their early and mid-game decision-making, and the only thing that seems solidified is 55 minutes, I may have a chance. The coaches said this in interviews, but you're never getting there.
So 2-0 Frusk?
Yes.
Oh, hitting me twice.
Did you both vote JD though?
Yeah, we did.
I voted IME.
You know,
feels bad, man.
Not only do you feel bad physically because you're ill, but you're also losing points.
Yep, the mental and physical feels bad, man. That's not great. Well, we're going into Champions League number 2. Hopefully IME can pull it back here for the sake of my tips. But it will be Karma, Thresh, and let's say Echo.
I think
and
that's
on the opposite side,
it
is. I think, yeah, it's probably Kalista. It looks like Kalista's on.
Yeah.
And then Camille, Galio, and Zac. So we're not going to have Zac and Galio in this game, though we will have a Caitlyn, which has been an incredibly high priority.
Yeah, and you do need to take that away from Loken. I mean, as a general point, you have to take Caitlyn first because it's such a strong pick, and it allows you to go for team fights once you get to your spike and sieges. It just makes a lot of things easier, and right now I may need that ease. They need it. They need it, Pulse.
Yes, they do. Well, they also need Rek'Sai. She's going to be locked in here for JD Gaming. I just feel like every time, because you say, like, as a general point, or as a small point, or as a large point, like, you just have an arsenal of weapons.
I haven't said it in so long.
Oh, I will use the general point today.
I can do that. It's my liberty because I haven't used it for quite a while.
That's true, yeah.
So I will
we
flex
really
my
need
rights.
A point swear jar.
No, we don't. I would lose money. I already lost quite a bit of money.
Well, apparently, you can just use Korean 1 as a vote mark, so I think you're doing all right.
That's true. That's fair. That's all right.
Well, we're going to have an Ashe locked in very early into the JD draft. IME will also bring out the Gragas as a flex for Amazing J and SKS.
Okay. Right now, they can hold off on their support picks. Both lanes are fairly strong, like Caitlyn and Ashe don't need to prioritize much in who they bring up as a support. It makes it easier for IME that they can put Amazing J on the Jarvan once again. But also, once again, now Jingdong could actually pick up the Shen earlier than usual just so they can get that out of the way. It makes it easier for Kabe because it makes his role better, that he can just play the side lane role once again so they don't have to necessarily focus on the sideways. He was doing a great job last time around and doing just that. And it's easy. It's an easy matchup. So you can see that they're debating on that point. It's going to be the Orianna.
Yeah, it will be Orianna. I mean, Kabe, he has pretty much the pick of the litter depending on what he wants to bring to top lane because he knows, well, he knows he's going to be either Gragas or Jarvan. Technically, they are still both flex picks to the top lane. Kassadin banned out against Athena here in Storm B.
You should expect IME to ban out on the Shen. They can go towards top lane bans. Banning out Rakan, I would say, is... It's interesting. The only reason they're doing that is because Jingdong have the first pick of the litter on the second phase. So they can actually just pick that out once again and hold off to their top lane pick for last pick. And Rakan is just too strong at the moment that you can double up the hard engage with Ashe ulti and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the Rakan ulti a little bit much. But yeah, they're going to end up banning the Shen in the second one. So I approve of that.
All right, all right. back over to JD Gaming. They banned out the Twisted Fate against Athena as well.
See, okay, no,
All
I have to talk
Okay.
about this.
Yep.
Kabe loves Poppy.
We know. We all know.
Few matchups that you can pick it into. One of them, of course, is Camille. Hook shot gets denied by the Matumbo finger wag. Hashtag W on Poppy.
Yep.
Flag and drag from Jarvan is another one where it does the same thing. So if you look towards Aime's composition, already they've shown 2 champions that get blocked out by Poppy's W, and that's Gragas Body Slam and the Jarvan Flag and Drag, which will be super strong in the upcoming team fights. He just has to worry about the laning phase. Oh, see, no. I may have done this before. They picked up the Trundle support. They've done it again.
Okay, Trundle support. Man, look at this front line from Aime. That's just never going to die, though it does mean that Jinja is going to have to do all of the down for this team unless they pick up a hyper carry mid laner.
Yeah, what's really confusing now, because you'd have to assume that is Trundle support
Okay.
unless if they mess with us, is that Trundle support is a tough one. You'd usually pick it if you know you're going into a Braum, a Tark, any like just tank bottom lane. But right now, Jingdong, they haven't even showcased who their support is just yet. They can go towards a mage support to hammer down the lane with Ashe and mage support and make it so bottom lane is an assured pushing lane. But it looks like they're going to compromise and go for a team fight composition anyways. And so they're going to double up on the front line. So it's going to be Braum, Rek'Sai, and Poppy. This is going to be a team fight comp on both ends.
Okay. Explain to me why you would lock in Braum here knowing that you're going to be playing into a Trundle support bottom lane.
Yeah, so they're doing it just for the team fighting. Ashe, Braum in team fights, ulti, plus the passive really helps out because, of course, you have Rek'Sai is going to be in the bottom side of the map anyway. So you can see there are instances where Braum is great in team fighting situations. But that being said, that makes it easier for Trundle that he knows that he's going to get out of the lane fairly scot-free. So, of course, Trundle picked into Braum, picked into Tahm Kench, because one of those things where you get out of the lane scot-free and you can suck the armor, magic resist, all that nonsense, just right out of the tankiest member on the opposing team, and that's going to be Poppy. So I like that Road went for the Trundle pick here and did not get punished for it.
Yeah. Did not get punished, and if nothing else, it just went really well for him. Popping back into the top lane. So interesting how now Poppy is actually considered to be a really good pick into Camille, whereas before Camille was considered to be a really good pick into Poppy. But
Okay.
it's because, well, I can explain it, but you can explain it too.
Okay,
ahead,
go for it,
Raz.
go for it. Oh,
No, you go for it.
All
You're
right,
the
all
analyst
right.
here.
Because you said really good, and I was like, wait a minute. It's still not really good. I would still say that it's
Are you talking about Camille into Poppy before?
Poppy versus Camille now.
Okay.
It's one of those cases where it's an answer to the matchup,
Yeah.
but Camille still is able to deal with the matchup quite well. It's just that Poppy will get out of the lane scot-free. He's not going to instantly lose waves off that. He's not going to be minus in like CS total in the lane, which is usual Poppy matchups. And also, he just has the answer to the engage to the two front. So it's great for the composition, and you can get by in the laning phase. But what do you think about it?
I actually fully agree. I've just been triggered multiple times because I've seen on other broadcasts people really praise the Poppy pick into Camille, and I've been like, Camille still does really well into Poppy. And it's just the way it's explained, right? Because she can get out of laning phase. I'll touch on that one once again as we jump into the laning phase itself.
Okay.
Then we are getting onto the Rift now for our second game between JD Gaming and Aime. JD Gaming do pick up the 2-0 here. It would mean so much. And you can see smile on the face of Joinby. I just don't want to see the smile go away because he's had some rough emotions, rough times over these last few weeks.
Yeah. There are a few smiles that you don't want to see erased. And there are a few smiles, like SMLZ, that you want to see actually just
I know.
permeate. Get in there. Crack a smile.
We smile a lot, but... Wow, triple Bond of Stone. I don't know if I've seen a game where we've had triple Bond of Stone before. Or Stoneborn Pact.
Stoneborn Pact, yeah. So Stoneborn Pact, going to be interesting. Of course, you can proc it just for the extra healing for your teammates. So it gives you a little bit of HP, which I like.
Yeah. But yeah, Poppy matchup into Camille. So Camille still does really well because it's about abusing the hookshot timing into Steadfast Presence. And because Steadfast Presence has such a long cooldown, you can just either max hookshot or just have it at rank 1, and you're opening up windows for yourself if you're aggressive in the lane.
Exactly.
But you need to keep up the aggression to make the window happen. Now the numbers have dropped a little on Camille, so it's much easier for Poppy. Even if she's very aggressive, Poppy could trade back damage with Hammer Shock, so it's actually not a bad matchup at all for Poppy. But she still loses it. She could just get out of the laning phase, as you said, for the most part scot-free, and get into those team fights against those skirmishes. So that's why it's a good pick, though it's not necessarily a winning matchup. And I hear that so often that it's implied it's a winning matchup or it's a good matchup, when in fact it's a neutral to stalling matchup.
That's true. And one of the things that before we get off the Camille pick is that people have learned pretty easily that Camille, you have to wait a little bit before you press W, because a lot of the times I even saw in North America, they use Camille E hookshot and then hookshot it away so they can get the cooldown off steadfast presence. So there are a few tricks that Camille can do. Get out of that situation so you don't get blocked out by steadfast presence and then eat into a wall. So this one's going to be Jarvan. He still has damage into Poppy, so Poppy's still going to feel a little bit of the burn, which I still like, but he's still going to be able to farm out quite well, and he's not going to be threatened by ganks. One person who is going to feel feeling threatened by that gank, Athena.
Well, I mean, he's going to walk away, though. Shinny is catching up. He's almost in flash range, so nice ghost by Athena. That's the right move right there when you know that Shinny is eventually going to catch up. Pop the ghost to open up some distance. You don't need to burn the flash. The ghost has a much lower cooldown. Yep.
I'm actually surprised that Victor decided not to take the long way around.
Just getting blasted by Shinny.
Okay, so he traded a little bit on Shinny, so he lost a little bit of HP, and the moment Gragas is seen on the wave, they just move away. So okay, Athena gets the fastest wave. He just has to skirmish a little bit for it.
Yeah, he gets back in, though it's just kind of annoying for Athena because he missed all of his CS. And now Joinby's either going to have the advantage or just have the level advantage at the very least, because he was denied multiple minions. So,
and it is sad because that's a position that IMA are in consistently. Athena specifically, where he finds himself getting pressured. Oh, really well done from Jinzhao.
That was sick. That doesn't confirm the blue buff there, because it will reset, and I may all have to back away. So it's a lot of time burnt by Athena, by SKS, Jinzhao, and Rhodes. Whereas JD only just kind of turned up and was like, well, I guess you need to back away now. Cool.
That was good on both teams. This is a good one.
Poppy buffs.
Poppy did get a buff. Extra damage on Q now. It's 8% instead of 7. Feels like, honestly, it's one of those buffs where it's like, well, Poppy was going to get played regardless. Got played before this patch even went through, just because of the matchup specifically, and it's because it's Kabe. I bet he loves that skin too. But yeah, so
good skin.
Yeah, but it helps out this trades a little bit more. I'm interested that he went towards the Grasping the Undying instead of Courage of the Colossus, because of course beforehand it was one of those masteries, keystones that you can actually skirmish a little easier just because you E right into him and then you get that instant shield.
Well, Doimi's been collapsed on. He does have the flash, but in comes Shinny as well. But the flash, the E. Another flash in from Bro. Wall is flashing for their skill. We really want it. But it's still first blood to Athena, and that makes actually everything okay.
Yeah, there we go. And that was really well done from SKS. I actually didn't think he would get the knock-up off that because there was a wave. Yeah, the minions were right in the way. But no, I guess it's large enough. Belly's going to be able to find its way over the minion's head.
We've seen many unfortunate body slams in our time, Raz. But
yeah.
But this time will not be blocked by those sneaky minions in the mid lane. And Athena getting that kill feels so good because he was behind on levels before. It meant that Doimi was going to beat him to the level 6.
And that's true. But now we kind of had to reassess what's happening here. Doinby having teleport makes it a little harder for Athena. Bringing in SKS is a smart decision because he needs a good time to back. And if he doesn't get this help, then it's actually Doinby who comes off of that gank in a positive light because that gold is never going to be spent by Athena.
Oh, no. Well, that's unfortunate. So
he got pushed
couldn't
off.
get the full push, yeah, because it was like the call probably came out from Athena saying, Doimi's going to hit 6 soon, and if Doimi hits 6, we're both dead.
Yeah.
And if Shinyi's here, it just adds insult to injuries. So we have to back up here. That's a big minion loss, actually. That's like 5 minions, probably plus cannon.
Yep.
And Athena isn't running TP as well, so that really hurts.
So that's one of those situations, a rare situation where a gank for Athena actually went up against them because they didn't have the immediate push. SKS did right afterwards. They had 3 members in the lane. They didn't help him push out and back at that exact moment. So they're really paying for it now.
Shinny's, yeah, finish that Grump. There you go. Moves to the top lane. Doimi's coming as well. They could probably just force this tower.
See, it's fun because in competitive play, you make that one mistake and suddenly it starts bleeding up and towards the top side of the map where Doinb legitimately TPs into the lane off of Athena not backing, or at least the teamwork around mid, getting him a proper back. And so now, Amazing J had to back away from turret, had to TP back towards the turret, and now Poppy gets so much pressure and experience just off that one area.
Yep. Poppy Jarvan matchup, much better for Poppy, because there is only one FLICKR drag, and that's 2 abilities that you have to make that one happen with. And very telegraphed as well. There's almost no fake outs with Jarvan. It's not like, I'll place down the flag and then she'll pop the stead front. No, you can do it on reaction. And it just means that it's just such an easy lane for Poppy.
So it makes it a lot more linear for Jarvan, knowing that his Q is just going to be there for damaging. That he's just there to damage Poppy, make her life hard, and push in the lane. He's never going to look to kill her. It's going to be incredibly difficult to do so.
And you can see that Kabe is just not threatened at all. The fact that he's gone farmies instead of the armor item part of Sunfire always tells you that the top laner feels absolutely fine, that like they just don't need resistances. So good times for Kabe. And he's back on a tank champion, and that's where we really saw Kabe shine. He was our rookie of the split, and he's actually just been not great this split. He just wasn't able to adapt to the carry meta at all.
And the question is, like, why wasn't that the case? And I think it's more so a team problem more than anything not. Because if you have a carry top laner, like a Fiora, like they tried to put him on a little earlier on in the split, well, you need to play towards that champion. And a lot of the times, whether it be Clit or Sinyi, not playing towards them because they still have the mentality that they're playing around Doinb or playing around bottom lane when they started to put in Loken. And so that strategy will not work if you don't know how to play towards the carry top laner. And so Kabe being on a tank helps the team because they can play towards what style is suitable, comfortable for them. And even though, sure, he could play other champions, he's still just as mechanically skilled. It just makes it easier for his team.
I don't know, man. I watch Kabe on Fiora, and I'm just like, it's just not the same. I just watched him completely smack Amazing J with Poppy, and I'm like, he just doesn't do that on Fiora.
All right, now you're probably just comparing him to the Shy and Duke, right?
Yeah, I am.
They're better.
If you want to be the top laner, the top laner in the LPL, you have to compete with the likes of the Shy and Duke.
You can still be a good Fiora. You don't have to. I understand there are better Fioras in the region.
He was
still
on
play
#1.
the champion.
How many of us said that he was the best top laner last split?
A lot of us did.
A lot of us, exactly. So if you want to be at the very top, Raz, you can't just settle for passable.
To be fair, I think a lot of us had Duke over.
Yeah,
Kabe.
I did.
Yeah, there we go.
He was still my #2.
Yep.
He was definitely competing over it. I don't know what's happening with Duke right now. He's all over the place, but it seems like the Shy has helped him a little. Looks like we're waiting right now.
The
waiting
lobby
a lot.
for blue buff.
Okay, there.
It's the blue buff lobby.
Oh, okay.
They just needed to set up a couch.
I mean, there was no Merkwolves and there were no Gromp, so there was no Crab either, so there was nothing to do. We'll go back to the top side.
There we have it.
So, yeah, it's just nice to see Kabe, you know, back on these tank champions. And I think there's always like room to go for some tank champions, regardless of the meta. Like now, Poppy's finally come back in, but you know, Kled was very close to both the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and also Jarvan's another one where Kabe's been playing quite a bit of Jarvan, and sure, it's a carry champion, but it's a carry champion that you can just rotate out of the lane and start team fighting with. So Kabe, even though they've been racking up losses, he still had been performing decently on that pick. So it makes it a lot easier for Jingdong as a whole. Makes it a lot easier for Kabe that he doesn't have to switch up roles. But it makes it easier for the team that they can just suddenly go for the team fights that they've won quite a bit in the last split.
Bit of a tempo advantage to IMA. They did swap their top lane to the bottom lane, vice versa. A little bit faster, but it's not going to mean much.
Yeah, IMA actually looked towards getting the move first, so it's Caitlyn topside, get that shove out. So it's a advantage towards IMA. Now that they're able to push in their lead, bringing Caitlyn along. They did this a little bit in the last game, so I like the fact that they're still sticking to playing a smarter game, putting that vision control down. Question is, like, what does it mean now? Because last game they fumbled it because they didn't know when to pressure up on a turret, when to put the damage on mid, when to push damage on top. Every outer turret is still up and available, so sure, you deny maybe a minion or two from Loken from doing this, but if that's the purpose of the swap, then you get nothing out of it.
Yeah. And I was trying to say it doesn't mean much for the Jarvan, though I said IMA in the end, but it did mean that they did get a nice ring of vision.
That's true.
Around the Rift Herald. Shinji has spotted SKS, he has him in the sights, and he'll take away this vision. No one's actually started the Rift Herald yet.
Yeah, I think both teams are not going to be able to. I love the fact that, okay.
I need a shockwave.
I think
And certainly it's right. No, that trade's not going well for Doinby.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if you particularly want to pull him closer to you.
Yeah, I guess maybe he was looking towards Rek'Sai because Doinby went towards the Rek'Sai last time, got the push out just because he was able to push Athena under his turret, or at least have him deal with waves. And then when Doinby goes to his lane, he's like, okay, you've dealt with that ward. Now you can come kill this guy. Just kidding, it's not happening. They didn't even get any sums off of Athena. So, that didn't turn anything. Doinby's a little sad person.
Rogue got a nice bit of damage there onto Mao and Loken though. Chomp is pretty crazy, did a lot of damage.
Yeah, so this is a good focus for Aimee now. Recognizing that the wave, or at least the lane, is working out well for Jinjiao and Road. And that the Ring of Vision nodes we talked about earlier is so strong for Aimee here. Gragas still has a control ward too, so they're in such a good position that Mao and Loken just do not know that this is happening.
SKS, he's got the ultimate.
Oh!
Oh, right on top of Loken. Pops the ultimate right about now, but he's locked on this tower. The concussive blows is huge, and Loken still alive. Eventually, he'll die to Jin Zhao. Here comes Doinby. Mount tag teaming Road. Again, another stun underneath the tower, but no shockwave already used. But we'll get the kill regardless. Doinby, those auto attacks are mounting up. Jinyi pops the ultimate, but Jin Zhao just kind of out of the way of it, kind of headbutts the wall there for a 2-for-1 trade, a favor of actually JD.
I don't want to look at that replay again. And the reason for it is because we set it up. Pulse, you and I, we talked about how Aimee played it so well.
Yes, we did.
That SKS was moving towards the top, and he had it control wards down. Mao and Loken didn't even know that was going to happen, and then they fumbled it.
Yep.
In fact, they went so deep towards Loken. The Braum was right in front of you. The Braum was easily accessible to the Trundle and Caitlyn. Look at this. Easy look towards Mao. But you go towards Loken, he flashes away. Jinja has to jump in to get that kill, and so it's very easy for Mao and Loken to answer back, kite it back, and use the stun coming in from Braum passive to just assure the kills for them. So that was really well played from Jingdong, but it didn't have to be well played from them.
Yeah,
it was
just
actually
needs to be an insta-kill.
It just had to be that one kill. SKS looked to dive a little bit too deep.
I mean, initially it was good, but he barrel rolled instead of explosive cancel. I think he should have just immediately done that.
Yeah, that works
locked
too.
him in, and then that way Loken doesn't get the flash off, and you just insta-kill him. But
that's one of those questions where even if you play it perfectly and Ashe flashes away, it's not a larger flash distance, but I still think you go on to Mao, who is much closer to the team.
yeah.
Sure, he has flash himself, but it's an easier kill. Loken had an easier way to escape. It's one of those moments. They even brought in Victor. If they had to wait a little longer to bring in Victor, who was rotating, then do that. But still, Aimee had a good setup, bad execution.
Pushing top, pushing bot. JD should be able to take this tower. Nathan J's on his way. Rid of that SKS as well.
Ooh, it's my favorite time of the game.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Let's see if they continue on with their push as they did last game.
No. Well, yes and no.
My
yes,
favorite
but
answer.
not very committal.
Yeah, my favorite answer.
Harvey's going to take not a lot of damage.
But I like this. The reason why they don't go for much is because they're cutting it down. They recognize there's no response coming in from Jingdong, so they're like, okay, let's get Rip Trailed in the meantime. So if they come out with this, they get the most out of basically, like they just split the difference and get both the tower and Rip Trail. That was I guess even though I liked it.
Rafael's gone on a journey,
Wow.
by the way.
Is it coming back?
No.
It's gone out towards the, the convenience.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, we're back.
Went to the convenience store to get some cigarettes.
Yep.
Never returned.
Yeah, I thought that was happening.
Maybe just went off on a date with SKS.
There we go.
Who knows?
So that was one of those moments where Aimee tried to split the difference and get both tower and Rip Trails. Jingdong, we're definitely tuning into something. Finally responded. It was a late response, but it happened.
That's true. I just realized it's like 16 minutes in, we've had 4 kills. This has not been a high kill game. And
funny.
everyone has crazy CS numbers because of it.
It's one of those games that everybody looks to this game and they start expecting, oh, bottom of the barrel team.
Yeah.
Team fighting teams on both regards. Oh, I'm ready for a skirmish.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, let's get in there. But no, they want to set it up properly. And when they want to set it up properly, whether they do it or not, that's not the answer. You know what? It's just going to happen. It's taking a lot of time for them to set up the waves to find these fights. And then ultimately one of the teams who made the right decision will fumble it, and then they'll look bad. Yeah. And it's looking like that's the tale of IMA currently.
And that's when I'm like, you know what? Maybe you just go full MVP in spring. You just become massive cheese lords.
I don't like this.
Just give it your best shot. Mal's going to try and catch up to Jin Jiao here.
He has boots of mobility.
Fight, but yeah, he's going to back away. But it's just like, you're at the bottom of the standings. Why not just try and cheese some wins from people? But I think in this game, when you're IMA versus Jingdong, that you actually can just play like a normal team. But if you're like bottom of the table against a top team, why not just cheese?
Yeah, you have two options. You cheese and you try to get the points so you can win games, sure. Or you try to learn as a team. And I think that both teams are really invested in doing so. Right now, IMA even brought in their jungler SKS just because they want to give him a fair shake. They want to recognize what's wrong with our current roster. Ben4 hasn't been providing good support towards the lanes early on in the game. SKS is doing, I guess, a debatably better job. The reason why it's debatable because I would say if you were to compare Ben4 when he first came out to SKS now, SKS is performing better. Because Ben4, when he first came out, he didn't have the proper vision control early. He would still have those amazing plays after the laning phase. But right now, I may just need proper control early to get Athena decently well in lane. Like, for instance, right now, Athena, if he's in a constant 1v2, then he's going to have problems 100%. SKS just needs to be there to basically put down vision, to stop that, to neutralize enemy jungle, and allow his lane to get out of that position. I think he's doing a better job at that. He just needs time to learn. I wonder if they're going to give it to him.
It's a good question. I have another question for you, Raz.
Go for it. What
do you think of cheese in competitive play?
Oh.
Good, bad? Is there a place for it?
If your team is a lost cause, cheese. Like,
Unicorns of Love are doing very well right now, and they've been cheeses from the start.
Oh, I mean, that's not even, that's them just playing towards the style. It's one of those moments, you look to EU, like, which team is cheesing? Is it Fnatic with their style? Is it Unicorns of Love? That's another discussion entirely.
Ooh.
Okay.
Arrow to Athena. Everyone just goes flying. Big ultimate from SKS, and now it's just like 5 different fights. Stormy's going to die at the back of the pit. Slam dunk onto Loken, but that's another kill onto the Brom. 2 kills says Victor. He's starting to go wild. Kabi over the wall. He'll knock nobody away. And it will be SKS getting the pickup.
Good lord. It's one of those moments where you're really thankful that the observer can go for a helicopter view. Just spaced it out because it felt like Jingdong didn't know which fight to take. Did they want the Rift Herald fight? Did they want to take it back? Because if they did, kite it back with the rest of the team.
I mean, that was a bar brawl right there.
It was.
Kabe, he doesn't do any damage, but he also
do?
doesn't take any damage. So he's just going to kind of stay here for a bit. And actually just 1v3, and I may actually just don't really care about Kabe, but Kabe really wants to hit them. So he's going to jump in again, not take any damage, and back away.
So what this means, Kabe wasting time, stopping them from backing. It's a positive play if Jingdong look to get an objective immediately, knowing that 3 people will be back at base. But I guess we're going to take a second look at this replay. Great ulti coming in from SKS, but then you see the split fight. I love how he tried so hard to get that eye down so he can get Rift Herald for his team. It was so low. Anybody that touched that eye, it was Road, but they were already won the fight at that point. So I'm wondering, okay, how were they able to get the push back mid after respawn, going back to base? This is one of those moments where I do dislike replays. Even though I love that replay, I was like, well, Kabe did this heroic act where he stopped 3 people from backing. And then they backed all the members in Jingdong were back on the map. And then replay. You come back out and you're like, wait a minute, I may just push out mid. Sad face, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on here?
Incredibly sad.
Well, 2,000 gold advance to IMA, plus the Herald. And they're going to take bot lane tower. Apparently, IMA are just taking everything right now. But yeah, that last team fight was probably the weirdest I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
It's very rare you'll see, like, you know, even just 2 split fights. Like, you get that sometimes, but then it was like 3 fights.
Yeah.
And then Herald also getting involved as well. Herald was like, I'm going to punch whoever's near me. I'm going to do some damage.
And it's in the benefit of IMA simply because they have, like, the Trundle Pillar.
Yep. Disruptive
exactly.
picks.
Okay.
We're going for the dunk once again. And Amazing J doesn't get to move, but no one else does either. Big cast coming in from SKS. And Jin Jiao is just laying down the damage. And Shinyi finally kills Rogue, but a 1-for-1's not great. Jungler for support. Loken turning it around onto Krakus. He just doesn't do any damage. Mal's getting chased out of here, and Kami sends one flying. It's the double kill to the SKS player. And Jin Jiao Auto attack, auto
Kill
attack, auto attack. Got him. 5 for 2.
All right, there we go. Aimee, 2 fights in a row, coming out with a victory. And Athena and Jin Zhao were just free firing. You could see Athena just in the back of that fight, just threw the ulti on top of Loken, auto-attacking him time and time again, and Loken just died. And you're like, wait a yeah, this is going to take a lot. This is going to take a lot. Let's go for it.
Oh, man.
And they're going to go for the inhib. Let's go
Herald's
for
having
it.
a field day. Okay, they're going to back away. All right, fine.
They're being smart.
Okay.
Respecting the back.
Oh, going to get another charge then.
Okay. This is a mini charge.
Herald, that's the max value Herald right there.
That
was a great Herald. Okay. Let's see that one more time.
Just take a second look at Loken's positioning. Because sure, this looked good for him. He was able to get a lot of damage on that to take down Doom. Take down the go for the team fight. But look at Athena coming right behind him. Demolishes Loken. He recognizes that his life is pretty much forfeit. And so when yeah, you know, this is ridiculous.
This just takes like 6 years to kill Kabe. I'll get him. I've got him. I'll get him. Okay, we got him.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, Aimee are now very, very far ahead. 5,000 gold. Mid tower is completely exposed. I probably want to get out of here. It's going to take all his well-earned wards away from him in the jungle.
Right now, you have to expect Athena to push out that one wave. Should be second wave top side of the map. It's going to be important to look at simply because Aimee wants to set up around this Baron.
Yep.
Should be fairly important for them. You can see them in the area already. They've even set Amazing J towards the bottom side of the map. So right now, Jingdong are recognizing this, and they're actually just playing the safe game, stalling out. Doinb picking up the entirety of the blue side jungle just to pick up. It's actually, I guess he's going towards more magic penetration. But right now he's just getting a few items, anything to really win the next fight.
Bridge is farming on up. 4-1 and 2 mid, 2-0-6, 80 carry. And the fact that Jin Zhao can just go for Quicksilver Sash when he's ahead as well.
Yeah, so right now that was the second wave. Athena pushed out top wave, so they can actually just start on this whenever they want. The only problem is that, of course, a lot of ways for Jingdong to recognize that they're doing it. Does Loken have a second charge of his E? I wonder.
He's got blue trinket.
Ah, okay. That's good. Should be good enough.
It should be okay.
That being said, Doinb should get a blue trinket for himself. They're in a defensive position. There's no reason for you to get multiple sweepers. Sure, he can solidify the wards behind them, so technically they won't get flanked from Amazing J. But you just sacrifice too much vision, or at least time. You're trying to see if they're doing Baron or not.
Oh, this is a interesting fight bottom lane. I'm glad we panned away from it.
I want to see that. I don't know what you're talking about. That Amazing J is about to get it.
I mean, yeah, if Amazing J decides to trade for the next like 20 seconds, then Kabe will beat him up.
Get in there. I don't care how many tower shots you take.
Wow. Okay.
I see them bringing in Caitlyn. Jin Zhao is in the area just getting red buff, but I was wondering if she was looking to answer Poppy. But no, definitely not. She does that. It was Baron.
Yeah, that would not be smart.
Yeah.
Eventually Kabe will win just by virtue of being tankier. But it's going to take a long, long time. He's going to push up mid.
You gotta wonder. Because, like, the big point to take away from this is Aimee has control of Baron. But with how Kabe is taking control of the matchup bottom side of the map, and if they're able to get one flank forward, I suppose, then Kabe should be the key towards Aimee being able to, Jingdong being able to pick up a victory, right? Or at least a team fight victory. Yeah. Because he's doing so well in this lane, and Aimee honestly don't have an answer how to deal with him. So that's the big caveat,
right? Because like, while he's winning the matchup, he's not winning it to the point where he can force Amazing J out and actually hit the tower.
That's true, but his focus shouldn't be hitting the tower regardless. It should be looking to cut through red side jungle that is not warded at all by Aimee, and looking to get a flank through anybody on this. Like, for instance, if you have Baron control, Caitlyn still has to now focus on if Kabe is looking to rotate. The only thing that's stopping Jingdong currently is that they still haven't taken the outer mid lane turret. So it'll definitely be a little bit awkward for Kabe to look to cut through if he's cut through a turret.
True, but he also just doesn't take damage.
Yeah.
And he's got armor stack, so he can probably just walk through it and just not take any damage.
I just want to see that Rocky montage. I just want to see him walk up all the way from the bottom lane, straight through that mid lane tower.
I mean, I'll be honest. He's got 2.6k health and 280 armor? 280 armor. Like, that's what, around 70% damage reduction?
Yeah.
So he's just not caring about, definitely out of turrets.
That's the thing about Poppy that I love in the meta, and you kind of hate when she comes back. How much damage she doesn't take, obviously, but like how impactful she can be because okay, that's funny. How impactful she can be in these team fights, because it's actually very doable to ignore the Poppy in certain fights with how safe Jin Zhao should feel if Poppy's coming in front to back. But it just depends if that's the case. Jingdong have to play the fight smart. In fact, if they take this mid lane turret, that just answers the question.
Just the corner of your screen, you just saw Road flash away from a shockwave from Doinby.
Okay.
I would say that actually just strengthens Aimee here.
Especially if a fight resumes immediately after this dragon take. Let's see if this...
He wants it.
Okay.
Gonna force JD back, they don't have shockwave.
Yeah, they're gonna lose this.
Yep. Gravity field down as well. Yeah, this ain't happening. I don't know.
Yep.
And I don't know why you would pop shockwave there, because even if you get flash from Road, then great, but it's the support.
It's the short-term gain for them, right? At the time, their idea was, oh, we have the inner track towards that mid lane turret.
Yep.
Let's go for it. In fact, I'll use my ulti because Road's trying to walk through it. And then immediately, they're not going to get the mid lane turret. Go towards the dragon. They lose that front. And who has the inner track towards the Baron? It's Aimee.
Ooh, burning Kabe's TP because he thought the fight was going to happen. That's not fantastic, because maybe he'd have the TP advantage. He can go bot lane because Amazing J had to burn it for the last play, but now Kabe doesn't have his either. Thankfully,
with both of them not having the TP, it's still slightly in favor of Kabe, but that's only
it could
if
have been a lot in favor.
Exactly, but this is only if they push Aimee out of the position they're currently in. They don't have to worry about that bottom lane wave, and Jarvan is going, or at least should consistently stick towards the mid lane. If it's Poppy that goes there first, Aimee should immediately push towards the Baron. If it's the Jarvan that goes there first, then of course, then it's going to be pretty decent for Jingdong. Thankfully, it's going to be Jarvan going towards the lane first. I don't like it. He understands that the wave is large enough that he kind of has to go there, but then that just means that Jingdong are going to have complete control of this Baron area.
Trying to get this pick here. Does land onto Road. He's quite tanky, but under 5 people, he is going to die. Again, the shockwave being used, and somehow he's trying to get out of here. And SKS, big ultimate. Somehow, SKS saves the life of Road.
But this is when Jingdong should be focusing on what that means. Road has to back. They could have went towards the Baron, recognize that it's going to be a 4v5. Is this with Dan Gaming? They would do it. Perhaps in this case, they move away from it because Orianna doesn't have mana at the time, so she had to back. If that's the call, then that's fair, but it's just unfortunate because that was still a good setup. It's unfortunate that the Road just can't die.
For a support to be that tanky when 5 people were waiting on him, something's a bit right. He popped Subjugate, and I think he got it on Kabe as well, so obviously it made him way stronger, but
yeah,
that's still insane.
That's something that Jingdong have to recognize. Trundle has ulti, and if he's going to use it on Kabe, he's going to be a second tank. The gold value on the man is going to be a little incredible.
Yeah. You made this?
I made this.
What? Oh, okay. Logan was just taking red. It's all good. No one freak out.
I wonder. Right now, they can just start it. They have a decent enough front line where they can... Okay, so that's one blue trinket down. That's the only blue trinket for Jingdong. I wonder... They really shouldn't be this safe. Yeah, okay, they're going to go for it.
If Road's on that ward as well, they won't know that it's been instantly started off. Amazing J's zoning away. They really want this ward. 2 wards go down. They know it's happening. Road still on the backside, but the front lines are so damn tanky. Don't we just have his ultimate back up? Kabe?
Oh,
nice ult. But it's only for the disengage. It's not going to lock them far enough away. Though there is a big wave in top lane that has to be addressed from Aimee, and it may mean that they'll back away because of it.
Yeah, it's a little unlucky. It's one of those moments where if you're in that position, the call should be, well, you should look towards your side lanes and if they're in your favor. Right now, top lane, of course, as you mentioned, was nowhere near their favor. That was a massive wave hitting on them towards their turret. And it's as simple as just taking a few seconds, tending to the wave.
Yep.
And the gain, of course, is that you stick towards that position. Aimee had chunked the lot of them in Jingdong, and they could have actually started back on Baron. But I guess that That just wasn't going to be the case.
Nope. We go back to the stare down, the blinking contest, the Baron dance. Oh, just kidding. We're jumping in. Amazing J is pretty much by himself. Jin Zhao's following up now, and Mal's not really taking damage. Amazing J's going to drop here through his gargoyles. Kabe chasing after, big ultimate again in from SKS, just knocks Mal to the side. Shockwave going to be used on the backline, but that did not do a lot of damage. Shindy wants this flank to happen, but oh my god, Aime just running them down, but Loken, he's untouched. Someone needs to get on top of him, because he's still wailing on top of these tanks, and eventually that's going to be the damage in from Caitlyn. Double kill to Jin Zhao. It's a 2-for-3 trade.
I don't understand how Aime... Like, that was the worst team fight coordination I've seen from Aine in a long time. You even see SKS Gragas ulting a man out of Victor ulti. You see Amazing J diving through into the back line while Athena was not going to follow up because he was stunned from the Ashe ulti. And so Athena just died for free. He actually took so much free health because there was no one in the area to help him out. But they still do decently in the fight. So let's take a second look at this. He goes right in. And of course, they're just starting to wham on this guy for free, because no one was going to be able to follow up. But thankfully, Jin Zhao was in the area, so like he's going to be able to at least follow up on the back end of that. Mal probably would have died through Victor ulti if Gragas didn't hit him out of it. But ultimately, the massive backline of Caitlyn and Victor followed through.
What's this?
And they just blow them up. This is hilarious.
Yep. I mean, Loken was actually just stood there for like, I don't know, 10 seconds, just like free firing. It's like, is anyone gonna hit the ADC?
At any point, somebody.
And then Jin Zhao just headshots to me, guys. So it's like, all right, well, okay, that's fine, I guess.
I'll take it.
It's just the fact that the tanks are so damn big in this game from both teams. Like, nothing happens in these fights for like 10 seconds, and then eventually the front line cracks.
Yeah.
You actually get people dying, but
one thing to look forward to in the upcoming fights, because you don't get a lot of Trundle games, are the Trundle pillar placements. If you can get a good one that separates a major tank that they can chip down, or even just a carry, a very lucky pillar. Okay.
Oh, that's a shockwave onto the two players of Aime, two frontliners, I should say. Let's drop them very low. They didn't die, but they will have to go back now.
He's going to be time and time again using his ulti to just give his team positioning. So Road has to back away. He's still in the area, but he's not going to be able to contest for anything. So this is going to give Jingdong time to go on towards the Baron.
Oh, but Amazing J's back. Rhodes had to stay around. Kabe, this is all going to be on his ultimate. Doesn't quite land. Amazing J, once again, the gargoyles. He's not taking it down. Loken's dying to Baron. The sick man from Aime is going in here. That's a kill onto Loken. And MVP Baron, he's just messed up that back line. Shinny and Joinby trying to run away. One of them's going to be a sacrifice. And you have to feel it's going to be Orianna. 2 kills, the double to Athena. He's once more. SKS is coming in, gets the body slam, and we're locking on. The kill confirmed by Jin Zhao. 3 more kills to Aime.
And that's the midway pushing too. You have to think that's game, unless if Loken
can do it, nope.
Okay, all right.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Not
Headshotted into the grave. And a 5-0 in that fight. 19-7. And if you thought this series wasn't gonna be close, we're going to a game 3. Because Aime are barreling down mid lane.
You live by Baron, you die by Baron, apparently. Unbelievable that Jingdong lose in this fashion.
Don't do it, Mao. You have so much to live for. Your KDA could be saved. Now he's 0-5-7. That's the end of the game, folks. Aime take one more.
That was a bit of a comedic fashion to do just that. That was a little hilarious. That was funny. They thought they cleared their flank. The Baron is flanking them.
The stationary flank. No one saw him coming.
Oh.
Baron never moves. We're not in Season 1 where Poppy can move him. Welcome back, Fruskian. Feels like we're going to get some salty frost up on this desk.
How salty are you right now?
On a scale of 1 to
I think
TSM.
you're laughing, so I think you've gone to hysterical point of salty.
See, that's the thing. We always talk about how, you know, like when you see players laughing and joking around, especially on like top teams. Like if you ever saw SKT laughing and joking around, you'd be terrified.
Yeah.
If I'm ever laughing and joking around, that we're so far beyond the salt.
Well, you've heard it from her.
So, on a scale of 1 to EU fans after Rift Rivals, pretty up there.
I'm definitely at a strong LCK format fans for Rift Rivals.
That's pretty salty.
Pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah.
Good amount of sodium.
We're
All right,
gonna
well, that's 35 minutes on the clock. And
We're going to start with the good things.
oh,
Oh,
okay.
thank you.
IMA's draft so much better this time around. They
Yep.
didn't draft themselves into a hole. They had really good, well-rounded composition, a lot of different bridging points. You know, you have good mid-game power with Victor coming through. You know, Victor a little bit on the fringe there, but I didn't mind it into this. Still high priority on the Jarvan. That works for their team identities, despite the fact that I think Rek'Sai is technically a higher priority. The meta has adjusted with the Cinderhulk again, so Gragas gets a little bit more viability. So overall, I like what IMA put together. Strong 5v5. They have great siege. You've got Caitlyn with Jarvan Steroid on the flag. Trundle can now tromp towers. Good zone control by towers. So overall, good job, IMA.
All right, Frost, hit me with the bad stuff, because I feel like this is
What's
a
the bad
sign of
news?
the apocalypse when Frost is hitting the desk by giving us all the good stuff first. Like, okay, what's going on? Where's the where does it go from
Are we
here?
gonna just start hearing demonic Kog'Maw sounds? Is that like?
Because so the thing
Has it
is
gone that bad?
every time I come onto a desk, I'm like a super critical caster.
Yeah.
People are always like, you got to be a bit more positive. You need to be nicer to the teams. And
That was great.
yeah, I go back there and I'm watching that game and I'm like, okay,
Say something positive.
what's happening
Say
here?
something nice.
The 5v5s of IMA were better than Jingdong's.
There we go.
That is a positive thing, and that is actually fact. So I have 2 replays, and they are 2 5v5s back to back. The first one is the initial Rift Herald fight, which, if you guys thought that the Baron wrecked someone's backline, the Rift Herald definitely wrecked someone's backline. This is the different fight.
This is the midline, yeah.
This is the
mid
mid-lane fight.
Yeah.
And this is the second one. So the thing about this fight is look at when Kabe comes in. Why is he so late to every single fight? The one before this, Kabe also has a super late, deep teleport away from his team. And the thing is Poppy is far too valuable at this point in the game into the 5v5 to be showing up this late. And then the only time that we ever see Poppy ult is when everyone is dead and the Caitlyn is then knocked away, or the Poppy ult completely whiffs, doesn't hit anyone, and then the team just jumps on them. So despite the fact that Kabe is normally a wonderful Poppy player, this game was not the highlight reel for that. And I would actually, if I had to point anywhere, it was on Kabe's inability to teamfight, something that we normally congratulate for JD, that completely cost them 2 super pivotal fights. Because once that inhib goes down, Caitlyn's like, oh man, this is free. This is the tough part of the game for me.
Yeah. One thing I loved about that game is Kabe was doing so well in his matchup. You were like, okay.
He's 1v1 lane.
Exactly. And you would look towards the lane and like, okay, it's on you to somehow look towards a flank, somehow get a proper setup for your team in these fights. And he was oftentimes, as you mentioned, he was late for it. And a lot of time, the best way to play Poppy is to be there first and to be able to utilize your ulti. So you start off a fight in a numbers advantage. But if you're throwing them away when you're winning a fight, you're like, well, okay, this is a little bit hectic.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is Kabe's sheer existence as Poppy in that game actually delayed Jin Zhao's power spike huge. He had to go early armor pin. He wanted the QSS. So he has 2 defensive items back to back instead of going Infinity Edge double attack speed. So again, like, Poppy being there did slow things down, but we do have the first replay to, again, kind of, Kabe, not your greatest moment.
Yeah.
Look at how deep this teleport is away from his team and how late it is. He's actually teleporting right above the Wolf camp. There is a control ward right above Rift Herald that he could TP to and be on the right side. He shows up, he's late, he still has ultimate. Loken is just getting blasted by Rift Herald. He's going full Odyssey there, has to take down the Cyclops. And then Kabe's like, I guess the fight's over, guys.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where you guess you have to ask your top laner to go for a preemptive teleport, especially since they're the ones setting it up. He's coming in with a reactive one already. They're getting converged on. He's not going to be there. And with the TP that you've mentioned, that's like an emergency TP, having to go on a TP on a ward. Yeah, it's SKS picking up that MVP.
Thinking face emoji.
But yeah, going for that TP play. He wanted to go with the initial plan, but you have to be a little earlier on your TP if you want to go for the initial plan. And it's going to be SKS. MVP.
Okay, who was the MVP of this game?
Pick it up
Amazing Jay, 100%.
Okay.
The thing is the biggest difference were those 5v5s. It came down to 3 pivotal team fights that decided this game, and Amazing Jay was always there, exactly where he needed to be, was hitting great Jarvan ultimates. Even that Jarvan ultimate where he died for no reason, he still ate up, valuable cooldowns and valuable summoners. defensively and offensively from JD that allowed his team to clean up.
Yeah, and I think that another argument could be made for Jin Zhao. I think that was a strong game for him as well. So there was a lot of stars for that one. It's still nice to see SKS come into a lineup and pick up an MVP, but of course you just disagree with it, especially since he's saving people with his Gragas ultis.
Yeah.
So there were a few unfortunate points.
Mao.
You can get out of there, jail, get out of jail for free. But it was still, he's growing. He got a trophy, undeserved. No one will remember it in the next few weeks.
But he's on the board.
There we go.
And that's all that matters. Yep. But no, I think Jin Zhao really deserves that as well because his positioning was great. I don't even think he died on Caitlyn. So a great play from him. It's going to bring us to a 1-to-1 series. We're going to game 3. We'll catch you after the break, guys. Welcome back to the LPL. JD Gaming and IMA have taken it to a game 3. And this is a bottom of the table clash. And I thought we were going to see a 2-0 here, folks. I thought this was going to be the clean sweep. I thought we were going to have happy Doinby. But now that's probably tilted Doinby because last game did not go well at all for JD Gaming.
In this case, the ends do justify the means. He'll still be happy if he could pick up the victory. Doesn't matter how messy it's going to be. All right, if you're Doinby, just get the victory. Get the W.
I don't know about that, but okay.
A win is a win. I feel like It is very evident that IMA used their time in the week off when they didn't attend Rift Rivals to learn about a delayed lane swap. We've seen it back-to-back, both games, and they seem to do it without... Normally when you make a delayed lane swap, it's because you aren't prioritizing the bottom objective. Maybe you want to play around Rift Hill. Maybe you're trying to dodge. Like, maybe the lane's just not going well for you, and you want to team up with your top laner. You know, we see it a lot with the Rumbles. They want to abuse that power spike. IMA don't seem to care about any of that. They're like, we're delayed lane swap or delayed lane swapping no matter what happens. We're winning the 2v2, lane swap.
Yeah, I think that the second game is a good indication of, well, even without taking the first tower, they just lane swapped because they were able to push out the wave, and they were able to get to the top lane wave faster, get the vision control, which is what I liked from SKS, is that you can see that they focused towards the vision control a little bit stronger, that they utilized, they brought in Jin Zhao a lot more to be able to get the vision towards the top side. Now, that dive didn't execute so well, but it was a good look for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, with their priority on Jarvan, it's very clear that they understand that he's so pivotal in setting that up with his flag and drag, his ability to help them push towers to siege down. So they at least understand why it's strong. I'd like to see them mix it up a little bit, as that is their third Karma ban.
Ooh. Holy moly. Okay, well.
From red side.
Yep, I know. You don't need to remind us. Well, we'll see you after this game, Frosk.
Side.
We'll see you later.
Doinb is never going to get the karma no matter how much he tries. All right? It's not going to happen.
Oh, man, okay.
You think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Game 3 champion select. JD Gaming and IMA. Camille, Cast, and Zach. We already spoke about the karma. Caitlyn and Galio will be our first pick of a Jarvan for Shinji or Kabe.
Okay, which is interesting. Immediately, IMA should just go towards Rek'Sai and Kalista. Like, legitimately, both of them are very strong picks here. I don't think Thresh, although Thresh is a nice pickup for Road, you don't need it. Because if Thresh is taken away from you, you just go to Rakan. It's as simple as that, and I think that he's recognized that going towards the Kalista. Now just pick up Rek'Sai. SKS had a good game on the Gragas, so maybe he's going to be fine in mixing it up. But I think this allows them a little bit more. And there we go. Yeah, allows them earlier skirmishing power. So.
There you go.
Oh no, they turned on us!
Just go back to the Rek'Sai.
Okay.
That's all you need to do. Okay, we locked in the...
You know what?
Okay.
That's all right. Maybe he's told his coach that he's going to be fine with the Gragas if the Rek'Sai is taken away. And so solidifying strong 2v2 bottom lane, that's very scary for Jingdong. They're actually just going to pick up Kog'Maw and perhaps Braum to deal with that. I'm a little scared for Loken, Kog'Maw. We saw game 1 when they lost out in the 2v2 laning phase, but this time they have a Braum instead of a Galio.
I still feel like Rek'Sai would have been better than that. And then you can go to the Rakan anyway. Like, Rakan and Kalista is a disgusting combination right now. Like, I feel like there's no scenario in which you'd be like, yeah, let's just go for a different pick here. And I just go for Kalista Rakan.
Yeah. I think for IMA here, they're going to be valuing the teamfight pick. I understand that Road is an amazing Thresh player.
Yep, we will see.
Exactly. So that's going to be a good comfort pick and just a strong 2v2 regardless. I'm interested that Rek'Sai should be banned away immediately because it's IMA's choice which champion they want, and they're going to favor the team fighting of the Gragas for SKS, and they're just going to take Rek'Sai out immediately. So that's a good decision coming in from IMA.
I get it, but it's just like one of those things where you should just do it, you know? It's just like, eat your damn vegetables. You know, you may not want to, but it's still good for you in the long run.
You got to a point where you're in game 3 and you've tried the new picks in game 1 and game 2, but this one actually matters. You need to take this win and understand what your band-aid is, right? If Gragas, you need those team fights to start, if you need the disengage, if you need to protect Jin Zhao at all costs, just put the band-aid on you.
Yeah.
I don't care if it looks childish, if it has a Flintstones look to it. You need it.
Yep. Sometimes you just need to put it on. Well, Shen banned out here against Kabe and a Twisted Fate again at Athena. Really don't want to see us Twisted Fate this game apparently. And Jackson Amazing J, while Corky has been locked in for Athena. So, alright, we got it.
I like that. Like, the Twisted Fate ban is an immediate call out to say that they don't want that 3v3, 4v3 happening in the bottom side of the map. Kalista, Thresh, and the Gragas is strong engage immediately and a strong bot line focus that IMA can look towards. That being said, Taliyah exists, and so Taliyah would have been able to do that a little easier, so I'm surprised that they went towards the Twisted Fate ban instead of the Taliyah one. Corki is okay. He has bad lane matchups, Cassiopeia being one of them. So I'm happy Doinb's going back to that champion.
Yep, Cassiopeia for mid lane.
So that just means that Corki won't have that freedom to roam towards the bottom side of the map.
If they do pick up Renekton here, which they do, goes Jarvan jungle, Renekton top,
And
and
you
now
know what the pick is. You know what it is. Is it the Gnar?
I think it has to be.
Yeah.
I would really like to see Gnar out from Amazing J.
I'd be very disappointed in Amazing J if he
If
did not
didn't bring it out, yeah.
Exactly. This is the time to do it.
It's so good.
There we go. You have to.
Go
You have
on,
to lock it in. The only question, the only real question is what skin. Not the fact that you have the champion, but what skin is he actually picking up for himself?
What's the pool? Because he has Dino Gnar.
Yeah,
he
there's Gentleman Gnar.
Gentleman Gnar. Ooh, good choice.
Yeah. I go for the Dino Gnar because
Is there
that's
only
just
two?
so good. There's more.
Is
There's the Wrestling Gnar, the Mexican Wrestling Gnar.
Ah, that's
Yeah.
it.
I use that
probably
one sometimes.
Gentleman Gnar.
I like the Dino Gnar. That one's,
Yeah.
that one's
Dino
fun.
Gnar? Okay.
Yeah, I like that one. That being said, composition is locked in. So I like IMA's composition. Makes it strong top side, strong bottom side.
Yep.
Athena, sure, he has a bit of a difficult match, but he's still going to be able to farm it out. So he's even gone towards the exhaust to make it all the easier for him. Stronger 2v2 mid once the junglers are actually coming through because of the exhaust. Helps about. I may just have a stronger early game.
Yeah.
You never really get to say that often.
But they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good early game. And yeah, I like the composition. I still would have preferred Rakan, I think. I'm going to keep saying it because he was open.
Yeah.
But still, like, I'm excited when I get to see Rose Thresh regardless. So it could be a very tough early game indeed for JD Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And he really needed this win because they were so close to getting that 2-0.
They really are. And they've identified what style is working for them. And even though they're losing lanes early on, even though some matchups you're like, all right, you're picking a tank in the top lane, or once again, Doinb's going towards like a Vladimir, for instance, that is just a reactive pick rather than being proactive on the map. It still works for them sometimes. Like recently, that is, where they're able to pick up these wins and say, we are better when we are team fighting. So we pick for compositions because, quite honestly, when we have priority, it just hasn't been working out for us.
Yeah.
We just haven't been sticking to the plan. And this is another composition that does just that. Kog'Maw, Cassiopeia work well in tune with one another. Cassiopeia, both of them hyper carries, and Cassiopeia with Miasma definitely creates a lot of space for the Kog'Maw to work. So I still like Jingdong's composition if they can get to that point in the game without losing too much. But I feel like IMA, they have the answers.
It's always the time bomb composition pretty much, right? But I feel like the timer is just set to like 35 minutes and I may just have all the time in the world to cut the red wire. We're just never going to get there, really. But again, still, it's down to Doinb and Loken to see if they can do that, and the front line to make it happen. And we're going to see Jarvan jungle as well for Shinyi, so that'll be also another test for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, nah, finally, this new tech coming in from Rift Rivals and from other regions. We've seen out of Korea, they were the big ones.
It's nice to see the champ. Ah, he picked the Gentleman Gnar.
There you go.
I lost.
I win. I didn't put money down on it, unfortunately,
Yeah.
so. But still, I'll take it.
I can give you some Korean currency.
You have more?
Nah, it's the only one I have.
Okay.
For now.
You're reaching into your pocket, and I was like, wait a minute, do you just carry around Korean currency?
It looks nice.
It does. It is good.
Yeah.
Good currency, 10 out of 10.
There we have it. Exchange
Would buy things with this piece of paper.
It's really not worth much, too.
Yeah.
So I'm probably sure you can't buy much of it.
No. Oh, well.
Okay, that being said.
Sentimental value.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Doinb already popped the corrupting potions, but just corrupting potion trades right now in mid lane. So I'd say just gonna be cleansing out of that one, and Athena's getting blasted. All right, you calm down.
Yep. They knew that was gonna. Doinb had it all planned out. Knew if the exhaust came through that cleanse would come in as well, and so he's just in a positive position now. Athena had to burn through the HP, and remember the potion advantage is in Doinb's favor because he went corrupting potion. So Athena definitely put himself in a really bad position.
Yep, loses the level 2 advantage. There's still another corrupting potion charge to Doinb. Athena, because he's gone shield, like he needs to get poked over time. Like if you go for shield, you never want to go for all ins, especially early game, and you definitely don't want to do that against Cassiopeia. So yeah.
That's just we criticize Athena quite a bit too, or at least the team and how they play around Athena, but ultimately he needs to be able to own up to his own lanes, and that kind of mistake is really unfortunate. He's going to have to think about when is he going to start to back, like what back timing are we talking about? What is he going to lose off of that? Because the last time he actually had questionable back timing, it was top lane that suffered. It was Amazing J that lost experience because of that, because Doinby was able to rotate top.
And this is Dark Doinby, so don't screw with him. He'll mess you up. I don't know if this game's going to work out, but we're going to give it a shot. Flash comes after. Predator knock up as well, and he doesn't get to move. Kabe with the first blood. That was really well executed.
That was really well played, you're right. It was one of those moments Amazing J didn't have an opportunity to flash. He had to anticipate it. But that's just a lot of damage coming out of Renekton and Jarvan at the same time. Thunderlord's procs. Gonna make it easier. So, well, damn. All right, that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Sweet. Good
oh,
going.
No, don't do this.
Not the cheese.
Oh, they're bringing in air support.
Oh, Amazing J. He needs a paramedic. He needs it now.
He needs somebody.
Medic, I need healing.
I've fallen and I can't get up. I think he's fine.
Ooh, well, he's got a flash.
Yeah,
and
all right.
he's on the run.
All right. Oh, no.
Oh, he had a flash still? Okay, well, that's just, yeah, that's unlucky. No, okay.
That was the shortest police chase in history.
All right.
You couldn't, the helicopter didn't even have time to check it out.
Nope. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, well, he's in prison. We locked him down. He doesn't even get a trial.
Thankfully, shortest prison sentence on Earth. It was one of those Grand Theft Auto prison sentences. You go to jail, but it's just a loading screen before you actually get back onto the map. So,
Ah,
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
The greatest lore you can possibly have.
He just lost a lot, though.
I mean,
Like, this guy just got wasted.
yeah. You may have a good lawyer, but you're still going to go back. Pretty bad position.
That's going to be near to a 2-level advantage and a 2-wave advantage for Kabe.
That's Phage versus Longsword.
Yep.
That's actually just disgusting. And think of it this way. Ask yourself, you're in position of Shinyi. You are Shinyi suddenly. What do you do? Oh, wait, I guess now you have to...
I guess you die.
Yeah,
Here comes Road, connects the arc, and apparently the pick was good. Good job, Road.
All right, I guess he doesn't have a choice as to what he does. The answer, honestly, was actually just to continue to bully top lane, but I feel like the squad finally came in hot and stopped Shinyi before he even had the time to think.
Ah, come on. You could have stood there for like one more second.
He really
Road.
could have. I just don't... This is rude.
That's a 4-star on you, driver, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, definitely.
That's worse than the coke-covered Big Mac you got the other day.
Ah! That was a bad story. That is honestly a very bad story. Let's just say...
Did that end up being a 3-star?
Oh, they didn't give me the option.
Oh, no.
But I reported it. I got my money back. Let's just say, for all you people out there, if you're coming in with a drink, do not put a cup of Coca-Cola in a bag. That'll tip over, ladies and gentlemen. That will ruin your entire meal.
Yep. Not great.
Yeah.
And it turns out bread does absorb liquid quite well. Here comes Athena and SKS.
Uh-oh.
Doinby is going to ground them, though, so have fun with that one. Great ability.
So ultimately, after all the shenanigans happening here, and the 4-star Uber driver, he still has to go towards the top lane. Shinji right now recognized that he may be in a deficit in terms of CS with SKS.
Yep.
Level advantage for SKS. SKS has to be active to put Jarvan down and support Gnar in this position. He's in a position, honestly, where he's using his lead not to further any certain goal. Because ultimately, if he's Gragas and I'm like, I have a lead, I'm going to go to the bot lane where there's like Kalista and a Thresh. Especially once they're getting fairly close to hitting level 6. But he has to think about Amazing J. Because if Amazing J falls too far behind, then that's just not good.
Not good.
Not good at all.
Oh, wow. Ooh,
That's
yeah.
not good. That is not good.
Not good.
Not good at all.
That's half of Amazing J's HP bar. And he's run out of refillable potion charges. Here comes Road. And Doinby's out of mana. He does have flash, though.
Whew.
And we'll just walk out of that one. Road, paid him respects. Thought he was going to juke, but Doinby did the bronze/challenger thing and carried him walking in a straight line.
That's the best thing about it. There are multiple... Wait a minute. There's no one behind him. That's the... Yep. Yep.
That's the mind games right
Get out
there.
of there. I love the mind games of the Thresh trying to hook anybody.
Yep.
One of those moments where he's like, he's not going to take the easy road going straight between the tower and the actual
Isn't it
terrain
like
itself.
that Street Fighter player who just got bodied by that casual?
That happened. One of those... Let's just say there was a great story in a certain DreamHack where certain, let's say, challenger player for making the conversion. Lost to a bronze player because they just couldn't understand. Couldn't fathom why the person was making certain decisions.
Just got wrecked by a button masher.
Yeah. So Rose probably scratching his head. Why didn't he? Why did he keep going straight? Next time, I'm gonna throw my hook in that straight distance.
So when you're at home, maybe you're a bronze player. But I know everyone watching this broadcast on Reddit are all challenger players, of course.
Yeah, of
but
course.
if you are, you're a bronze or silver player, don't feel so bad because the movements you're making are most likely gonna also be the movements that challenger players are gonna be making. They're out mind gaming their opponents, so never feel bad about your movement.
I know I won't.
What are we doing in terms of farm? Actually, top lane is not too bad. I thought Amazing J would be significantly worse. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's 3 waves behind, but I thought he was going to be in a way worse situation. And luckily, because he is a ranged champion, he doesn't have to get in meta range unless he's a Mega Gnar, so it's not terrible, but it's not great at the same time.
And ultimately, it was on Sinyi to be able to push that advantage because Kabe's not going to be able to do that in a strictly 1v1 basis. He can do a lot of damage, but Amazing J has options to be able to farm out safely. With that being said, it's actually Amazing J and the rest of Aimee that are in a position of advantage. Kabe, run!
He's out.
Okay. Wait. Oh!
He's teleporting bot lane. Jin Zhao jumps away, but Cataclysm comes down, and he's still burning out. He's one more auto attack. Anything. Hops over the wall. Takes the blast cone. Jin Zhao. The escape of the century, but Shinji's still coming for him.
Air support.
That's not going to happen. Flag drag. Fate's call.
See,
Jin Zhao by the skin of his teeth.
Incredible. That was a play where Jingdong, it felt like they themselves had crossed Aimee over. Kabe gets out of a bad situation. 3 people topside. He TPs towards the bottom side of the map. And then you're going up against Kalista Thresh, the safest bottom lane you can possibly get once they're level 6. Lantern, Kalista ulti. How do you chase them down? Shinji learned the hard way. You can't do it. At the very least, they got a dragon, I suppose.
Sure, and it is an ocean dragon, and while we're still in the laning phase, it's not too bad. It's not a fantastic dragon later into the game, but it's also not a bad one to have in the laning phase.
So here's an interesting thing. I guess before I even get to that point, here's the great escape from Jin Zhao. And Rose flashes away.
Ooh.
Kabe probably, Kog'Maw probably should have got that, but it was great from Jin Zhao to actually just leap over the wall, just escape.
That's a hard jump to make as well with Pierce using the martial poise. Like, that is not an easy one.
Yeah.
Like, getting over any wall, you can only do it on thin walls, but still.
Wait a second.
Alright, apparently we just jumped back to live and Joinby's like diving Amazing J top lane.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What the heck? Okay.
And you see the link swap coming through as well, so it's gonna be fine for Aimee because even though they're gonna meet the wave at the turret and probably lose some vision towards topside, they're still gonna be able to secure the matchup. So Jingdong they tried their hardest to leave this lane alone. Wait a minute.
Oh, now getting caught out. Hook lands as well. Road, tossing Lantern, he's got his ADC in tow. Mao pops the ultimate, but a bit of a waste because honestly, he's super dead.
I don't know what he was thinking. He should have recognized the swap was going to come at some point, and he goes in for a deep invade for a ward, you have to believe. So, alright, he dies for free. Unfortunate.
Now what's going on? Shinji, I do think you want to contest this because Road, his hooks aren't missing. He is the best hooker on this rift. Just kidding. Oh, no.
Okay, there we go.
He's out. It's fine.
It's always scary when a Thresh runs at you with boost mobility.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, he's going to try. He's going to get you.
Honestly, in that situation, Red probably could have waited a couple more seconds, but he went for the confidence play. If he hits it, then you demoralize the enemy team for the whole game. Domi with the flank. He does have flash, though he's not going to go for the engage. He knows that his team just needs time.
Yep.
Cassiopeia, Kog'Maw.
And especially if they know that you're looking to flank as a Cassio, let's say the way you play against it, it's very easy. You'll definitely look away. And so all he was trying to do was just force them away from the tower. It's a successful move, but ultimately it's something that Jingdong have to create a better solution for because Aimee are going to continuously look towards getting these lanes pushed out. That being said, Amazing J...
He's on the tower, and he's already got Mega Gnar, so poor little Mini Gnar is going to flash away from the ultimate, but still die.
Yeah. Finally, Sinyi actually comes to the lane to get the dive through. And what's interesting is that should happen a lot now. I think that's Sinyi, that's going to be his primary focus. Kabe having the item lead. And honestly, Sinyi is going towards more of a tankier style. He's actually gone towards Cinderhulk on Jarvan. Most Jarvans go towards the Warriors. So that just means that he's going to be playing towards team fights. And if he can free up Kabe in this lane matchup, which Amazing J should be winning heavily, then it makes it so the setup is all the more easy.
Roadhog's starting to miss, though. We just get the good lantern, open over the wall, Fate's Call. I think we're good. Amazing J going into the bottom lane now. Everything's dissipating top side. I'll be honest, when we go back to the early game, I feel like SKS should have had more presence top side. Because Amazing J, like, that's a fantastic matchup for him if he gets the 1v1, but
yeah.
And it's not even like he was particularly overextending. Like, that's a lane that you can at the very least like just recall in, buy those 10 seconds for Amazing J.
Ultimately, it feels like his mistake was in a very short window, because once Gnar dies a second time after that play, then his role is very reactive from that point forward, that he needs to just stop Amazing J from bleeding out. And so he's going to be, I suppose, criticized from that point forward. But 100%, I would agree with you in that after the first play, that SKS should be at least looking to go topside just to ward out, just to be there to pat topside, look for Scuttle Crab vision, anything so Amazing J doesn't get punished once again, because once he's TPing back onto the turret, you're probably going to get dived again, right? Yeah. Especially once they had the information that Doinb was leaving the lane. And it's one of those, it's so hard to criticize, because Amazing J is going to look at that as like, I probably shouldn't have gotten dived. But then what happened? And the answer is ultimately that Athena lost his mid lane so hard that Doinb was going to be able to do that. Yeah. So one of those trickle down effects definitely did not work well for Amazing J.
Oh boy. Actually going to chase him down. Amazing J is not even close to Mega Gnar. No flash on either of them though. Up over the wall, but here comes SKS. Thank God he was actually on the bottom side, otherwise that definitely would have been a kill there. Yeah.
And take a look at what Kabe is starting to build. He has the Cutlass going straight into Blade of the Rune King next. Ooh. So he knows what he's doing for the rest of this game. Yeah.
SKS getting chased out, just get the smite down so Doinb doesn't get his mitts on that one, though it does get taken away from Athena, who is very mana hungry right now. That's a Fiob's bad moment for the mid laner, and the push is still going here.
Yeah, welcome to the Kabe show. This is, right now from this point forward, Jingdong should just be playing through Kabe, because he's, right now, Amazing J is not earning a lot. Not even close to his first item. Gonna get to the Black Cleaver, meanwhile, Kabe is going straight towards the second.
Yep. Big advantage. I mean, that's like, what, 50 farm and 2 kills plus an assist? Like, that's so far ahead. And he got the first Blood Tower. Like, that's an extra 650 gold. Like, he's unbelievably far ahead.
Yeah, this could be a big mistake here, unless... So what this means, this is actually a big mistake from Kabe, because he pushed out bottom lane. He got the trade going. He actually should have rotated mid to look to threaten on mid turret. If he was able to push out and help his team gain access to mid and get that tower, then what is Amazing J supposed to do? He can't stick bot for that long. Suddenly that's a major win for Jingdong as a whole. But they didn't go for that. Ultimately, it was him just kind of sticking out a little bit, sticking out towards the lane a little bit too long. So he had to back, or at least he's going to get a consolation prize in the second dragon. Oh, okay. Apparently,
okay.
This is the third Ocean Dragon about to come up.
It's going to be traded for a Rift Herald, and Aime might be able to get more tempo back on this one. So overall, this could be a better trade for them, but triple of any dragon's going to be good. Like triple Ocean, triple Cloud, still worth having.
What this does mean is that Loken and Doinb, who use a lot of mana, by the way. Loken's going to be using mana just based off his ult spam. If he, like most Kog'Maws won't do that just simply because, it does stack up.
Destroy your mana, yeah.
But if you have that little bit of liberty to do just that, then it's a little bit scary.
So Cassiopeia likes it as well. Mao and Loken are sat in the brush, hoping Jin Zhao may step close to the mini wave.
I wonder, okay, if Sinji's going to be able to get there, should be easier.
The flag drag.
But just remember, both of them, ultis up on both, and flashes as well.
Oh, misses the fissure. Jin Zhao not getting locked down just yet. Is going to go down. Cataclysm for the dunk. Road backing away as well. So just the 1 kill over to JD.
Let me tell you why that shouldn't have worked. Jinzhao has flash. Jinzhao has flash. Road had lantern, but Road used his lantern while not walking away. So I was like, what's the point of that lantern? They probably just thought there were not that many people there and that they could kite it back. But that's no, don't do that.
It's flash.
Yeah, there's no support coming in for Road here. He's just alone, so he kind of has to walk away and respect that he can get that.
Yeah, Aimee didn't really respond to that at all. I mean, like, they sent the Athena here. Kabe's sat on his nice 2 items, so 4 item ahead of Amazing J. But mid lane, Athena and SKS start moving up, wasted time, now rotate mid, take the tower in exchange, which is good. If they can convert it into a bigger push.
This is risky. Right now, what Aimee's doing in the mid lane, they have an, well, they can get flanked upon. So they should not follow this Rip Herald and going to the second turret.
Oh, but the hook landing onto Shinyi is big. It locks him in place, comes in for the flying drag again, flayed out of it. Really nice from Road. Fade's call, following after, Join will flash over the wall.
Okay.
And he's still going, but gonna go right into the petrifying gaze. Athena turning it around onto Doinby, but this is an absolute mess now. Road getting deleted. Kabe still very big, but he's getting kited out by Amazing J and Jinzhao. But now it is a 1-for-1. I guess advantage to Aimee.
That was really good from Aimee from the start of that, because even though they were putting themselves in a very vulnerable position, they just turned onto the flank very easily, and it made it awkward for Sinyu. So he just was the immediate casualty from that point. And Jinzhao, even in that team fight, actually cut it out well. So even though they were in a disadvantage, they're playing these situations well. And what should have been a positive trade for Jingdong, honestly, they didn't get too much off of that. So I think that was still very good from Aimee to be able to claw themselves back into this one. Still in a bit of a deficit, 3K gold, but better than what they were before.
Yeah, but however, we have to go back to what our original point was, Raz, which is JD. They have a time bomb comp, they have a Cogmore, and they have a Cassiopeia, and once they hit a certain stage in the game, a certain item spike, they are just going to completely annihilate Aimee. So that's still something to keep in the back of their minds, and Aimee not only need to get ahead and finish the game, but they need to like consider the fact that once he gets to a certain point in the game, they just kind of lose. Yeah,
and it's a little bit rough that Aimee that picked for the early game, or at least picked for certain lanes, top and bottom lane, found themselves in a position where top lane just got absolutely smashed. So their bridge is not there. Kabe is definitely going to lead them to that promised land, which is certain item spikes on Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's going to be able to get his... well, I wonder what he's going to turn that into, because it could very well...
Could be a Wit's End.
Yeah, exactly. Could be a Guinsoo's as well. Wit's End. Okay, there we have it.
I was going to say, what else is he going to turn a Null Magic Mantle into?
Yeah, I just thought the Null Magic Mantle was going to stall there just for the... extra protection? No,
yeah.
He's not gonna waste a slot like that.
Yeah,
I've seen it been happening before.
Like, I mean, there's damage coming out of Gragas, but he hasn't gone Runic Echo's build. There's damage coming out of Athena, but that's later into the game before he gets those big crits off. Like, it's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with it, but
yeah, there's Fernand's Hurricane and Guinsoo's Rage Blade. We've seen early Guinsoo's Rage Blade before. But as you mentioned, it's more of a defensive item here.
Yeah. Oh well. It just puts him a little bit further back. Once he has the 3 items, it's going to do disgusting damage anyway. So it's not like a huge deal, but it just means that right now, JD aren't going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah. Right now, a lot of the focus is going to be on Kabe, simply because we want to see him use this lead in a way that puts Amazing J in a very difficult position. Yeah. Amazing J actually has a very easy position where he's not threatened, he's not losing HP, he's actually able to push back on the wave and threaten certain trades on Kabe. He's able to get certain stacks before he gets the 3rd proc on his passive. That'll make him... okay, as I say that.
Road. Gonna flash over the wall into this one, and the Fate's Call as well. That was very smooth. It looked like he cancelled the animation on his hook.
Yeah, so what that means is that Road probably has to go back. That's still a positive play for Jingdong that they're able to get a flash off of Road, and they're going to be able to get mid lane tower. At least they should. But I'm still looking at Renekton, and he should. That would be a free turret if they had roamed with the Renekton towards the mid lane, knowing that Thresh should not be a part of the play, and if he is a part of the play, you can focus down the flashless Thresh. But they're just going to get another Ocean Dragon.
Yep.
I'm a little tilted.
Yep, same. Right now, Amazing Jays is kind of getting a free time in bottom lane as well. The fact that he's, what, 50 farm down and he's just not being pressured at all by Kabe.
And think of it this way, because he's Amazing J's well and truly, like, he's close to his second item.
Yep.
Once he gets to the Frozen Mallet, it's actually going to be a lot easier for him to deal with the matchup versus Kabe, especially since Kabe is going incredibly offensive, like super offensive. So if Gnar, with the kite back ability, he can, with Flash, so like Flash is going to be incredibly important with his jump back if he can deal with Kabe all laning on. If he can do that, Amazing J should be able to deal with the lane very well.
Yeah.
That being said, if Kabe is going so heavily into the offensive, and right now he's going to be going GA third item, then he better join these fights right after he's purchased the GA.
That's what you're hoping for. Okay, that was weird.
Okay.
Yeah, what's going on?
Where are you?
It's engaged. Fate's Call chucks him back to safety. All right, that was, I don't think I've ever seen that interaction before.
That was great. That was
SKS tried to save him. He really wanted to save him.
He wanted him to be free.
And Road really didn't want him to save him.
Like, I really want this kill. It's like, you're not going to get this kill. You better earn this kill.
I feel like SKS, the reason why he got the MVP last time was because of the saves he gave to the enemy team.
Yeah. I like the fact that he's working with the team in the mid game to gain vision. But I think Ben 4 was actually doing that quite a bit in his later tenure. Now, he's still in the sub lineup, but it creates a larger question mark of IMA and their future, right? Sure, SKS, if he has this game, and if they come out with a victory, do they continue to use SKS? Because I actually like the iteration of IMA in which Starlight was improving, and you had Flawless, who was a very aggressive jungler and was proactive in the early game. But all of these are long-term question marks, and currently IMA are just trying to look for a short-term solution.
That's what they really need as they head into playoffs, because we all know that the terror that IMA is in playoffs, but outside of that, in regular season, like, I've never seen them fall this far down.
Yeah. Ooh. It's going to be a quick one. IMA has to stop this.
Oh, Athena getting called out. Tries to Valkyrie, but Kabe's still chasing him down.
Okay.
And Rash just throwing everything at the kitchen sink at the guy. Kabe and Shinya are very low now. Right over the wall, connects the hook onto Renekton. Big knockback from SKS, that was good. Be flashed over the wall. Loken off to the side.
All right, what this now means, Jingdong should not be able to get this Baron, or if they do, they have to turn the fight immediately. Just kidding! Triple Ocean Dragon! Kabe is going to go back to full HP. They're in such a good position. I forgot about that.
Yep, Triple Ocean Dragon, boys. Pretty good. BJ poking away. He's near to Mega Gnar. They need to be concerned about this.
Oh!
Comes in with the fissure. Great hook in from Road once more. Loken's tanking the Baron. Someone needs to tank this for the guy.
Okay, you actually have to back
He's
away.
getting bodied by
Kabe!
Baron. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thread the needle right onto the Renekton. So, this is the second game in a row where I really do have to tell these people, focus on your HP.
Yep.
That's it. That's all. These are high, very tense situations. I understand that. But you can't be costing yourself GA or in the previous game your life in the game, just based off the fact that you lose track of how much damage Baron is actually doing, getting you with.
I feel like that's a fundamental problem, though, with you as a League of Legends player. It's like, yeah, you know, in this trade I just forgot how much HP I had. Like, that's not just an excuse you can have, right? Like,
it's usually a good indication of how hectic the comms are, or because wait a minute.
ooh, hook from Road again. Wants to drag him into the tower. Athena delivered the package, but he didn't sign for it.
Yeah, if the comms are hectic, loud, split focus, a lot of that, you start to lose focus on your own character placement and how much damage you're taking.
Yeah, but Raz, that's like saying, I forgot to breathe, and I died. It's like, what?
I don't know about that, but I understand where you're
Checking
going
your
with
HP,
this.
I definitely think it is.
Okay, Rhodes about to get blasted here. Specifically Rhodes.
What? Specifically SKS.
Okay.
So he is still alive and kicking. Okay, he's taking him out down. He's definitely dead.
He's gone. What's Rhodes looking for? I mean, he's sit. No, that's not going to turn.
Yeah, I
into
don't really want to catch a croc right now.
You don't have a tank. This seems like a desperation play from IMA. They know if they lose this Baron, they lose the game. But I don't know how they play around this.
No, it's dropping very quickly. Ultimate comes in, locks down Athena. Going to be coming with the Fate's Call. Amazing J's down to him, but only drops 2 people with the ultimate. Jinyi, the kill onto Road. Amazing J is eventually going to fall as well. Athena around the side. Baron's going to go down. It was just the Rocket trying to grab that one. 3 kills over to JD Gaming.
Oh, no.
Well,
Goodbye.
Yep.
No, you're gone.
No.
I don't care how
no.
They're giving the kill away.
Okay.
Wow, they didn't even give the kill to DoomB. Yep. Wow.
That was very close to just being rendered and deaded, but
yeah, that's true.
He's okay.
He has a reason. He has an alibi.
All right. Well,
Okay.
we're now 6,000 gold ahead.
So
JD Gaming.
Yeah, that was very risky from Jingdong.
Oh yeah, it definitely was.
But
That was a
then
50-50 play.
That was the one of the moments where you're like, okay, they definitely recognize that Ocean Dragon put them in that situation, right? Because they wouldn't go back on Baron with Kabe, with no GA, and so little HP. Unless if they knew that, of course, the plant was going to be able to give them HP, but also just the regeneration of the 3 dragon stacks, giving them that little bit of help.
And now it's a mountain dragon. I feel like JD Gaming have just gotten every dragon that they needed in every stage of the game.
That's true.
It's like dragon's just like, oh, what do you want? You want sustain so you can just take a fight and go back to Baron? Yeah, sure. Here's triple Ocean Dragon. You want to siege mid lane tower and just kill Road in an instant? Here's Mountain Dragon. There you go.
I think Road's a little bit tilted. He gets the hook onto Loken, but you can't do anything off
landed. Oh no, Jin Zhao's super dead now. Jinyi, he's turned around, but nope, just kidding. Ultimate popped by SKS, and he may die to the tower shot. See you later, nerd. Mid tower down, 3 kills over to JD Gaming, and they're gonna keep knocking on the front door.
Yeah, 3 members down. They can actually continuously look to dive here. Their focus would be on Kabe, who has flash. So Amazing J kind of has to play it back here. I wonder if that's going to be it.
It might be.
Remember, 15 seconds on Jin Zhao.
Here comes Road. Where's the hook? Jackson Kabe runs to this Nexus tower. He's taking a lot of damage.
Oh, he's dead.
Gonna hook him in. And Amazing J. Okay, that's gonna be a kill. Over to Road somehow with the Ignite in that one, but everyone's just dying to Cogmore. Welcome to late game Cogmore, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your stay.
And now we have Jin Zhao up and available, so I do not think DoomB and Loken wants any bit of this. You're in your base. Why are you TPing it?
Oh, right.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
He used TP in his own
Yes,
base.
he did, Graz. Yep.
All right.
All right. These are professional gamers. Please do not try this at home. You may injure yourself.
Yeah, he was so
and
certain.
all of those around you.
He was so certain the fight was going to happen. He was so certain. He really wanted it. That would have been, honestly, to defend him, that would have been a good fight. DoomB and Loken were definitely on the run. But they didn't have any way to stop them in doing so. Honestly, you'd probably say SKS could have stopped that a little bit more and just risked his life. But that's one of those plays where communicate that. I may have been the team, and being able to communicate these long, drawn-out fights.
Yep.
They've been the best at doing so, with the very deep, amazing JTPs and the rest of the team stalling them out. That's been the IMA special. Not this time around, especially with the jungler coming in for his first competitive game. So you kind of have to explain it to him.
This game has also just been DoomB Unchained. It's been the origin story.
It has been. And I also think that Kabe's really showcased himself to be a strong top laner here as well.
Yeah.
Criticize a few points of his, but it's one of those moments where he was able to take that lead and push it through and build a very damaging item build.
Pretty much. And I think we just need to sign the paperwork at this stage. JD Gaming just need to take top tower.
See, that's what we always say versus IMA games. I've seen, like, I remember Spring Split. IMA would find themselves in these positions and Athena would get these kills.
Yes, they would.
And you would be able to somehow claw the game back, go into the enemy nexus and lose anyways. But they would still have that hope, deep down, that they can still take these team fights.
Why are we recalling? Are we waiting for a monster objective, Raz? Is that what we're really doing?
Yeah, it's not really any items that I'm looking towards. It feels like they're just trying to go for it. perhaps an Elder Dragon. That doesn't make me happy to say that, honestly. I'm not a happy person knowing that you have the mid lane inhib down. You're still waiting for a monster objective. If that's the case, I'm not going to be a happy rat.
But if you think about it, they have a Cassiopeia and a Cosmore, and they just want to go later into the game.
I understand that. But you have a massive lead now.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like it's an unnecessary task that you put ahead of yourself because they probably don't have the faith that they can push that natural advantage on their own. And a lot of it comes down to being able to place proper control wards, to bounce between mid and top. Who's going to go mid? Is it going to be Kabe, who pushes out mid and then tries to dive top lane with the rest of the team? We've seen that with a lot of the top tier teams. Jingdong have just showcased that they're not willing to do it, and they're looking towards the Baron or the Elder Dragon timers. But know this actually gives Aimee an opportunity to make a choice. With how Elder Dragon and Baron are coming up synonymous, like just real close up to each other, they have a choice where they can look to trade if given the chance. So I'm not a fan of this.
Raz, do you think Yorick's going to come back soon?
Oh my god, no. I mean, okay. Yes, if they continue to buff his numbers. If that keeps happening.
Buff like 5 times.
I understand this. But you need to bust his numbers a little bit more. It's one of those things where I think that a lot of top laners are viable. Like, you can bring in a Poppy. You can probably still bring in a... hell, my usual thing is like, oh, you can bring in a Teemo in a proper matchup and it could still work, right? You just have to play around it. As long as the 2v2 works in your favor, like that's always been the case for Darius.
Sure.
As long as you're building for the 2v2 and you play around it, then yeah, it could work. Yorick can work. It's just that he's too split push heavy, and as long as he can become a reliable duelist, if he becomes like a super reliable duelist, then yeah, he'll come back. What do you think? What's your take? Because I know you love
great.
it.
I think he does a lot of damage. Yep. Maiden is super good at taking Herald without taking any damage yourself.
Yep.
And then you just keep pushing. When you have Maiden, triple Ghouls, and Heralder, you can like kill anyone who comes towards you, and if no one's there, you will legitimately just take 3 towers.
And here's the thing. It's always been the case for some of these top laners. Another one is being Alawi, where you're like, yeah, you have good matchups.
I'm just naming my champion pool right now.
I am. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, this champion is good in this situation, but you still have to play around it, and I don't think teams are willing to just yet change their top lane pool and grant them that freedom.
We are going for the desperation play right here. This is what we call a desperation Baron, though. They've got a lot of damage on it. Jin Jazz probably going to get the pop-off here. There we go. Ren comes down, but it's down to this team fight. And Loken, no one's touching him yet. Someone needs to hit the Cogmore. There's still coming in from SKS, but he's still just murdering people. And that's the other threat of Doinby. 2 kills to JDG Gaming. But if they can survive, Ro can get out, which he's probably not because Shinny's on the hunt. They could maybe defend with this Baron buff.
Yeah, he does. He has the boots mobility, so he's going to go for a Here's the thing about this. If they can survive, and they're not going to, then they can hold. But they can't hold because these are long death timers. And it feels like Jingdong have just given themselves a team fight in the game.
This has gone full Benny Hill, but his job is pretty much just to stall the back road. Oh, he gave him a poke.
Oh no! He's in the pit!
This is like Robot Wars right here, but Athena not gonna make it back to the spawn pad. He's in the pit, and JD Gaming just gonna finish the game. Well, that was a bit anticlimactic. 36 minutes on this one, and the Statue of Road gets to oversee the demolition of his Nexus surprisingly slowly. And there it is. JD Gaming 2-1 take the series.
There you have it. And a lot of people, they look towards Jingdong Gaming and they ask themselves, where are they going? And in that game, it showcases that they're improving. That's their 2nd victory of the split. Series win. They still have a long way to go, but this is still a good first step from them.
Yes, it is. And now they need to start taking it to more teams. Doinby is ecstatic, though, winning another game, another series. Not just a game, because we've won many a game, just not a series. An amazing Jay. That was actually nice to see that there's still no bad blood between these 2 players.
And it's great for these players. It's one of those moments where both teams definitely looking for those wins. You kind of have to, obviously, and both of them are in a bad position. It's great to see Jingdong come off with their 2nd win in a row. They were expected to do it. It was one of the few times you can call them favorites.
Yeah. And instantly, as Amazing J turns around, you see the true feelings behind the man's face.
Yeah.
Almost straight out of a novel. But right there, it is difficult for IMA because having only one win after making that playoffs run last split, you know, does feel bad for them.
It's frustrating for them, and you can tell that they're probably going to go back into the drawing board. Do they continue on with SKS? And it's not even really like that's the question they're going to ask themselves, but it's not an SKS thing. Remember going into this split, they were favorites, or at least in a sense of they were going to do well. People had high feelings about them. The tournament that we all, or at least I talk about quite frequently, was, remember, they were runners-up in Demacia Cup going up against RNG, and so like they went through a lot of teams to get there. And in this case, of course, it doesn't matter what happens in that third-party tournament. You go into the LPL and you have to perform. IMA did not do that, and so now they're still in last place with Snake in Group A.
But that was also a difficult game to watch, even if you're just like a casual viewer watching JD Gaming, because it was slow. Welcome back, FLICKR, into the desk, and I guess the question is, did either team deserve to win this game?
I don't know, that's not good. Go, good, you answer it. I was like, you answer it. What is it?
I think that JD have a better read on the meta. I think they also have a better read on IMA than IMA do right now. So I would say that hands down, JD deserved to win the series. I thought that it would be a 2-0. IMA, of course, we could never really count them out. They are kind of the I think I can little train that could, and they definitely did in game number 2. But I mean, this says it all. Draft late game against IMA, or at least have a late game option like they did in the Kog'Maw, but then make sure that you have something to punish the early game, because IMA, they cannot get to late game. They do not know how to play an early game. They don't know how to play a mid game. Their vision control is all over the board. I don't think it's necessarily the jungler's fault, although it doesn't help that they are constantly having this rotating door, playing musical chairs with the jungler. And poor SKS, you know, he can do whatever he wants, but he doesn't have that innate ability to say, where do I need to be on the map right now? And when you finally do draft winning lane matchups, you know, taking the Gnar into the Renekton, making sure that you had the superior support matchup, Thresh versus Braum, so you had 2 winning lanes, and you still get beat to the punch because the jungler's not there for the 2v2, and Jingdong's jungler is, like, that just feels bad.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the times you have to start to focus towards what Athena's doing, because that one early skirmish really dictated how Amazing J's lane went, because he can die to the early gank. A lot of times you happen, you're like, okay, I messed up one time. That's not going to have a detrimental, like, basically
he messed up twice, Raz.
But
he
like,
died, and he teleported back and died again.
But that was a mid laner coming back to his lane, right? That's one of those moments where Athena just lost his lane, and that was the spill across because Doinby played it very well. And that was one of those moments where Doinby had a lead. What is Doinby going to use it with his lead? He looks to his side lanes, and he made it happen.
My only pushback and why this is speculation, though, to put the blame entirely on Athena, is because we don't know if Athena said in the comm, I don't know where the mid laner is. You know, there's no way for us to tell, like, don't teleport top lane, and then Amazing J teleports anyway. Like, I can understand how when the mid laner makes the rotation there and your mid laner isn't, you're automatically going to be like, MIA, why didn't you ping the missing? Why didn't you follow? But ultimately, like, Amazing J was in a winning matchup. That was the big Gnar. He did get ganked, so he did his job by drawing aggro, because even if you don't get the isolated 1v1 Gnar versus Renekton, you still are going to draw the jungler. So what does your team get on the rest of the map while Amazing J is suffering, you know, being dove multiple times? And it was that little skirmish in the mid lane where Road was able to rotate up. They tried to contest against Doinby, but ultimately it's like Doinby absorbed this many resources and Amazing J didn't.
Yeah. And I think that it showcases that even though, like, yeah, he dies to the top lane TP, and it was one of those situations where Amazing J is not able to get a lot from absorbing pressure.
Yep.
So it's interesting to see that, and I think that you have to start challenging these lanes from like these solo lanes from Amazing J, from Athena, and not so much the jungle position. That being said, Shinyi is going to be able to get MVP. Because he played it out very well. He played towards his lanes, and you saw that he was able to maneuver around SKS well.
Yeah, 100%. I completely agree with this one. I think it's about time that someone other than Doinby got recognized for the MVP, and I think that the big difference in this game in particular was how, not the jungle talent like jungler versus jungler, but how the junglers were plugging into their teams and how their teams were playing around the junglers. And again, if I may keep rotating between Flawless Bin 4 and SKS, they are never going to find the synergy needed to find any sort of success on the ladder.
Yeah, and I think that one of my favorite thing about Sinyi that game was that he was able to play towards what was the major winning lane. It was going to be the Renekton. Kabe was starting to bully the matchup out, and he just suddenly just went towards the lane and camped it.
And the nice thing about that is then Kabe decided to itemize towards the Blade of the Rune King, so he wanted to go for the 1v1, continue to try to exploit that. Yeah, maybe some of the trades didn't go his way, but it made the 1v1 lane assignments that much more volatile, because then you have Cassiopeia into Corki, and then you have a winning Renekton into a Gnar, who's itemizing Blade of the Rune King. So suddenly it becomes hard for IMA to try to do, like, they can't 5v5 because the Renekton is like 60 CS to 2 kills up, so they have a superior tank, and you can't 1-3-1 because they can match you in those side lanes and beat you. Now, that said, JD almost gave them the game back anyway by looking for the 50-50 Baron, but ultimately they had so many different versatile ways to play out that game because of how volatile the lane kingdom went in the early phases.
Yeah, and you saw how the game ended. It was one of those positions where Jingdong recognized that they can win a fight regardless of what happens. So even if they lost the Baron, it's like, well, we have an open inhibitor. You already killed your inhibitor. We can just win the fight outright. It doesn't matter who is alive on that with the cooldown, or at least the death timers available. We just go for the win. So that was a good recognition coming in from the team in Jingdong, and they recognize that they can just play through team fighting. And I think that's going to be starting to become a constant for the team, is that they're just going to start to form their identity that was pretty strong in Spring Split, is that they can just start to team fight a lot more often.
Even if it's a constant and even if it's an identity, does it still mean that we can see them pick up wins against other teams, though? Because, yes, they're now on a 2-game win streak, but that's against IMA and Snake. Like, if they were going to pick up teams against any team in the league, it was going to be those two teams.
I mean, it's still an uphill battle for them, but at least they're at on the right track. You know what I mean? Like, it comes to tightening execution. Like, the setup is fine, but they just need to fix how they're pressing their buttons, or maybe a side wave needs to be pushed as opposed to pushing against them. Like, it's these minor little things, which are so much easier to address than IMA, who are having like a midlife crisis right now. They can't figure out what's making them strong. And again, the only thing that's working for them is, Kesman says in interviews, our team can only play late game. So we try to draft for late game every single time because it's a 50-50 depending on who wins there. And when your coach is like, we need to get to the point where it's a 50-50 coin flip, you're having a bad time.
Yeah, and I think that recognize what's happening on Group B, right? You're having RNG that's starting to play incredibly well, Newbie that's starting to play incredibly well. Like, these are competition within Group B that, honestly, Jingdong, especially LGD, that's starting to ramp up a little more. Like, this is tough competition for them, and I don't think they're able to reach that. It's nice that they're taking wins when they can, but they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, it's so important that they have to take these wins now because, like Raz is saying, they're going to get back into their inner domestic conference, and they're just going to get outclassed and outscaled. So they need to mature and grow very quickly because they have limited a number of games to figure themselves out.
And it seemed like also coming into this matchup that Gnar seemed like a really great pick for Amazing J. Like, this just fits him as a champion, but he just get like blasted in lane. And even though the mechanics can be there, we saw him chase down this Renekton who was so far ahead of him. Like, he still just got absolutely wrecked in lane.
Well, Gnar, just like Kennen, you kind of have to still set it up. And I think that's going to be a problem where if you are getting camped out very early on, you're just going to be a very useless Gnar. And I think that Gnar is a pick that we have to see more of him, like more Gnar for Amazing J. It's sad that he came out with this game, and I think the next game is going to be better.
Yeah, hopefully. Again, we just need to see more of it, because Galio, when he first came in, was absolutely awful. But now he's, you know, first pick, first ban. So just need more games on that one in the LPL. For now, we are going to take a quick break before we get to our second series of the day. Stick with us.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You.
Welcome back to the LPL. Coming at you for our second series of the day here in Week 5, Day 1. It's LGD and Dan Gaming. I'll be honest, this is more of Dan's gaming because I have no idea what's going on with this roster. They've actually just subbed in an entirely new roster, ladies and gentlemen. So talk to me about these guys. I mean, we've seen Moyu before, but everyone else, I don't even know, man.
I feel like the only one, like, Frost, you can attest
Hold
to this.
on, I'm finding the roster.
Yeah, because, like, look, they're completely different. Like, this isn't the same Dan Gaming. Like, I can't, it's so weird coming into a game and actually just saying, we don't know any of these players. It's actually just a different team turning up today.
This actually has happened before, though. Remember RNB? So RNG used to have a B squad with Name and Insec on it, and after RNG came back from MSI, they wanted to break the main squad, figure out some of the visas for people like Looper and Mata, and so they started RNB. That said, Dan Gaming didn't go to Rift Rivals, so they've had an entire week off. But we have what do we name them? Dan B.
Dan's Gaming.
Ban?
I would call
Ban
them
Gaming.
Ban Gaming.
I would call them a Ban Gaming. I would. It's like, at least in the last situation, the old RNG roster was actually playing in the LSPL, so they had other obligations.
Yep. Sure.
This team here, like, we can like list it down. Moyu, we already saw him.
Fishball,
you know him very well.
From OMD, also from OMG. He used to play before Shui Shui was their jungler.
Yeah, and so there's Chi in the mid lane. Bottom lane, Nats, we've seen him before. Like, at least you probably don't remember him all too well. It's like, you casted the game too. He was in the promotion tournament. He came in.
I've cast a lot of players, right?
That's true. That's fair. That's a fair point to make. But then it just comes down to the question, they even have Phage instead of Cat. So immediately, you get this, you soak it up, and you're like, okay, you took away Cat. You took Cat from me. You took Karin, who's been playing very well.
Choo-Choo.
Choo-Choo, well, sure, that's fair. That's a fair point.
I mean,
Goong in the mid lane.
Dan are top of the standings. We're effectively taking one of the first place, second place teams of their group, and we're fielding a completely different roster in a cross conference. So these games are hyper important because they're free points. And are they better?
Yeah, like it's so weird. Like, imagine if TSM just one day was just like, you know what, here's just 5 players. And we're just like, what? Like, where did the main roster go? Like, this is basically what's happening in our league. And it just is bizarre.
So it's like, it's not too strange in the sense that at least they've been in their sub position. We've seen Strange before. We've seen Strange where it's like, oh, this player's here. He wasn't there before. Where'd he come from? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This time around, at least we were. They were in the sub lineup, so now they're bringing them out, and you can only imagine it to be them building up these players, giving them free games.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, remember, last time they brought in Moyu, they immediately subbed him on the second game.
Yeah,
we lost the game. All right, we're going right back with Lies, and Lies did well, and they go into game 3. But you should not be giving away games. And I feel like in this case, it's hard for me to say going up against LGD, they'll come up with a win in game 1. They could, and that would be great. We've seen surprising players like Fen and Hacker before. But an entirely new roster, I would be surprised if LGD lose this one.
Which is why I'm going to reserve my judgment. Because the only thing that makes sense to me, because like you said, you know, maybe giving some players some experience on the Rift, they want to diversify their lineup, maybe they're running like a sister team thing. Maybe this roster is actually better. For all we know, in scrims, this roster could be winning. And they're like, let's just do it.
But they're an unknown quantity, right, for us? So we simply don't know. Like, any organization would just be like, by the way, you know, we're just 5 new players. It's just like, well, all right, bit weird. But
how do you prepare for that?
Yeah, I mean, like, LGD, they're going to have to look at these guys and be like, I don't know what we're facing. Jinu, Amy, Cool, Imp, and PYL, they have looked better and better. They're 3-3 in the standings. Like, this is a team who could theoretically make playoffs now. And they're looking at this game being like, well, I don't really know what's across me because it's Moyu, Fishball, Key in the mid lane with Nats and Phage. And you're just like, well, is this a free win? Did we just go 4-3 this week? Is this what's happening?
Again, this roster has never been fielded before for Dan Gaming. They subbed every single position. The only person we've seen is their top laner. We saw him for 1 game. They lost. He was immediately subbed.
Yeah. There's that one game that we saw Nats and Cat, and so like that's the biggest question is, especially when their major strength was in Cat and Karin. Both of them were incredibly strong and playing well with one another. So they're probably, I would say, overreacting. Because the last time they played, remember, they're coming up 0-2 in an 0-2 week, going up against RNG and OMG. Those are bad games,
Hit
obviously.
the brakes.
Yeah, so they decided, change places. Swap them all around. Who's the one messing up? It should be like that. That's a little bit too much. So I do expect it to normalize in game 2, unless if someone comes up with an impressive game. And I guess the thing is, competitive experience still does matter. That's one of those asterisks that we still have to come out with and say that getting these players out there, you still have to give them the shot, and this is going to be their one opportunity.
What is cool, though, is that we get to see kind of the fingerprints of BSYY, the coach behind Dan Gaming. Dan Gaming have a very defined identity, at least the other roster did. You know, that 20-minute Baron team, they're all a good group of friends. They'll rush Baron. They like to skirmish and fight over vision, so kind of like a battle war team. If this roster does the same thing, then obviously we can say, oh, it's the coaching staff. It's not inherently the players that are giving them this identity. Yeah. It's not the aggressive influences of Cat or the roaming style of Goong. Although I definitely
feel like it is.
I definitely think that, but we get to see now.
And they've come a long way from being the second place team in the LSPL. So it's one of those moments. All right. I wonder if they're going to receive that call. LGD have been doing very well up until this point, beating Sinning Gaming, a very close victory. Newbie as well. And then in their last loss was actually to WE when they were pretty damn upset that they lost that one. Remember Frost Cool making that little song video?
Yeah, Cool actually sang a song about how sad he was, and he posted on Weibo. My favorite part is, how do we keep getting ahead? Why do we keep losing?
That's a good lyric.
There's some sick lyrics.
I'll write that one down.
This guy's a wordsmith.
Definitely was well done. But this goes back to the overarching, narrative for LGD. How many times can these guys get knocked down before they decide to stop trying to get back up? So far, we've seen the heart from LGD. More heart than we've seen from them in the last, year and a half.
They had heart on that team. You can't say that.
Okay, yeah, but it's bleeding right now.
And he's on RNG.
I need it to go strong. I need them to say that it's okay. We are actually on upwards trajectory. We are banding together, getting stronger, and just see it through. They are so close to the dawn, but it's dark right now.
All right, so 2-0 LGD, Raz?
Yeah. Oh, no. 2-1 LGD.
No
2-1 LGD.
Confidence in Fishball?
2-1. I'm giving them a game, but only because I'm expecting them to sub out the lineup for game 3.
Wow.
Okay.
We're going to sub 5 players now?
Well, we'll see. We'll find out. LGD and Dan. Oh, it just feels so weird because they have a complete new roster. But all right, Syndra, Talia, and Varus out from LGD, but Thresh, Zac, and Galio. So pretty standard band so far from Dan Gaming. I don't expect to see too much weird in Champion Select, though. First pick Caitlyn, and we're back over to Dan.
And pretty much Imp's face said it all. He turned to me, he's like, can you believe these guys new on the Rift and they leave Caitlyn open for me? This is LGD's clear-cut win condition. Get Imp on Caitlyn.
Though Dan Gaming do get Kalista and Rakan, I'd be surprised if they don't lock Kalista right here.
And it's kind of this idea of having a better read on the meta, staying adaptable, moving towards the meta, or prioritizing your comfort picks. And LGD, they've never really been a team that's branched out, moved from the meta. They like what works for them, which is playing around their AD carry. As AD carries have gotten stronger, inherently it's made LGD stronger.
Yeah. Priority on the Rek'Sai, of course. Probably going to block in the Kalista on third pick here for Dan before we get to the band's next rotation, and LGD back over to them.
And I said it before, and I'll say it again, I just love Rek'Sai right now. I think she solves a lot of the problems that the LPL teams in general have. She's a band-aid over lackluster vision control. On 7-13, the Cinderhulk got buffed, so she can jungle that much more effectively. I just think she's the best of both worlds, that skirmish power, that fast, quick farming power, and the ability to put down a lot of ganks.
Same time, Amy's going to get Gragas for himself. Could also go top lane for Jinu here.
Another jungler that got a lot of the benefits of the Cinderhulk changes on this patch.
Corki as well for Cool in the mid lane. I'm back over to Dan. Again, as we said, would be surprised if they don't just lock Kalista here, because it is just fantastic with Rakan. It is the combo, the premium combo.
It's the yo-yo combo. It is pretty much impossible to get out of. You can be one of the best AD carries in the world, which thankfully Imp does qualify, and there's just such a tiny window for you to have any sort of reflex on getting out of that CC chain.
What do you do?
Cry.
You can't really do anything, pretty much. Dan, over to them. What are they going to ban away? Well, you can't hit the AD carry champion pool anymore because you just let Imp get his Caitlyn. So
So it's
Where
going to
else do you
be
go?
all about sculpting out the bottom lane to make sure that you get the superior 2v2 matchup. They want to make sure that Kalista and Rakan, even though they're facing across on the Caitlyn, will have push priority or at least pressure priority down there. And then they can also sculpt the top lane. But I feel like there's so many top laners open that it'd be a much easier target to say, okay, let's throw maybe a targeted ban at one of Jinu's champions, but let's make sure that we win on the bottom side.
So the Braum ban against PYL, a second support ban. Karma towards Key in the mid lane. Could also technically be a Phage ban. And we're looking towards the next one as well. It's support and top laner slash jungle for Amy.
I think you have to throw this one at Jinu. Yeah, the Fiora.
Again, big staple pick for Jinu. We have that one taken away. Final ban now from LGD. Should be a mid laner slash top laner.
Should be another mid lane if they feel that they don't want Chi to have anything to follow cool around on the Corki. Maybe something like, I was going to say Talia, but she's already banned. Cassiopeia would probably be the next go-to. Come on,
Oh, Caston.
Okay.
If you just said Cass, then you would have been right on both accounts.
Well, it makes more sense to do the Cassiopeia unless Chi doesn't play. And that's the thing. Maybe LG do have a better read on these players' champion pools than I do. I don't have a lot of tape. I don't have a lot of experience with them. Maybe Chi just has never touched it, and he feels much more comfortable on something like this.
Yeah, Victor over to Chi there. Now for LGD, where do they go? Do they lock in? Well, they have to lock in both right now. They need a top laner or jungle and a support for PYL. He's lost a lot. No Thresh, no Braum, no Karma. Ooh, this would be spicy.
He's okay, though, because he does have a Caitlyn, and it's Imp's Caitlyn,
Into Rakan too.
of all things, standing next to him. So he can pretty much pick whatever he wants, and they won't be punished too heavily in the lane.
Yeah, we're seeing Alistair quite a bit internationally, but only once in the LPL. He did lose that game they had played, but he's going to give it another shot here for PYL.
And again, it's fine. Rakan doesn't have the strongest lane phase, despite the fact that it is, you know, kind of a range versus melee support, although his range is very,
Like
very
200 or
short.
something, yeah.
But otherwise, it's a nice, well-rounded kind of wombo combo comp. Now that they've got the Jarvan on top, it's very clear-cut what LGD want to do. They also have great sieging potential. If they ever approach a tower, you've got the flag behind them, 280 carries to push it down, and then so much zone threat and control for dive with Gragas and Alistar.
Dan Gaming. Excuse me, Dan's Gaming. That's what I'm going to call them now.
I thought we settled on Bands Gaming.
Unbanned Gaming? I
Because
just feel like Dan's
they're
okay,
Dan
until
B.
they, all right.
They're
okay.
the B squad.
I get it. All right, if this is an inferior roster, then I will say that they are Dan's Gaming. For now, I will settle with Bands Gaming.
Is this the actual matchup? Is not necessarily Dan Gaming versus LGD, but Dan A versus Dan B for the actual who's
Pretty
the
much.
better 5v5?
Yeah, I mean, you can't say that this is, you know, the identity of Dan Gaming, because everything we've built up over the first 5 weeks, you know, the 7 games or matches that they've had, you cannot say that any of that was this team. Fishball, Chi, like Nats and Phage, like none of these guys have played on the LPL stage under the banner of Dan Gaming before.
Yeah, and you've got a different smattering of kind of LPL or professional and semi-professional experience throughout the roster, but otherwise very green. We don't have a lot of expectations for them coming into this match, so all eyes are on Dan Gaming's B squad. Are they the true A squad here, or are Dan Gaming just maybe fishing for a free win?
I mean, imagine if they just come out of the gate and they're just like better. It's like, well, I guess we just don't get to see Cat anymore. Well, that's sad. But Cat is like actually just my favorite player right now.
And
his playstyle, everything he does.
What's a little bit unfortunate is looking at the clash of Dan Gaming versus LGD, I was super excited for PYL versus Cat, you know, kind of old guard versus new. Both these teams have really interesting vision games that have developing very quickly over the LPL, probably one of the stronger vision games that we have of any of the teams. And now it's kind of a big question mark. LGD theoretically should be able to walk through this, not just because we don't know the style matchup, but just the veteran experience alone on that roster.
Exactly, and that's always where you go in with the slight expectations that the experienced roster is just going to win because they've played more games on the stage, like it's just an unknown quantity. Like the same thing in anywhere, if you're coming out of like a promotion tournament, it's just like, oh, these guys, I just don't know, but you'd have to assume they're going to be weaker than the veterans purely because they haven't been on this stage before. Even if they have had professional experience, it's not on this stage. It's like different lights, different audience, different everything, you know, like the environment means so much for a professional player that you just shove them on here for the first time and put them against LGD. You just expect that they're not going to do as well as the veterans.
That said, all eyes are on this new version of Dan Gaming. They're against LGD as well as the 6-man behind LGD, that crowd. There was a lot of LGD fans. I know that they're very passionate fan base, so let's see if they can step up to it, especially on a composition like this. They've got Jax up in the top lane and then Kalista and Rakan in the bottom lane. A lot of 1v1 and 2v2 kill pressure to start snowballing this early.
That's true, though this is still a very good draft from Dan Gaming in terms of, like, you got Kalista Rakan, like, it's pretty difficult to screw the yo-yo up.
But it is still relatively difficult in the lane phase until things get set up.
Oh yeah,
you know.
I mean, you gave Imp Caitlyn, so of course it's going to be difficult.
It's not level 1 straight out of the gate. It's, you know, post level 3, Rakan does have a lot more options to him about how he wants to set up incoming ganks or how they want to look for skirmishes. I feel like it's, I'm going to call it kind of a soft counter matchup.
Okay.
Or a soft, not counter, skill matchup. That's the word.
Skill matchup.
It's going to be about who's executing on which abilities, you know, what target is Alistar actually knocking away, when does he choose to go in, and how Rakan acts around those windows. Because naturally, Kalista and Rakan, even before level 6, have so many other options about how they set up fights and when they choose to go in.
I always find it interesting with, you know, bot lane matchups and how they interact with each other, but for me, it's too much for my brain to process. 4 champions is way too many.
And the thing is I know like mid laners and top laners, the lane is just divided horizontally, and you basically have your side of the map and the enemy side of the map. But with bot lanes, it's actually divided vertically. You can actually mess up a winning matchup if your support is standing on the wrong side of the lane. You know, making sure that your support is lined up, you know, with the enemy AD carry or with the enemy support, depending on range matchups and things like that. So they have their own individual trading windows, and that's what I find really interesting about bot lane.
For clarity, Frost just went from tower to tower when she stays vertically, and then horizontally is down river.
Hot dog versus hamburger style?
Yeah, exactly.
How about that?
Yeah. It's just because if you look at it horizontally, it's more like, you know,
it's a mini lane within a lane.
Yeah, tower to tower I think makes more sense, which is the vertical. There is Fishbowl looking for this gang. Moyu.
He's definitely going to find it, at
He's
least force a flash.
At least. Yeah, so nice, well played. First flash of the game.
So just went for an early top lane clear into Scuttle Crab. I believe he's got an EXP Quint. See what he did, Raptors, Red, Scuttle, had 3 and then went top for the gank.
Correct.
Versus Gragas, who now has the inside track, knowing that Fishball did the 3 clear path for gank top, means that his blue buff is left open, although he's being fairly hesitant because he doesn't have control over the bottom side. So now it's a race. Can I get this blue buff and get out, or will they rotate and collapse on me? PYL's trying to keep Rakan locked out.
He's coming up, but he's going to be collapsed himself. He's getting double knock-up. Okay. Yeah,
great heads-up play by Phage there to make sure that PYL couldn't lock him out, that Amy was pushed off the buff, although he's going to continue to grab it. Fishball being a bit greedy here, reaching for wolves.
What a name, by the way, Fishball. Fantastic. Of course, going to get shoved around here by Chi. And he's still going for it. PYL and Amy are committing so much time.
Yeah, and it's Amy's time in particular. It's not going to be super punishing to PYL. Again, it's Alistar, Caitlyn. He doesn't really mind there. But Amy's losing a lot of traction where he could be farming his jungle. So Fishball is unpunished for reaching for that gank top because Amy gets nothing in return.
Yep. And for now, Stride is being shoved back. The fact that Chi is just kind of beating cool around as well. Oh, he's actually... Wait. No, he hasn't gone back yet. He's just actually just got a potion over him. Top lane Moyu. Doing pretty well. Wearing down Jinu's mana pool. Pretty much both out of corrupting potion stacks as well, though. It seems like Jinu does have the advantage on that. So Moyu is in kill threat range. Yeah, if Moyu stays around, he will die in about 3 seconds. He might still be dead. He's going to have to burn flash.
So the interesting thing about this matchup is that Jarvan and Jax have really big windows on kind of their repositioning abilities. You know, Jax is leap, but hold on.
Phage, double knock-up. That's pretty nice. Knocking back, but there's the stun out from PYL, and Phage will have to back away, though. Good damage from that.
And I feel like all these lanes are always going to be about the positioning abilities. You know, where are they going in? Where are they leaping to? Who's using what flag and drag? Back to the top lane, though, we're going to constantly see Jax and Jarvan at low health because there are these really big windows where the flag and drag is down or your trading windows are down, and then they're just going to trade health back and forth and build up waves. And it's just going to be this big pendulum that swings back and forth.
And the big thing there was because Moyu hadn't gone back yet, so he was essentially trying to get as much as he could. The optimal play there as as a Jax who was ahead, as you will see Amy just put that ward over the wall, is to get the wave to bounce, shove it into tower, then go back. Then it buys you maximum time. You don't lose any farm. Fantastic. But
wanted to retain his teleport.
Overreach for it essentially and had to burn flash for it. Ultimately, it's not going to mean that much. Just means he's going to be more equal in farm. Wave bounces, so saw water under the bridge until Amy comes for a gank, in which case it's quite bad.
But otherwise, we shouldn't see a lot of health traded unless it's in really big windows and portions, just because that's when they use those big, long cooldowns to actually engage on each other and to try to trade, versus like a Yasuo Riven 1v1 where you're constantly trading on smaller windows because your abilities can be reused over and over.
Yeah. Still a bit like that for Jax as well, like outside of his Counter-Strike.
I mean, if you stand next to him, yeah. But
yeah. But even with, you know, Leap Strike trades, Fishball's going to take a lot of damage here. Luckily, Amy's not level 6. They just have Flash, and he's going to back away. But it's just these small trades like this, you see, where Jax can jump in, get a bit of damage, but Jin might, yeah, just poke again.
They just jump on each other over and over.
Yeah, Mo's going to open up... Yeah, I don't agree with him using ultimate there, but yeah, he was just trying to open up that opportunity because Jinnu, he knew that the Flag and Drag was going to be down for another couple of seconds, or at least Dragon Strike was.
And he was trying to maximize the window where he didn't have the Dragon Strike to make sure that Jarvan wouldn't have any kill threat to go back in for Cataclysm. So I understand like why he chose to use his ultimate there to try to threaten Jarvan from not looking for an all-in. But like you said, because he didn't maximize his damage output, Jarvan's then able to sit there, soak up the farm, freeze the wave, and hold on to his ult. And Moyu has to either look for deep vision or go back or wait for the wave to push.
Honestly, in this matchup, I would never use ultimate for Jax outside of Jinnu popping his own ultimate, because if you don't mitigate that damage, you're just probably going to die. Like, Moyus actually was in kill range. I don't know why Jinnu didn't just punish him there. Probably because Counter-Strike was up. Going to jump in again. Jinnu's going to take a lot of damage from this. If he has Leap Strike in 3 seconds, he might just commit to it. Yeah, he's just dead. And it's these top lane matchups.
And that was what Moyu was trying to set up when he initially used his ult. Again, trying to get Jarvan low enough that he would never be able to threaten with the Cataclysm. Didn't quite work, but stuck around. Jarvan took up way too much damage trying to hold the wave where it was and got punished.
I completely actually disagree with Jinnu. Should have just committed. Like, he didn't have flash, sure, so it's a one-way trip, but you win that trade of ultimate. And actually just by sticking around when Moyu had gone back, remember? So he had Corrupting Potion advantage, which means he's going to regen. And Moyu was disrespectful and didn't pop Corrupting Potions earlier. So honestly, Jinnu should have jumped in, insta-killed Moyu and just gone back, but Moyu will just play the long game, and of course he's going to win. The fact that he was able to get the extra range as well on current patch with Empowered Strike is like, Jinnu was a dead man from 15 seconds ago.
And what's interesting is that we actually got an elongated 1v1 top lane with almost zero jungle interaction outside the first gank.
Yeah.
And now what that means is you have a Jax who's going to hyperscale into the late game, and he's already winning the 1v1. So someone needs to do something about that, or if he's going to draw pressure, do something on the other side of the map.
It's difficult to understand how bad this is for Jinnu, actually, losing the 1v1 this early. Piwa's going to jump over the wall. Cool. Going to find Phage, but he... grand entrances back to his mid laner. But yeah, essentially, both junglers need to go top. Moyu wants to double down on this advantage. You can see just smacking Jinnu. So Fish will be up here, mainly just to counter the gank from Amy. He doesn't need to do anything.
Yeah, he can counter it or he can just dive him here. And it also helps that blue buff is up, so now this is going to start spilling over into the other lanes, impacting things like mid. Cool's not going to get his blue buff as well. If Amy tries to 2v2 this, that means he's not giving his resources to his mid laner or his bot lane, and he's going to inherently lose because Moyu has the advantage. And then if anyone wants to fight bottom, because their top laner, he just smited that, because their top laner is stronger, they already have to be respectful. So Jinnu losing here bleeds to the entire rest of the map.
It's actually bad that Fistball just like didn't have Smite there, so Amy just walked up and took it, because it now completely eliminates that pressure. Bot lane's going to trade once again. Imp's going to get the damage down onto Nat, but he's going to get the trap on someone. Piwa taking a lot of damage. FaZe was thinking about getting in there, but he's simply going to walk away. And Piwa knew how much damage he could take. No one in the bottom lane's used any summoners.
He also has his ultimate sitting in his back pocket, so not too scared. But here comes a dive setup from LGD. There's no package.
I think he won blue buff more than anything. And Cool didn't get his one earlier, so...
They need to be really careful that the top laners don't get involved. Jinnu's actually resetting position.
Oh, here comes Phage. Just get the double charm down.
There's one top laner.
Teleports, but Nat's coming in from behind as well. Probably just looking to retreat. Moyu completing that TP. Ooh, okay.
And now automatically Dan Gaming need to commit to the Mountain Dragon. They need to get something off of this teleport. Although if Moyu thinks that he's fast enough just to rush up to the top side.
Quickly attacks mid lane, classic top laner. As a pulse-approved play.
He was just walking through.
No, he definitely didn't need to hit that cannon, but I approve. Good job, Moyu. I would have done the same in that situation. But yeah, he's still going to beeline it right back to top lane. He knew he shouldn't have completed the TP.
I mean, yeah, as soon as Jinyu cancelled his, but it's fine. Nothing lost. He's fast enough and confident enough that he managed to rock up and get that big wave. So the fact that Moyu had preparation when they went to make that type of play, having top lane pressured, meant that he doesn't really lose anything for burning that teleport.
It's very rare that a top laner can run from Dragon to top lane and not lose anything. Like
Jax.
Jax. Yep, love it. Fantastic. He's going to get that whole wave. He's going to push it in, probably bounce and just go back to base. Yeah, he's in a really great spot. But for now, that's been the only kill of this game. And we haven't really learned anything just yet from new Dan Gaming.
We've learned that their 1v1 laners are strong.
That's true.
You know, Chi is holding his own in the mid lane. He actually has a CS advantage. That said, Cool is being a bit, I'm not going to say arrogant, because he didn't go for the Hex Drinker, you know, just immediately rushing for that that Trinity Force. But he also went heal. So he's actually being very passive.
Yeah, it was just from watching his laning phase as well, like the way he was training against Chi. He wasn't going all in, he wasn't getting full Gatling gun trades. He was just like, you know what, I'll just, you know, not go ham here. And look for the side lane plays with package, but it seems like they're just paying a lot of respect. And
now we also need to pay respect to Phage. You know, the fact that he almost walked into a vision trap. LGD have been doing this all of the time. We said that their vision game has been evolving, maturing. They're getting better at setting up traps, finding picks.
Black Drag Cataclysm flashed away from.
But Dan Gaming have a read on these tricks on how LGD are playing with Fog of War and are countering them appropriately.
True, it is flashed down there, so LGD, knowing that Chi, harder for him to step up, will converge on this dragon, and it is a mounted dragon, so it is nice for LGD to have.
And it's abusing the back timer, particularly of Fishball. So, too little too late for Dan Gaming. They tried.
Ooh, Phage catching out Cool though, and the stun, the lockup, the everything. Cool, flashing over the wall. Fishball's coming in though, he's coming in hot.
Good job,
disengage from Amy. Ooh, okay. A little bit close. PYL getting chased down. He's still got ultimate. Gonna have to burn it right now. Knock up in from Phage. Imp creating the line. A little bit of a line, like a dot.
And they get out. Take the mountain. Disengage appropriately. Yes, Cool burn both the summoners, and Fishball is now going to try to burn PYL and Imp, but they have Flash.
They have Flash, but Imp doesn't have ultimate. Phage going to be flashed away from. Goodbye, Imp. Fishball going to take a lot of damage here. Ignite comes down. They think they can get this kill. Heal comes up as well out from that, but still the chase down from Imp. It's going to be the straight up kill. Amy, no ultimate, but he just have the body slam and Flash. Doesn't choose to go in.
And huge props to PYL though. The fact that he uses his W to push Rek'Sai back against the wall, holds the Q, doesn't prep the combo, and then waits to turn. It was his holding of the Q that allowed Imp to turn that kill around in the gank.
Yep. Well, that's unfortunate. Jinyu comes into top lane. Moyu's actually just taken first blood tower, and that's 650 gold to Jax. Not great, but bot tower will go down to LGD in the end. Mid tower also being pressured out by... Oh, just kidding. That's cheap. Scrap that.
Hit the brakes. But now we have effectively a race, and it's not just for the towers because Dan Gaming clearly won that. It's for the late game. You have the late game Caitlyn potential, Imp's Caitlyn of all things, versus now this setup early game Jax. And he's now got it in a long lane. You can see all of this farm's going to pile in and just funnel into his waiting arms. And who's going to matter more, the Jax in the late game or the Caitlyn?
Ooh, I wonder.
Well, if it comes to a 5v5...
Well, I can tell you that Caitlyn, of course, is going to be great. But Moyu in the side lane, he's going to just destroy anyone. But even right now, who's going to be able to trade up against him? Not Jinyu.
But that means that Dan Gaming just have to play the harder game. You know, it's so much easier to group up in the LPL, to play around your Caitlyn, to just set
Monster
her...
objectives.
Exactly. Set her behind the front line and just roll over towers, roll over barons. It's much harder to juggle all of your available lanes, make sure that Jax is never left exposed because you're in base while he's trying to push.
It's going to be a Herald play as well from Dan. PYL stepping up. Yeah, backing away from this. If this was Dan Gaming A, they probably would have just full committed. So,
it's not 20 minutes, Pulse. It's 15.
True. Yeah, I know, but it's Herald, right? Moyu, someone needs to stop this guy.
Who can stop him? Jinu's rocking up level 10 like, please don't hurt
Hello,
me.
please stop hitting the tower, please. I would really like it if you could stop. Okay, that's fine, I guess.
Exactly. The tower's so low health, he can't trade with his Q.
Oh, no.
Simply because he needs it as the getaway car in case Jax wants to get hungry.
However, perhaps a pick onto Fishball knocks him to relative safety? Nope, just kidding.
But that's the one thing that cannot happen, which is why this comp is harder. Moyu is winning the entire bottom side of the map, but if Fishball gets caught, then you're losing the rest of it.
Yep. PYL and Amy in this 2v2, but Nat's chasing them down. PYL should get the stun off of this one. Lining up the shot. Sage jumps back. Top tower now going to go down, but Moyu won the 1v1 against Jinu again. So top tower is going to fall, but still, it should be Dan Gaming keeping up the... Oh no, Jinu's going to turn up and Moyu backs away. So now it is a 2-2.
That said, LGD should be able to rotate into a Rift Herald. So while Moyu did get a ton of damage on the bottom inner tower, because they're going to get this Rift Herald, it could mean 2 towers for LGD's chip damage.
And ultimately, it is just all resources going into Moyu more than anything. Let's see if we can get any type of contest from Dan. Fishball's on his way alongside Nat. Teleport as well from Moyu. Not going to give up this Herald without a fight. Just a knock up there from PYL. Nat's kiting away from this one. Gets that stun down. Amy going to come in for the assassinate.
Jax got 1. Jax got 2.
1 for 1. Moyu's chasing after the flash as well into Imp. And Imp's just like, why is this guy on top of me? Empowered auto attack. 2 more kills over to Moyu and friends. Amy and Ginny will back off to this mid lane.
And that's the thing, we said that in a 5v5, yes, Caitlyn's going to win, eventually. But right now, the Jax has the Trinity Force, he got a superior teleport, and he got access to the backline, and there's nothing Imp can do at this point in the game. So, Dan Gaming, they'll win the 5v5, they're winning the side lanes, and LGD are running out of time to figure out how to get themselves back in this game.
Dan are going to take Herald as well. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. I mean, everybody knows this Jax game, whether you've been the Jax or played against the Jax, where he just gets a bunch of resources, he beats your top lane in a 1v1, and you're like, well, either we send 2 people or 3 people to kill him / stop him, we just lose everything on the top side of the map. And essentially right now, he's autonomous. Like, it's very difficult to play around like the pressure from a split pusher, normally short, but if he's soaking up 2 people and then winning the 1v2, then it's just like, well, you just automatically win across the map. It becomes a no-brainer play. And that's when it just becomes so easy for Dan Gaming. And
what's interesting is, yes, Dan Gaming did get the blind, or the counter pick. You know, they got to take the Jax as their final pick. They didn't counter for mid.
Yeah.
But there were so many top laners available and open for Jinu. And you have to think that if you weren't confident having some sort of answer to the Jax, that you would just disengage from it. Like, Jinu is a Fiora player.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he know how to deal with this matchup?
I don't have an answer for you. That's a great question. I mean, like, he just lost the 1v1.
And if it was possible that Moyu would pull out his Jax, you know, would Jinu feel comfortable on maybe a different champion in that matchup? Like, why go towards the Jarvan there? There's so many questions in the draft where LGD really left Jinu exposed.
Yeah, that's true. Though Jinu, he also has himself to blame because he did lose the 1v1. Like, yes, there was a misplay from Moyu, but he had flash advantage. And when Jinu messed up, he didn't have flash, so he just dies. And that was a mistake, though it has definitely cascaded out of control more than he ever could have imagined. But it's still a ripple effect, right? Like, the first ripple comes out, and those subsequent waves turns into a tsunami, and that's what Moyu's turning into right now.
That said, LGD trying to play the side waves, pull Dan Gaming around, and then look for these tiny windows where they can make plays like this.
Gonna go for the engage, but Fate, he's actually just charming everybody, and in the ADC, knock up from Fishball. Imp, he actually just could not move in that entire engagement, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Fishball chasing down Jinu. Slow down as well, he's gonna flash away from this one, has to. But again, Fade with another knock up, and Dan Gaming, they're actually just getting everything from this. Another kill. 3 kills. Dan Gaming, you know what's coming up, Frost?
Oh boy. And it's not even the original roster. So yes, it's the right idea from LGD. They try to pull them around the map. They try to find an opening where they have a numbers advantage to look for a dive. But ultimately, this combo is so obnoxious to try to find a dive, and they die right before the Baron.
It's on Amy. He needs to get the steal off. Fishball's very low. He might actually die to this one. He's already used his smite.
And get in there, Amy.
Cool. It's going to go over to Moyu. And Amy just could not get in. That was a pre-smite by Fishball. I mean, of course they wanted to nuke it down, and they had Nat, of course, with the Ren, but still, that's dangerous that they weren't nuking at a certain health point, but okay.
100% that should have been LGD's Baron to take away. Very early smite, Amy had his. Cool actually used his package to split the team, and Amy still didn't go in. But again, back to the dive. It's the right idea from LGD. They had numbers advantage on the tower, they had everyone in position, but Imp just gets CC locked. That combo is so devastating. Suddenly, Shu is on the other foot, and LGD are scrambling to get back to safety.
Yeah, engage once again, and these fights are actually being really well played out from Dan Gaming.
Super clean.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, like, that doesn't tell me that this is like a coaching thing, that they were obviously like prepping for this Baron ahead of time. Like, no, they killed everybody in mid lane, and Baron happened to be spawning in 10 seconds. Like, if you're any team ever in the history of League of Legends, you're going to go for that Baron. I have to see it 2 games in a row.
But ultimately, again, they still have very strong 1v1 individual mechanics, and better than that, they have great synergy. You know, to execute on these fights and to execute on this composition, it speaks really strongly of both Dan Gaming squads, because if you have 10 players, obviously there's some sister team, really. The ability to scrim internally if you wanted.
It's also more the fact that, like, Moyu was awful last time we saw him, and now he's fantastic. So like, maybe it's just a team thing. Like, he's been put on his, like, his team. It's odd, but, like, he's now a different player.
It's hard. It's very subjective because we don't know the inner workings of the team. I can say that from interviews, the other Dan Gaming roster, the one with Cat, let's just call it the Cat roster.
The Cat roster, all right.
The Moyu and the Cat roster. The Cat roster are very close friends. They're very jovial, they're joking all the time, you know, hugging, close-knit in those interviews, group of friends. So it could be the same of both rosters. And anytime you change a single player, and this time you're changing 5, you're fundamentally changing how the team communicates. Like, it makes a massive difference.
Essentially, it's just a new team. But here comes PY on Amy, running up the top lane, and right now, Dan Gaming with the advantage. LGD definitely on the back foot, and they still do not have an answer towards this Jax, who is only getting stronger. And
they can't fight them right now. Even if LGD saw the perfect opportunity to fight, they just don't have the item breakpoints or the strength. You've got Victor, who's got Luden's Echo, as well as a completed Hex core. Like, that guy's going to light you up. And then you have Callista with the Bork and Jax with the Trinity. LG are still waiting, you know, 10, 15 minutes before they feel confident trying to get their foot back in this game, which then puts onus on Dan. Not only because they have the Baron, but because they do have that clock on them being exceptionally strong right now.
I also think even in this late game fights, Phage has been so exceptional so far into the game that it seems difficult that he would not just get charms on everyone again and again.
It's also a really good look from last series to this one. You know, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pick on Mao a little bit. Mao was constantly getting caught out trying to solo ward or walking by himself into Fog of War and opening his team up. That has not been the case for Phage. He's only died once this game. Yes, it's hard to die on Rakan, but he's just been so careful about how he goes around corners and how he's placing his vision, especially against a team like LGD, who are so prone to setting up vision traps.
That is true. 24 minutes in, this is probably the first reprieve we've had since the start of the game, honestly. There is a dragon spawning soon, though it is Ocean for Dan Gaming most likely. Second one would be nice.
That's good news for LGD because it means that they don't have to overexert themselves to lose anything on the map. They don't have to fight for this. They can just say, okay, you take the Ocean, we're going to take 3 lanes worth of CS.
That's actually a minus Baron power play from Dan. I don't know how that happened, actually.
They didn't really get anything. Didn't push a lot of towers, didn't really win a team fight.
Moyu chasing down Cool in the top lane, always flashing for this one. Gonna get knocked away by Amy, but he's gonna jump again with the leap strike. Still being chased out. Moyu wants him dead. Oh my god, he's gonna get it. Now in this 1v4, wants to jump on Amy. Has the counter strike running. Imp can't do anything right now. Now he finally can as the counter strike wears off, but he's just going. He's like the Terminator. Alright, well he gets that 1 kill. He got his target, but mid lane, Dan was taking the mid lane tower.
And LGD really needed to fight right then and there, but it was hard because Amy had to use the cast defensively, didn't have it when he had a good flank. And again, the Jax is dead. That was the big window. We can fight them now.
No, we can't because they've all just run away from us. Well, mid tower at least didn't die. That's something. And it was a 1-for-1 trade, but you would say it's slightly better for LGD since they did kill the Jax in the end. Plus he had a killing spree. So Dan Gaming will move towards this Ocean Dragon now and should be able to take this one away without any worries.
Just looks too easy at this point. Now, Baron will be spawning again. I expect that Dan Gaming are going to learn their lesson, kick their Jax out to another side lane, probably bottom, and just try playing the map again for LGD while they set up for that objective. So what LGD need to do at this point is get the mid lane in particular shoved as often as possible to open up space and opportunity for them to place vision and create a trap around the Baron pit.
Yeah.
They need to get enough information that if the opportunity presents itself, maybe they use Corki as a deterrent on a side lane, like 2v2 or 3v1, the Jax on the bot side. But otherwise, they're just trying to hang on and get a piece of this Baron.
And you can see, you've already seen the pressure that Moyu exerts. Like this guy, it took 4 people to kill him down, and that wasn't even reliably. He still killed Cool, and was coming for Amy as well. Like if that had been 3 people, I probably would have given it to Moyu.
And now you kind of have to question Cool taking the heal versus the exhaust. You know, normally when Corki takes exhaust, he's taking it as an offensive spell. It's hard to use it defensively just because its range is quite shorter than most of the mid lane threats. And so whenever Corki's using it, it's because he's deciding, hey, I'm going to go toe to toe with you and you're not going to do any damage. And it's especially potent because you have a Jax in this game and there's no exhaust. PYL took Ignite. So someone needed something to slow this guy down and they just don't have the options.
That's actually really unlucky. The fact that you have zero exhaust in the game against the Jax, like, that's essentially saying that, all right, Ginny, you better win lane. Like, otherwise,
you had
screwed.
2 viable champions to take the spell.
Yeah. Why not both, you know? Completely shut him out even if he does get ahead. So, this is the dream game. And he's got Guardian Angel. Oh, boy. Faye's going to jump back. This is the engage opportunity. That's really nice from Amy. Knocks back Phage, but Fistball into the brush. Unseen, ungankable. And Moyu doing the Jax thing.
And that was Flash and Ultimate from Amy. Found, you know, good targets, CC'd a lot of them, but no follow-up.
Oh my god.
No one can deal with him.
It's actually just murdered that tower. That was dead in like 7 seconds flat. Now he's on the inhib. They're sending Cool, but he's just going to kill Cool. He's got no summoners.
And Dan Gaming understand that they just need to be patient.
They sent 2. Yeah, has to be 2. Honestly, in that 1v2, I would still give it to Moyu, but they're going to go for this Baron. PYL, Imp, and Amy, they have the smite. It's going to have to be down to that. Moyu's killed Cool. What? Still looking at this Baron. Amy needs to get the smite off, and Dan Gaming taking a lot of damage from this one. Phage with a knock-up. There's quickness as well. Gets the triple charm down. This is really risky. Everyone's taking so much damage, and Cheese low, but it will be confirmed by Nat. Fishball will be assassinated. The headshot will get that one. Chi also dies. 2 kills over to LGD. Ace in the hole as well onto Phage, but they get the Baron onto top of 3 players, and one of them's Moyu.
Which means that the Baron buff can be applied in every single lane. They also get that bottom inhib. So yes, LGD theoretically win the fight, but they've lost the war.
Yep. Moyu definitely just killed Cool and ran away from Jinnu, and he didn't even use his GA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I wish I could have seen that as well.
Well, you're going
to
get to.
Oh, we get to. All right, I'm going to take this one Team Frost. So, Moyu, actually really nice timing on the counter-strike. Gets to turn around on top of Cool. And Cool, already having burned the Valkyrie, was actually really poor. Should not have used it aggressively there. And Moyu from here, as long as he buys time for his cooldown, that's actually just straight up unlucky. Wait. Okay, well, of course it doesn't. We already knew the end to that story, but that actually feels really bad of your Jinnu, the fact that that didn't knock off his GA. Though, if it did, he would still have to retreat because Moyu comes back with like most of his HP and he would still just kill him. So, still a kind of win-win for Moyu.
Well done.
Thank you.
How does it feel to finally get a game where the top laner, winning in a 1v1, pretty much snowballed the entire game?
Oh, pretty great, because this is what I strive for in every one of my games, but it only works 10% of the time, so I look like a beta most of the games I play.
Personally ruin solo queue.
I actually do, but it's only got to work 51% of the time, and I'll rise.
That's the mentality.
I mean, right now this is the 51% for Dan Gaming. This is the run. This is it.
The 51% curl.
Yeah. Mo's having the time of his life. Like, every player knows. Like, when you're playing a split pusher champion like Jax, like Tryndamere, like Irelia, like anything like this feels great. Like, you're going 1v2, and you can just get out alive as well.
On the other side, for Cool, it's just like, this is cool.
Imp just gets to stand here and not do anything. Plus, he's getting actually just chased down by Fistball. This is just an abysmal game. Like, Im just can't do anything.
Hello,
oh,
Amy.
The cast just completely goes wide, and Nat's chasing them down. Cool as well. The knock-up. Im comes to slam dunk, but Moyu's still alive, and everybody's dropping like flies. 5-0 for Dan Gaming, and you don't even need the cat lineup to win a game, apparently. This is going to ram it down mid. 30 minutes. It's been half an hour, and LGD are about to lose to the B team. Dan Gaming take down the Nexus.
The bounce house composition there, the Rakan Rek'Sai combo, and then a runaway 51% Jax.
Oh boy. Oh, there's a cat sign, but he's not even playing. I appreciate you though, fan. I agree.
Oh, and that is a face. That is cool, sitting at his computer, looking at that Jax and being like, nice champion.
Yep.
Lots of counterplay.
I'm glad that we took exhaust in mid and bot lane. And that's an awful feeling because I'll be honest, LGD did not disrespect. They came into the game. There were so many times when it's like, man, Corki could be way more aggressive right here, but he's holding the trigger right here, and then they still lose.
And they tried to punish, you know, with the available information. When Rek'Sai goes top, gets the early flash off of Jarvan, Amy goes in. He tries to invade. He tries to take away the blue buff. But Dan Gaming, this brand new roster, we have 0 tape of them, cross communication. They pull Rakan. They make sure that Amy can't get in, and he just wastes a bunch of time. And it was just absorbing resource after resources of LGD.
Well, welcome back, Raz. How is that 2-0 prediction going for you?
Still on the table. I said 2-1. I actually said 2-1.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, I did say 2-1.
All right, I tried to take that away from you.
But my premise for that 2-1 blasted out of the water. New Dan Gaming, new Daniel, came out and
There's
actually...
Dan Gaming and there's Daniel Gaming.
So Daniel actually showed up and had a really solid game, and I think it's going to be primarily on Moyu in a 1v1 top lane matchup. How do you like that, Pulse? I'm going to have to always look at you.
Oh, it was so good. This is all I ever wanted to see in professional League of Legends.
Tell me, Frost.
But how? Okay, this is cool. I'm all on board with Daniel Gaming. They were super fun to watch. I actually really enjoyed casting that game. But how bad does it feel if they 2-0 LGD here? Like
it feels bad.
If Dan as an organization have not won, you know, almost perfect record team, but then have 2?
So this is fun. It's fun.
Bad.
It's fun for Dan because it's one of those matchups you hit it really perfectly on that 1v1 on the top side of the map where Jarvan should have ultied him or Jarvan should have went on. If you either go all in or you back away and back to base entirely, there's no in between because Jax is going to have the long gun of the matchup. And so what I did like from LGD is that LGD still pressured forward because, as you saw from the gold graph, it's actually LGD that was in the lead at some points of the game because their bottom lane was doing fairly well and they were leading Caitlyn to one side of the map and to another. And the best thing about it was 19 minutes into the game, they go straight towards the mid lane turret and they set up perfectly. Now, LGD had proper wards around that mid lane turret. This was a proper dive. The only question to me is, where's Corki? Why is he on the other side of this? He needs to be walking out with Caitlyn. And why did Caitlyn send in an auto attack and is getting full aggro from that tower? That's the only thing. And it's like one of those, it's the small details that really broke it up for LGD because this was a great push forward. And these are like, when we talk about teams that have proper control wards in the LPL, it's LGD that kind of are in that front where you can say that, you know what, PYL sets it up. And Amy is always looking to abuse it quite well. And that was a great example of that. But it's the small points of the tank has to get the first hit off. He has to be able to be tanking, and Corki needs to be there for follow-up. But Corki wasn't there for follow-up damage. That, of course, Caitlyn gets turned on. And if Caitlyn didn't get out tower aggro, that was a dead Rakan. Rakan was going to be able to get his full, like, woo! That's like all that nonsense where he starts dashing around in a team fight doing nonsense. But legitimately, that would have been it. There would be no follow-up, but tower helped you out. And so
Turkey Rakan. Thanksgiving Rakan
that
skin.
That would have been a good skin. But that was a point where LGD fell through because they played to their strengths, and then they just got completely repelled, pushed away from that mid lane turret, and then suddenly they still have to play towards the Jax game.
And how could it not be Moyu coming in as MVP? 6-1-3. And this guy, of course.
He won the whole map. He won the 1v1 in the top lane. It meant that the junglers automatically got access towards that topside jungle. We saw him trying to contest for the blue buff, although Amy did get the smite. Meant that you couldn't play bottom side because he's going to have the stronger teleport. They couldn't play the side lanes because he's have the better split push, which gave them control over the Baron. Like, everything started with that guy and ended with him.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it was uncool to try and push into a 2v1 situation, and then he kept dying. So, of course, you saw that face after the game. That's the face of, I actually had to deal with that. That's not going to happen again. Bring in Banana. Because remember, Banana is actually a new top laner for the team. and I'm not saying that you immediately sub out Jinnu, because I think Jinnu
that's what you just said.
There's literally what you said.
It's
Where else does he come in?
I was trying. Hey, calm down, calm down. Don't look at me like that. Relax. Now, I'm saying that Jinnu made one mistake, and if you are bringing in a new talent, and it is Banana, love that name.
Ring, 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 ring.
Banana phone. Then it's one of those points that you maybe put him out there and see how he can fare in that matchup.
Well, hopefully. But imagine being Jinnu and getting subbed out by a player named Banana. That's what I'm saying as we head into a quick break before we get into Game 2 of Dan Gaming at LGD.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's not Pulse. It's your boy, Rag. And we're going back into Game 2. Welcome. It's just Me and my girl. How's it going, Frosk?
Oh boy, we got the Raz play-by-play caster. Yeah, so unfortunately Pulse was feeling a bit ill, but that said, we have superhero Raz able to pick up the slack, and he will be joining me in our, is it double color play-by-play?
Oh, it's going to be something.
Yeah,
We're going to find out
I'm
very
aware.
soon what it's going to be. So let's just open this run back up because LGD versus Dan. Dan comes in with an entirely new roster.
You know what's funny?
Go for it.
Is that you could totally burn me because we had a very intense discussion about how I am adamantly against, multiple big rosters.
Good Lord.
Because I was like, they have a 10-man roster. Why are they doing this? They're destroying any sort of synergy that they could build up. And, I understand the theory. If you run a 10-man roster, you can effectively, it's like the Echo Fox. Delta Fox and Echo Fox. You can scrim in-house. You can start building each other up. There's constant pressure that you have to perform in your position. Otherwise, the guy behind you can sneak up.
Exactly.
But I never expected Dan Gaming to pull out Daniel Gaming and to look that good.
It's surprising. A lot of it comes out in how they played with their top lane pressure, because it's one of those moments where, sure, the Jax gets going. We've seen these games before where Jax is split pushing, but then he's not able to get the next tower, and he's not willing to look towards getting a flank going. But hey, he got a proper flank, and then he was actually playing very well in the side wave with the rest of his team on Baron, so honestly, looking very good.
But the question is can they do it without that snowball factor? Because you're right, it's super volatile. It took that one play, that one 1v1 slip up, and I think it's super easy for LGD to take a step back, regain composure, and just ban the Jax and say, okay, let's see if you can do it again on a different champion.
So the question now is, what do you see in this team? If they don't have that Jax, if they don't have, let's say, Juno making that mistake on the top side of the map in that 1v1 scenario, to really look towards and say we're snowballing, because LGD looked pretty good on the bottom side of the map. So what do you see here in Dan Gaming?
Well, it's actually what I see in LGD, which is no one talking.
Okay.
So while I agree that Dan Gaming were still super clean, they were able to play well, identify what their win conditions were and how to execute on them. Because it's one thing to be given kind of the 1v1 snowball, but they understood, okay, we can exploit this by using the teleports, we're teleporting appropriately, we're not getting caught out, we're using Jax pressure to open up Baron. All of these are really clean. But across from them right now, LGD can say, yeah, let's ban the Jax.
Yep.
But they look dead silent. Their faces are stone cold.
Yeah, you're going to have to hope that enough words were said in the back as we get into champion select for game 2. Now here's what's difficult if you're LGD. You want to ban the Jax. You really want to do that. Maybe you can look towards picking up. I know you guys said it last game that Fiora, Jinu is an amazing Fiora player. Fiora versus Jax, pretty damn good for Fiora. What are they going to exhaust their third ban on? I don't think they have to go towards the Jax ban. What do you see?
I mean, they can if they want to, just because Dan decided to ban the Zac away, so Fishball maybe not feeling confident enough to prioritize that, pick it up. I will say that it's interesting that there's back-to-back Kassadin bans, so I'm going to assume that she, like Finn, is kind of not a Kassadin one-trick, but does have that pocket threat there. But this makes a lot of sense. You could ban away the Jax, you could ban away the Rakan, maybe even the Thresh.
Yeah, there we go. So that's going to be Zac, Kog'Maw, Caitlyn, on the side of Daniel's bans. Galio, Kassadin, and Rakan that we were alluding to on the LGD. And it's going to be a first pick of the Kalista. So it feels very natural that LGD are just going to go away and take the Thresh away from that lane.
Yep, we know that Imp, if he doesn't get his hands on the Caitlyn, he likes to reach out towards that Kalista. He does have a lot of options, though. Usually he's been going towards the Ashe before reaching as far down as the Sivir, but we'll see how desperate LGD are feeling.
Yeah, so it's going to be Amy locking in the Elise. Already you can see some pretty hefty early game focus coming into the bottom side of the map, so you have to wonder what Imp is looking to pick up for himself, because he's even gone to the Twitch, even when you don't want him to go on to the Twitch in the past. So you could expect him to maybe even hold the pick going into second phase, but you've mentioned it before. If they get their hands on Ashe, it could be great going up against the Kalista. That being said, Rek'Sai being picked up for Fishball and Daniel's Gaming. They'll have a second look here. What do you see?
I already see a higher priority on Rek'Sai than I think teams are really giving her credit for. I've talked about this all night. 7.13 adjustments to Cinderhulk make Rek'Sai so much more comfortable in the meta, and I think kind of slingshot her a little bit over Elise. Elise still has the ability that she can play a very different style of League of Legends. She can be hard and fast on those ganks, and Raz, what do your eyes see?
I see a Twitch, and I don't know if that's what I want to see for us.
See, the thing is Ash would work so well with their comp because they already had so much pick potential, it would just work for them.
Yep.
Now, you still technically have that pick potential, but it's for, like, assassination.
Yeah, and after the lane, too, so it's one of those moments. He's going to be going up against the Alistar that got locked in for Phage. So it's going to be a Callista Alistar lane. We've seen these lanes times past so long ago. But we're going straight into the second phase of bans. That's going to be a Jax banned away by LGD. Not going to want to see that for Moyu.
Yeah, and you would assume that they're also going to take away the Fiora. So it's going to be kind of declawing these two top laners as they've showed their hands that they're both willing to pick up the carries and can carry hard if given the opportunity. So there we go.
Yeah, let's see how many carry top lane bans do we have to go through. Is it gonna be a Jax, or I mean a Jarvan next?
I don't necessarily think Jarvan is too pivotal. I think he's a higher priority right now that both teams want him just because of how he functions in those 5v5s, which all the LPL teams seem to value. But I don't think he's necessarily ban-worthy when you can still start to pinch the mid lane pool.
Yeah, there we go. So that's going to be Victor banned away from Chi. It's going to be interesting. We're going to start to see a mid lane focus or a shift here. What do you want? What are you expecting Jinu to pick up? Do you think that he's going to be picking up a mid lane here? Do you think he's going to be going for, let's say, just that last counter pick?
I think he'll grab the Jarvan actually out of this and they'll leave counter pick to Cool. I feel like Cool's face gave away that he was very frustrated. Unless Talia, I mean, that's the other thing. It was banned in the previous game. I think Cool would feel fairly confident taking it blind here. And what is that?
That is a brand ban.
That is a brand mid ban.
That is because, yep, Thresh is there, so they ban brand. I'm going to actually have you explain this to me, Frost.
So Chi has such a limited champion pool that something he wants to play is threatened by brand. That's all I got.
All right, you know what? That's good enough. I could not have gone farther. But it's going to be Renekton picked up for Jinu. You're going to have to wonder, does Moyu play that Gnar? Is he looking for the Jarvan to get out of that lane and look for these team fight picks? What do you see?
I see that it's Elise Renekton, so that's already a busted combo. I mean, the thing is you can't itemize defensively against it. One does magic damage, one does physical damage. Their ability to dive with Dominus and Repel is disgusting. Their CC lock between Renekton stun into Chained Cocoon is disgusting. So I see LGD saying, okay, you got the first gank last time. We're gonna camp the crap out of you this time.
Yeah, so I wonder what he's going to hit. It's going to actually be the lock-in on the Kennen. Not going to even be taking a second look towards the Gnar, and we haven't mentioned it. It's the Syndra lock-in for Chi as well. So that's the composition locked in from Dan. Wonder what LGD are going to be picking up for Cool. He's hovering over the LeBlanc.
That would make a lot of sense. Like I said, looking at Cool's face after that game, it pretty much said, I'm getting the counter pick. I am going to carry this game, and this is not going to happen again. LeBlanc is a signature champion for this guy. He's a very well-known assassin player, and he does pop off.
Yeah, so that's going to be the compositions locked in for both teams. Dan Gaming getting themselves what seems like a strong team fight comp. Depends on what Moyu is looking to build. If he goes towards the AP Kennen or the AD Kennen and looks to split push with that. Meanwhile, LGD picking up a very, let's say, strong early game composition. Thresh, Renekton, Elise, LeBlanc, all of which pretty damn hard to deal with early on in this game.
Yeah, and a lot of them have so much 1-3-1 and pick potential, so it's still a very heavy, like, skirmish, scrappy LGD composition. It's got good bridging points where they can take advantage early game and the Renekton Elise, mid game with LeBlanc, and then late game with the Twitch. I am curious, like you said, about that Kennen. We saw Marn play it last night in the LCK. I know you watched that game, Raz.
I saw it.
And that was, tell me about that build. That was a Blade of the Rune King, Zeal,
I never want
to
comment on a Marin build because I feel like every single time you see a new Kennen build that he goes towards, he's going for a rapid fire cannon one time. It's just, you just don't want to comment on it.
But the thing is on 7-13, we do have to talk about Kennen. He was adjusted a little bit, but the big thing for me were the Hurricane changes. You know, he lost a lot of his power, and so you can already see Marn was trying to build around that last night by going for the rapid fire cannon. It speaks to some of the flexibility in Kennen. You know, if you think about why Gnar is such a good matchup into Renekton, a lot of it is his range and his ability to proc Hyper and then whittle Renekton down. And Kennen, for the longest time, was always kind of the better Gnar in a sense of abusing his range, pretty much a mini Gnar all of the time, but didn't have that same tank shredding ability.
So it looks like it's going to be a top lane focus for both teams. You can see the rosters on your screen going into game 2. This is going to be great. You can imagine you can imagine the crowd as we go into game 2. Maybe silent. I mean, like, a lot of them are definitely LGD fans. If Dan is able to take this one 2-0 in what is a completely new roster. All right, everybody. Getting straight into game 2. You can feel hyped if you want to. Maybe afraid. I'd be afraid. Very afraid.
I feel like this is one of the scenarios where they either have LGD fan signs or they have like Dan Gaming Cat.
Yeah, it's all Cat.
And they just lost both times. Like, I came here for Cat.
I came here. I had a Dan Gaming sign, but it was Cat, and they just didn't bring it to me. At least have him sign my, or like sign my sign. Sign my sign. That's great.
Hello?
Okay, he's angry.
Whoa.
Probably pissed off at the sentence I just said.
Calm down. It's interesting, too. You know, Alistar, I'm a big Ali player, and I feel like one of the strong points is he doesn't necessarily have to skill really anything up. His combo doesn't come in until level 2, doesn't get really strong until level 3, and he could just kind of sit there and be like, you know, you don't often take the W, but in extreme situations you could. 9 times out of 10 you will take the Pulverize because you can get the double pulls, but to have it that early.
So explain the Alistar pick, because although it's great with the Kalista, going into the bottom lane matchup versus Twitch and Thresh could be fairly punishing. Why do you think he's coming out more often?
I mean, he's budget Rakan, and as Rakan's going to hit the ban list more often, Alistar will rise up in priority just because Kalista is so comfortable and confident in the meta. Likewise, we just have a lot of Alistar players in the LPL. He's kind of like the spirit animal of the league, and he does really well, not really well into Thresh, but he can actually survive and has a lot of counterplay into Thresh lanes. You know, if Thresh finds the AD carry, Alistar's just going to punt the enemy ADC out, and the trade is pretty much a wash either way. Yeah, so
you see the Kennen looking to farm up, going up against the Renekton here in Jinu. Hopefully not going to make the same error he made last game. Not going to have that opportunity.
And it was, you know, just some individual decision-making failures from Jin. It was very close, but otherwise this is a very similar setup from what we saw last time around, except this time it's Amy who's looking for the early invade as opposed to Fishball.
Yeah, so here we go. Oh, Nat's very low. This is not going to be a good time for him.
And we were talking about how that trade is supposed to work. The problem is that Phage is still level 1. Didn't have his headbutt available to him, so couldn't immediately trade or push Twitch away to deny a lot of that damage. Went for the pole. I think he just barely scratched Imp's nose.
Ooh, you talked about the dive potential coming out of Renekton. Elise. Elise is looking to close in. Close enough to go for the cocoon. Oh, okay, Amy, get out of there. Oh, Amy. He's still alive. Oh, my God. At the very least, somehow, Elise got the first blood.
And Moyu continues to impress with his 1v1 mechanics at the very least. He flashes the cocoon. In fact, I think he flashed and then the cocoon was thrown.
Yeah.
And he manages to trade 1v1 in that dive.
So I guess he got the best out of that scenario. He even warded it out, recognizing that Amy would come in for the gank. So Moyu playing it as well as he possibly could. Really stellar performance there. So he still loses the wave, but now he's in a position where Amy gonna have to come back out, farm it, be the sad Elise that he is. And that's looking like it's going to be an AP cannon. Gets himself the Amp Tome. Okay, now you have to explain this matchup to me, Frost.
We have to talk about, first and foremost, the back disadvantages here.
Yep.
The fact that Renekton is rocking back up into that lane, like, you said it yourself, it's the best case scenario. He did get a kill there. Renekton only got the assist, so it's not as terrible a position as it could be. But when Renekton rocks back with a health crystal and a longsword, and you have the Book of Worthlessness,
that is a good name for the book.
that is gonna feel bad. Like, don't get me wrong, Amp Tome eventually will make something great. Just not right now.
And looks like Amy's paying a second visit, Moyu. Hopefully his spider senses are tingling. But he is not the spider, so he might not be working out for him. This wave is going to be pushing in too, so I feel like eventually Moyu is going to have to stick his head out.
He knows what's up.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He's about to get locked up and blown up once again.
He definitely suspected, just not at that time. Now bottom.
All right, so, yeah, Fishball has tried to make something happen in the bottom side of the map. It's not going to happen again. And you talked about the first Book of Worthlessness, you called it. Quote from Frost. How about a second one?
He doubled down.
He's
got to get that Hex Drinker. See, that's the thing. If you take 2 books of worthlessness and you put them together, you get a gun.
That is a interesting recipe. This is probably why I'm not a good cook, because I just don't understand how certain recipes turn into an actual meal. This one apparently turns into a gun. Unfortunately, Moya's going to have to take a long time before it actually turns into anything.
And he has to be reliant on those back timers then. You know, one of the big issues across from Renekton is that you have a Fury versus Energy champion, so both of them can sit up there infinitely. They don't have to worry about burning resources like the mana, but Renekton has the innate built-in sustain, and he's going to be reliant on his itemization to do that for Kennen.
Oh, looks like Fishball is going to be the next victim. Gets blown up, followed through. Oh, but he flashes over the wall. Fishball comes out, still alive. But Jinu and Amy, definitely the dynamic duo in this instance.
This is why you don't gank the losing lane unless you know exactly where the enemy jungler is. So Fishball has the right idea. He's trying to save face. He wants to help the top lane, dig up, because we're pretty deep into the ground right now. The problem is that he didn't set up the footwork, which is to ward, to find Amy, and then execute on that information. One step further, though, is how well LG are locking that down. They've got early control wards in the river, and they're just sitting and camping. We knew that this was going to be the strategy. Renekton Elise, and LGD are executing on it brilliantly.
Definitely strong execution coming in from LGD. Taking the flash from Fishballs. Moya's still suffering from that.
I like it how it was Fishball and now it's Fishballs.
We're just going to go further and further. I don't know what the next step is from this point, but we'll find out. He's going to have to showcase what he can do in this game.
He's going to have to showcase his
Fishballs. I appreciate that. I like the setup there. We're already working very well as a duo. I see where we're going from here. Only up. Only up. Speaking of up, Fishball, top side of the map. Trying to solidify vision, and this is definitely important, knowing that LeBlanc versus Syndra definitely is going to be problematic for Syndra because she's not going to be able to outpush the matchup cross. So what is... Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
That's a spider.
Uh-oh.
He's looking for the cocoon, flashed away. Yeah, okay, Sum's just falling time and time again coming out of Dan. It's not turning into a kill, but eventually someone's going to have to die for this.
And it's just the rinse, wash, and repeat. You know, Amy's getting a lot of work done on the Elise, so showcasing why it was a higher priority for LGD than something like the Rek'Sai, despite the fact that I feel like Rek'Sai still does very well on this current patch.
Yeah,
so that's, what, 2 kills and a flash now in Amy's pocket?
Yeah, and honestly, Amy's just doing far too much work. Fishball trying to catch up, try to play towards topside, give him some vision. But at this point in time, Renekton is too far ahead, and if Elise is trying to pressure towards mid and give Pool that extra bit of pressure. So he's getting Syndra ult to the face.
But that was everything. The thing about LeBlanc right now is that she has the built-in sustain through her itemization. So she's already got that gun right now. What is it? Hex
Tech.
Thank you. I was like, it's not Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
The Hex Tech. So even though Syndra burns the ultimate, LeBlanc's totally fine to pop a pot and to wait for that to kick in.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where, you know, there's that one item, I would say, power spike from LeBlanc that we all talk about or look towards.
Allows her to hit the chains pretty much every time because you have the slow.
Especially with Chi not having Flash here. He still has his plans, but he's going to be playing this matchup incredibly defensively. That being said, massive wave starting to crash onto this tower. Moyu knows this all too well. He's going to back away. He doesn't want any of that, but that could easily turn into first tower gold for LGD.
And the thing is you have to look at Chi right now. He's sitting in the mid lane and he's applying pressure with Cool's missing when he should be rotating down. But here comes the teleport.
They're looking for this. Imp gets away. TP coming through as well from LGD. This turns into a team fight. Hook coming through. Kennen kind of needs to get out of there. Moyu dead once again.
And this is why it was so important that Chi made the earlier rotation than when he did. You knew if the teleports came in that Jinu was innately going to have an advantage because he's ahead in the lane. Syndra had to get there first.
I don't know if Chi is gone. In fact, Chi is probably gone, just not the way he wants to go. Stun under tower, killed by Cool. This is turning into a disaster for Daniel Gaming.
And we had the question, could they do it again without the snowball that Jax afforded them in the first game? And so far, this is a very solid no.
Yeah, turning into a snowball for the opposite team. Funny enough, Amy gets the first tower gold topside, so he gets a lot of gold in his own pocket. and they're going to turn this into a mid kill. I mean, that they still need to wait for the next turret, but that's a lot of damage on this here.
They also have Spiderlings that they had to work with to juggle a couple more of the aggro hits, and now the wave has come back in.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dan, no one is moving towards this. Zindra's so far away from this turret, and Kennen doesn't want any bit of that. Already died far too often in this game. So that's going to be a very early mid turret in favor of LGD.
And it's this constant ebb and flow in this series of absorbing pressure. You know, Dan, they make the correct call. They want to dive bottom because they see that LGD have committed towards the top lane. They move their jungler, they place the ward, they start teleporting. Again, it's just these small executional errors, not rotating their mid lane over quick enough, and then just great reaction from LGD. It's two teams that are playing well. LGD are just playing better.
Yeah, what opening do you see for Dan to be able to come back into this game? Because it feels like this is turning into a complete stomp in favor of LGD. No
and
tower on the top side of the map. Like, what do you see?
And the scary thing is as the game goes on, the baton's just going to pass farther and farther to LGD. Should be okay.
Okay,
he's got
to get out of there.
Kennen underneath him.
The Rift Herald. Really trying to get the Scuttle Crab. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to do. Actually, it's going to be free for him. So yeah, he's going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab and get out of there. Got something for his troubles.
But the only thing that Dan Gaming can do at this moment is they can just try to survive the lanes. Moyu's in a good position right now. You know, he's got his first completed item. He just wants to grab farm. But while the waves are pushed in these long lanes to them, and while they're just trying to allocate resources into the appropriate parties, they need to make sure that LGD don't catch them. You know, that Amy can no longer find a pick in a cocoon that snowballs into an objective. They need to slow down the game, settle themselves, and start making pick plays with Syndra, because that's pretty much the only champion that they have any kill pressure with, and waiting for their Kennen to catch back up.
All right, looks like Rift Trail is going to be abandoned as Moyu finds it looking a little lost. Rift Trail is going to finally go back into its own pit. But now, you know, it settles down, and I think that's the scary part right now for LGD, that they all go back to base. Blade of the Rune King finished by Imp, so he's pretty strong right now.
Yeah, and LGD have a wealth of options before them. They can go for the Mountain Dragon. They can try to access Rift Herald. They can start setting up picks on a lot of the control wards that they've placed. So they have different ways to continue to accelerate this game, but the onus is entirely on them. Whereas Dan Gaming, they want to pull the WE. They want to get in the bunker. They want to close the door. And the only place that they're ever going to make plays is with this Syndra right now.
You kind of have to be a little bit paranoid with Nuclear Winter. Bottom side of the map is looking to be the major focus for LGD. You know what's going to happen, Fox. You know exactly what's about to happen. Oh, Fishball might not know.
We're going to die over Raptors?
Maybe. So here's the thing. All right, LGD, they're taking this Earth Dragon. That's fair. That's fine. But I'm a little sad that they're not looking towards that bottom lane tower. I feel like Dragon should be the runner-up.
Well, if they take Rift Herald before they go for their dive, which is what we all know is going to happen, then when they dive them and murder them, they can then place the Rift Herald and get a 2-for-1 special. Like that.
All right,
that's a Dragon and a Flash.
They're getting a lot right now, is LGD. It looks like they're definitely finding themselves. Wait a minute, Moyu. I don't know if you want that, Moyu. Understand that Jinnu is less than half HP, but I still have no faith in your ability to skirmish nonetheless. Amy's going to be able to come in here and finish off. Who gets the Rift Herald? It's going to be Jinnu.
He didn't actually come for the Rift Herald. He was actually just there for the control ward.
The life of the jungle. That's fair. That being said, Rift Herald picked up by Jinnu. He's going to be going towards the top side of the map, so I wonder where they're going to use it. You would expect them to use it towards the bottom side of the map, but having it Renekton pick it up instead of Elise is, I would say, missed opportunity.
Yeah, but there is also, you know, the options like you talk about. Like I said, I agree with you. I would love it if they just committed all of their resources bot lane and then used it down there. Yeah. Or they could just kill Kennen by himself in the top lane and use it there. Because eventually they'll win bottom, and they are for sure going to win top.
And you know how much I love just that 1v1 duel. Just the plan to pick on one person, one individual. It's going to be the AP Kennen. And what I love is usually, you know, for most champions like Echo, like Kennen, you get that, you're just going towards that one item. It's going to be the, I guess it's, what's that item that he's going for right now? It's the, I'll call it the booster item, the booster package.
The hose?
Yeah, the hose. It's not the hose.
The belt.
The belt. There we go.
Proto belt.
Proto belt. That's the item, my friends.
But I feel like it's
so
not the
yeah, go on.
it's not the frozen hose because it does the GPL.
Yep.
But it does, you know, spray things out.
Oh, you're right. Just in the opposite direction.
Yeah. Pew!
That's pretty cool. That being said, it's going to be a late pickup because he just has no gold to really look back on. That's a massive, I would say, 30 CS advantage.
But here's this bot lane play starting to set up that we were talking about, Raz.
All right, here we go.
The time is coming. The clock strikes now.
And Renekton's already there to place down the Rift Herald, so they're all ready for this. Phage and Nats are going to have a little bit of a bad time. Flash comes through, but he gets hooked up, and he gets demolished. All right, wait a minute. Oh, cool. Gets answered back by Chi, who is just ready to outplay him with his ulti. Overall, it's a trade, but it should still be in LGD's favor as they get the tower, and they're going to just look to push this one into the second one.
And we said that was the one play that they had kill pressure for Dan. It was on the Syndra. So yeah, they do get the trade, but they're still losing the objective war.
Oh, they get the hook onto Alistar, so he is forced to burn his ulti. He's getting really chunked down.
Oh, here comes
TP
Kennen.
flank coming from Kennen. I actually have no idea what he's willing to do. Okay, he's not willing to do much. He cancels the TP so he can stick towards the top side of the map. Don't even think he's going to be able to get that tower, but a lot of damage coming through from LGD.
Teleport top by Cool. He's actually trying to answer.
Oh no, run, my little friend. Mo, you get out of there. He even sends in a clone to send him his regards. You're about to die very soon, Moyu. It just depends. Can you handle it? Oh, no. He definitely cannot. It's going to take a little bit of time. He's trying to fight back. Taking us some time. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, there we go. So Moyu does die for his troubles. Could not get the top lane tower. Yeah, at least Cool has to burn TP for that.
And on the bright side, he now has his belt.
Oh, there we go. He's got it.
Okay, so overall, it wasn't a trade. LGD still in the lead because they got the tower for free.
Yep.
That said, good news for Daniel Gaming. They got the proto belt in Moyo, and Syndra got a kill and now has a completed Morelos. That's all the good news I have.
It's good enough.
More at 11.
I wonder if it's good enough. Like, even though I've said it's good enough, I'm still very skeptical. Next objective, it looks like they're pressuring towards. Okay, get out of there. A little bit too tricky. They're looking for the blue buff that might come up very soon. Dragon's going to be coming up in a minute and 50.
I mean, the nice thing that you can say about Dan Gaming's comp is I'm not going to call it low econ, but it's a wombo combo. You know, they can
utility.
Yeah, they can throw in the Fate's Call. You got so many stuns to the Kennen ultimate. It's also AP Kennen, so that helps scatter the weak. Like, they're not actually too far behind in a 5v5 as long as their CC pieces hit the appropriate targets.
Yeah, and thankfully they have an Alistar, so even though he only has that Sight Stone, you are as tanky as you can possibly be with your ulti. So there are still some outplay potential that Dan has. They're just going to be a little bit sad that they're not getting any bit of leeway. Moyu's going to get caught out. Actually, it's going to be LeBlanc. Gets popped up by Rek'Sai. Oh, here we go. Oh, but you have a Thresh Lantern. In fact, they're just doubling down. TP coming through. Jinnu trying to find something off of it. Nothing can be found. So that's a TP burn by Jinnu. And Cool does have to back after that.
Which means that we now have these windows where the TPs will be mismatched. That said, about 45 seconds on that Infernal, Moyu has to push this wave as hard as possible so he can get freed up to try to make a play on Infernal. We talked about the wombo combo outplay that Dan Gaming's comp still has. This is the big opportunity that they have to exploit on that. Whereas if LGD shut them down now, that's pretty much the game.
So it's going to be interesting to see how LGD play through this one. They have the deep control wards placed into the enemy's right side jungle, so if Dan try at all to match this, even try to contest for this, they might find themselves getting picked off by pretty heavy pick composition coming from LGD at this point in the game. So LeBlanc now going to his bottom side of the map, just clearing it out. I guess they're finding themselves into a 1-3-1 position.
If you had to put a numeric value on LGD's and Dan Gaming's chance of victory, what would you give them?
All right. At this game specifically, or in the series?
This game.
Okay, this game I would give. You know what? I'm gonna have to not say much about that. Okay, actually, never mind. Just kidding.
Okay, I'll give you one easier. This upcoming fight.
Ooh, it's definitely gonna be in LGD's favor. About 1,000%. If the fight even happens. In fact, Dan are gonna be in position for this first. They even have Kalista Ren to rely on. So So even though Dragon's not being very helpful, healing up just a little bit, they're going to be able to get the Rend, and that's going to be a free Infernal Dragon for Daniel Gaming.
And they're fine doing this because Moyu has TP that he could answer Jinu on the top side of the map if they felt they were trading an inner. But hold on, fishball.
All right, nothing there, just an empty hook, but Jinu's doing a lot of damage to this tower. He's not going to be able to get it here, but there's the next wave coming through. You even have Elise coming in to back him up.
And the thing is they could have pushed down this tower sooner, so Moyu doesn't pull the trigger on the TP. But Amy actually did a wonderful job shadowing underneath Jinu. He was waiting for the rest of Dan Gaming to rotate through the jungle and offering Renekton a little bit more vision with his fates.
I think we have a good opportunity here to take a second look at the items. We go into Elise, who's actually picked up Locket of the Iron, Solari. I wonder if they're going to be dipping into double Locket of the Iron, Solari, seeing as they're going up against double AP.
Do we call that double dipping?
Double dipping, I do like that. Cool's not going to like what just happened there. He's going to be pretty upset. Hands on his head. You saw it just a little bit when they swapped towards his camera. So yeah, Cool just died in a 1v1.
And the rest of the team is silent. Camera changes to PYL, and he was like, yep.
So this is actually pretty awkward for LGD. They're trying to gain vision control here, but they're not going to be able to do just that as she is now moving towards the mid lane. So slight numbers advantage for Dan Gaming. We're going to take a second look at this one.
And Chi just abusing the vision fact, sets up his orbs, hits the Scout of the Week, and then turns on the ultimate. Good fadeaway flash for the last little boop.
That's pretty sad, but it looks like it's going to be Baron started up from Dan Gaming. They're using Kalista ulti to pick off somebody. It's going to be Jinu. No, wait a minute. Kalista gets picked off. He flashes away. TP coming through, but Phage is taking so much damage. Oh my god! Moyu blew them up. Didn't have much AP, but you don't need much to blow up some squishies. So Dan gets quite a bit off of it. They get the kill onto PYL. Cool misses his hook. Wait a second. Dan backs it up. It's just going to be a small trade. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. All right, Frost, break that one down for me.
Kennen got to the back line. Like you said, you don't need much AP to blow up some squishies and forced all of LGD's damage dealers to disengage from the fight. We said, yes, Dan Gaming are behind, but how their composition works means that they can still fight from here. LGD haven't hit that break point yet in Twitch.
So even though gold advantage is heavily in favor of LGD, we take a second look at the classic Dan Baron call.
And this is led by PYL. He gets a great hook on Nats, forces the flash out the Kalista, but it's Moyu, the hero himself. Look at that. That is a 5-man cannon ult because Cool teleports in the middle of it. That's then followed up by Chi's damage. This Syndra is a big deal.
Yeah, you kind of have to imagine a world in which Kennen is not completely behind 1-5-1. Yeah, a little bit more AP cut. Probably could have got a few kills on that one.
He's also itemizing double penetration, so he's looking for power right now as opposed to long term. Once he's finished his hourglass, he's actually still going to be quite relevant in these fights.
Yeah, so Kalista actually had to use her ulti. Jinu was looking to force a flank. You see the 1-3-1 coming in hand with both Cool and Jinu abandoning their side lane. But I guess LGD still have some control, and it's a 6K gold lead for LGD, and they have all 5 members on the map, so they're probably not going to find themselves in that position once again.
Some control. I think the hands are slipping off the wheel, though.
Yeah. A little sweaty. Just hopefully they have a few towels beside them, so they.
Do you carry towels when you drive, Raz?
I do not, but I probably should. I'm the type of person to have some pretty sweaty hands.
You sweaty guy?
Sweaty guy. Sweaty guy. It's one of those moments. I remember when I came into the office once, and it was just like,
oh, everyone remembers that moment.
Wait a minute! You're trying to besmirch my name. I don't like this. I don't like it. But I just remember Dom having a very good nose. So that one day I didn't bring in deodorant. He was like, "Hey!"
I heard that you didn't bring it that day because it was cold.
It was cold. I don't like having cold pits. This is a true fact. So good information for everybody to recognize. But yeah, right now, the map is getting a little bit stale, I would say. Stale is a good description. You can see Jinu, and oh my god, Cool gets warded out. He's going to be pretty tilted about that. He's going to be pretty sad this is not working out, but it looks like the Jinu and LeBlanc are going to be pushing out. Oh, Chi, why are you running away? Actually, you know that's a clone. So yeah, Cool and Jinu are able to take that tower down. Moyu has to play it back and look towards the next objective. The question mark ping going on to Baron. But Moyu have no say in that. He's going to be a dead one.
Here comes Syndra.
Yeah,
so Chi was making his back because he was trying to assist Moyu. Unfortunately, Moyu dies before Syndra gets there, and now LGD have expensed both their mid laner and their top laner bottom, and Dan haven't gotten anything off of having a numbers advantage.
Very unfortunate for Dan. You gotta wonder what was on, honestly, a lot of them. I would say Moyu's mind because he knew what situation he was in. He lost the tower, but still stuck around. For the rest of Dan, they didn't have to bring in Chi. They could have actually pressed forward into the Baron side, but either way, they lose out just about everything. Now LGD have proper advantage, or at least vision control, the top side of the map.
You can almost kind of tell how frantic LGD are in a sense. They've been in this position so many times across from top teams like WE, where they have a gold lead, they have a very clear, win condition, the finish line is right in front of them, and they just fall flat on their face right before it. So I want them to take a couple of breaths, to slow some things down, and to play this one smart.
It looks like they're just going pretty hypey for Moyu. They found their target. It's not a very hard task. He comes out for the wave, they just blast him with 2 people.
And
Cool
they're not
Jinu.
losing anything for it. Again, Dan Gaming, Moyu shouldn't have been out that far. His teammates were in base, so they couldn't even exploit his death for vision control over the Baron area.
We've gotten to a point 26 minutes into the game where the death timers are going to be pretty large. 26 seconds now. Right now it's 20 seconds for Moyu. But LGD are going to take this opportunity to take full control. And with Chi here on the bottom side of the map, they see him. They're going to be starting up on Baron. TP coming through. And sure, you see this, Dan, but can you do anything about it?
I mean, Syndra didn't even try to stop Renekton to teleport out. Yes, I think he did it in the bush, but he would have known.
All right, TP coming in from Dan. They're going to be looking to contest this. Flash coming through. PYL making it so Fishbowl has no way to get into that fishbowl. Oh, he smites it. Wait a minute. Dan come back, and they're looking for a fight. I don't think they can win it.
Here comes Chi.
Oh, all right. No, this is it. This is over. LGD still takes the fight, but they still got the Baron Steel Frost. They still got it. LGD may have won the fight, but Chi is the last survivor with Baron. How do they do it?
But it means that they can't break the towers as easily. Yes, they can group up. They can try to crack the inhib while they have 4 members dead on the side of Dan Gaming. But this is going to slow down LGD and any sort of momentum that they had built up.
That was kind of ridiculous, especially since PYL went above and beyond to flash out of the pit, hook Fishbowl into a small corner.
I mean, he was trying to juggle him effectively, like strong-arm the guy.
Yeah, get out of there. This is not your club to enter. And then he just enters anyways. It doesn't matter. He goes straight through the backside. So that was insane. That being said, it's only on Chi. So the team fight victory from LGD, you would debate that they actually come out a lot better off of that, just because now they have a lot more gold to work with.
Yeah, and this is the thing. It now gives them that 4 minutes or 4:30, whatever they have left on the Baron, to catch their breath, to get more gold onto Kennen, to get him closer to his next item, to get close to more confident. She's got her QSS here. Is she going to finish the defensive item? Is she going to go for another offensive item? So, big thing is that it pumps the brake a little bit on LGD. We said that they were maybe feeling a bit frantic. They've been in this position so many times before and have just fallen short. And maybe you can start to see some of the cracks, maybe the tilt, wedging in, pulling them apart.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of when they went up against WE. WE were so far behind in that game and still somehow came out with a victory.
But the nice thing is that Dan Gaming are not Team WE. So LGD still very much in control of this game. You can see that gold lead. That's close to 10K. They just can't get inside their own heads. They need to be calm, collected. It's fine. You have a Twitch. You're going to outscale.
Yeah,
just get there.
They already set themselves up in the side lanes. LeBlanc is going to be with them here. Renekton is actually cutting through the blue side jungle. They might look to take this fight. They get the hook off Fishbowl. Oh, LeBlanc even get the trick off on Phage. Phage is less than half HP. This is going to be a good fight for LGD to pick. Renekton comes through, half HP, but is going to be able to blow up
That's
Phage.
choke point.
Oh my god, Moyu. Is he going to live off this? Oh, Imp versus Moyu. That 1v1. Imp comes out ahead. Fishbowl losing a little bit of HP. Imp, wait, oh my god, he was so close to surviving that. Nat's coming through, but that should be the end of it. Just kidding. The hook comes through from PYL, and down goes Callista. Down goes LeBlanc. PYL trying to dodge left and right.
Oh,
she
my
does
God.
way too much damage. Triple kill. Chase the quadra. Get in there. You don't have Ghost. You don't have. Oh, well, he's got no.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. Why did the preseason have to allow these plants to exist.
What is happening?
Okay, so somehow Dan came out ahead in that team fight.
And a lot of the props was to Kennen. They ran into a choke point. Dan Gaming had their vision set up so they knew what they were fighting into, and Kennen got into the backline. Now, this has to be prefaced. Check out Twitch's summoner spells. He doesn't have heal. He doesn't have flash. The next team fight, he will have those. So it's going to be a big difference. And Imp almost outplayed the hell out of Dan Gaming in this fight. Yes. So here's the choke point. The vision is set. Renekton goes in. Immediately gets knocked up. He's pretty much going to die. He's now dead. Moyu cleans up the Renekton and is now on the Twitch. And Imp is just going to play out of his mind, reposition with the Lantern. Unfortunately, the very tip
unbelievable
of Syndra puts him down. Again, if he has flash, if he is healed, that situation doesn't happen.
And then Cool comes back in, but immediately gets demolished off that as well. Chi played this fight so well.
He stands perfectly still.
Like, oh no! That's one of those sad days. You try to outplay that situation. You know there's no damage coming through. Syndra's going to come out ahead on that. So now the Syndra is 5-1-2. This game should have been over a little bit ago, a little while ago, but it's still going on, and Dan's still coming out ahead. What do you think, Frosk? Sure, the gold lead is still in LGD's pockets, but can Dan come back?
But it's the gold lead on the Renekton, and now has to be carried over to the Twitch. And Dan Gaming's composition have a lot of ways to make Twitch's life a living nightmare. So everything has to be on Imp to position correctly and for his team to help create space for him, which has not been LGD's strong point pretty much ever.
Yeah, but he does, as you mentioned, have his sums back up. His next team fight might be a little bit better. It would have to be. You talked about how Moyu has gone towards the Magic Penetration item, has his Void Staff, and Leandri's Torment's complete. So he has his 3 items. He's in a position where he's actually doing a lot of damage in these team fights. And
it almost doesn't even matter that he would have double penetration. It's the thing that his target, he's going to do a lot of damage to Twitch regardless. It's now threat on all of the other targets. You know, the fact that he has kill pressure on someone like Elise at this point of the game, even though she has the locket, because he has double pen. So that's the scary thing about Kennen at this stage.
Yeah, so hitting up on the locket point, Thresh is going to be able to pick up one his own, so it's going to be double locket coming in from LGD. They recognize the burst damage is going to be incredibly
explosive.
Yeah, pretty explosive,
dominating,
pretty powerful, pretty dominating, pretty oppressive, all of which is going to happen.
But now they need to coordinate them correctly against Syndra and Kennen.
Yeah, so going to have to figure out how this is going to go.
I think it's going to happen in 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Oh! Are you saying that just because Baron's coming up in 1 minute and 5 seconds?
I would never say that about Dan Gaming and LGD.
All right, you know what? I'm a little suspicious, just a tiny bit. As you mentioned now, vision being cleared out in the blue side jungle here by LGD, just getting it all cleared and ready so they can go straight towards that Baron. They're actually looking to push a little bit further. You talked about how Moyu's a little bit far out. It looks like Alistar's a little far out himself. I'm not talking about the 70s version of far out, definitely just the bad version. The only way you can really talk about it in this society.
It's out of position.
Yeah.
Yep. Forced to burn the Fate's Call to stay alive.
Pretty far out.
I like the fact, though, that he made his AD carry burn his ultimate, but he refused to burn his.
I will hold on to this, because mine is incredibly important for the next team fight. I don't need your engaging ulti. In fact, they're probably going to get engaged on. Moyu gets stunned up, but he's going to be able to get out of there. Just a lot of damage being done.
Twitch burned ult.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty important.
Yeah, he didn't get anything for it. It now makes it that much scarier for LGD to actually turn onto this Baron. They can try to set a trap, perhaps, but if it comes to a 5v5, LGD are at a huge disadvantage because they don't have Imp's ult.
Yeah, just no vision here for Dan in this river to the top side of the map.
See?
You have to believe that they even take that gambit.
That's why he wanted to retain his ultimate. He's like, I gotta check for vision, which means I gotta use my face. I need my ult.
Yeah.
Never mind that Callista's ult would offer you the exact same safety in that situation.
Tell me how you really feel. Please tell me.
I feel like he planted his feet and he was like, ult me out.
Beam me up.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Still pretty sad that you took that, or at least I guess it was Pulse that took that picture of me.
Mate, who wears a headset like that?
A lot of people do. It was in the style in that specific Star Trek show. I don't watch Star Trek, so me even making that reference is pretty sad. It's going to be Infernal Dragon being picked up by Dan Gaming. It looks like they're coming right back into the game.
With the double Infernal, they definitely are. Syndra has kill pressure on pretty much everyone. Even Renekton can't stop her, especially with a build like that. He does have Adaptive Helm, but that's really it.
Yeah.
He's looking for his GA, and until he has that, Chi is a big deal.
Baron's getting pinged out here. Phage is going to be looking for anybody. That's Kalista ulti for nothing. They thought they had the pick off PYL, but they all dispersed from that. So it's getting a little bit scary on the side of LGD that they're not able to hammer this game out. They had such a large advantage early on in this game, but it seems like they're starting to fumble it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We know that LGD, when pressure is on, they do crack underneath it. They have not been a team that mentally or emotionally have prepared very well for these types of scenarios, and they're constantly getting put into these corners.
They're going to be starting it. Good control wards here, so there is no way for Dan to recognize that this is happening.
Here comes Fishball.
They're going to be trying anything. Now remember, Fishball stole the last Baron. They're going to want him dead.
Oh, he's in the middle of the
Oh
team!
my god, Moyu! Imp is trying to kite back. He gets the kill, but Phage is right on top of his face. Thank God he's an Alistar, not doing too much damage. She is untouched throughout this entire fight, so actually this is going to be Dan Gaming coming out with a major victory.
Blast Plant, MVP.
Oh, he died to the minion wave. That is the most shameful death.
But now they have Kalista, so they may not have their jungler, but the smite is also down on LGD, and because they have the Kalista, the only thing LGD can do is try to kill them here. They can't outsmite.
It's going to be the two carries, Cool and Imp. They have to work together to find a way to get this game, or at least save this fight for them. Cool gets out of it just barely. Chi has just a little bit of HP. He flashes in. Wait a minute. What? Oh, no. Nats dies. So the Kalista Ren doesn't kill Imp. They're both somehow alive. They did it. They stopped the Baron take. Chi is once again the last survivor. How many times do you have to see your family perish before you take your own life?
Can we hit a skill shot, please?
I don't know what you're talking about, Frost. These are very difficult abilities to land.
Okay, check out this blast cone right now. What up, fam? Right into the back line.
Into the back line.
Oh, just absolutely obliterates them. And then she's like, wait a minute, I was supposed to follow up with damage? That damage right there pops them like a balloon. Nats goes over the side, will chase down Jinnu with assistance via the creeps.
Oh, he just watched him die to the wave.
But the real hero was missing this Fate's Call point blank. We'll see if Ip actually flashed it, because I saw his flash was on cooldown. And if so, that is much more impressive.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Oh my god, they actually finished Baron. But no, we have to watch this replay. No looking to the cheap screen. Don't do it.
Okay, check Imp. Oh no, he flashed aggressively, so they just straight up missed the Fate's Call.
And that is pretty disastrous for Dan. Imp was able to come out ahead with that one. And as, you know, if you were looking at the cheap screen, if you were that player in the 90s playing at the N64 and you were looking to your side if you were playing multiplayer, you're like, I know exactly where you are. Well, guess what? You found out that LGD took Baron. A little unfortunate. Dan played so well, but still lost it. Fishball might lose his life for this. He's a health tank, so there's not a lot of sustain on that. Oh, yo, wait a minute. Oh, he's alive. He's okay.
Yeah, but his tower's not.
Yeah, it's going to be LGD already pressuring up to the tower. In fact, you know, it's kind of threatening to look towards a Phage. Oh, wait a second. He's getting demolished. Kalista's Fate's Call comes through to protect him. There we go. They're going to be able to take both the inhib tower and the inhib itself.
So finally, LGD, patience. On the back of Imp and Cool's hero plays, secure the Baron, break the inhib. Game is back in their favor, although this gold lead pretty much means nothing at this point in the game. Everyone's getting closer and closer to their core items, or maybe, you know, 1.5 items off. But this is all coming down to execution of the 5v5.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to that 40-minute mark. You don't ever want to see it happen, especially if you're Cole playing LeBlanc and you recognize that your damage is not going to be doing so hot. You may be 7-3-7, but your team better finish the game quickly before you deal with the damage coming in from OU. He was supposed to be behind, but now he's kind of trying to mess you up. Cool gets out of it pretty, you know, pretty relaxed.
That moment when 2 and 10 Kennen flashes on you with Proto Belt.
It's a pretty bad feel. It's one of those moments where you definitely don't want to talk about it. So he better win this game. LGD in a pretty good position. They have Baron. They're starting to pressure top side with LeBlanc on the bottom side. Having super minions crashing in the middle lane feels like this is exactly where you want to be if you're LGD.
But until someone kills Chi right now on the Syndra, LGD are not going to get anywhere closer to this Nexus than what they need to be. I like the fact that they're trying to split him apart, pushing lanes around him by playing the Baron in all 3 lanes. But eventually, they're going to have to go toe-to-toe with Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra actually has to go back to base because she was running out of mana, has no access to any more blue buffs. Thankfully, she does it in the proper time. LeBlanc was just pushing up the wave. She's actually going to be accompanied by Elise. So it's going to be interesting to see what LGD do as a team because they look like they're trying to rotate. No, they're just trying to focus onto this tower.
That's what I say about a lot of teams. It looks like they're trying to rotate.
They're making the attempt. Oh my god, LGD has found his target. Moyu, they just don't die. All right, Imp finds a way to get out of it. Proper save from PYL. They try time and time again, but they somehow survive. PYL flashes away because he needs to. And so they get the bottom lane tower.
But they didn't get another inhib.
Yeah, this is pretty sad here for LGD. You get so close. You're striking the base. You're like, well, we just used a Baron to take a turret. Now maybe they're going to be able to use this Elder Dragon a little bit better. But you can see where Rek'Sai is. He's definitely closing in to see if he can get the steal.
Dun-dun.
He's getting there.
Dun-dun.
He has found his target. Oh, but they have found him. Now they're running away. All right, pretty anticlimactic. Wonder why they didn't just look to kill him, but they knew that the rest of Dan Gaming were coming up. All right. So they got Elder Dragon. What else do they need, Frost? What do they need? They've got Barons. They've taken one tower. They have now Elder Dragon, so they should feel confident that they can win a fight. Can they?
They should be able to.
Oh, see, that's the best answer. That's my favorite answer. It's like they should.
I mean, we've seen
But they can't.
So many lopsided fights this game that we know that it just comes down to, did Kennen blow up Imp? Or if Imp survived, LGD win.
Oh, he has 2K gold in his pocket. What are you going to purchase?
But I feel like the scary thing is that Imp has to juggle both the Kennen as well as the Syndra.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the outplay has to come in here.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what Twitch purchased. He's coming out of the base.
Got a Maw.
Okay.
So he's got 2 MR items.
So there we go.
His Saber and his Maw.
So is that what he needs for us to find himself alive? Not only does he need the double Lockets of the Iron Solari, but he needs just that extra bit of magic resist.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's got double Locket. He's got the ability to proc the shield. He then has a reposition by Dark Passage. He's got everything that he needs to be successful. We now just need to see him do the Imp things.
All right, so it's going to be LeBlanc in the mid lane, leading the army of minions, including the super minion generals. They all died. It's a little unfortunate. But they just need any bit of pressure so they can actually get this top lane turret. It's so low, Frost, but Dan knows it, and they want to engage upon it.
Trying to be patient, trying to play multiple lanes.
I don't think Cool has Lich Bane. It's going to take him a little bit of time to get that inhib pretty low. It's already at half HP. Oh, but that's Chi without Banshee's Veil. He might get opened up on, especially since Imp is looking for him. Looking for something.
He's just seeing if anyone will separate from Dan.
Imp has ulti. Is he going to look for it? Okay, they got the tower. And that's all they want. They're not going to push any further. Imp could have actually opened up his ulti and looked to fight this through, but it's not going to happen. She's actually less than half HP, so that's going to be inhib for LGD.
And they just play conservatively. They got the Baron inhib. Baron is spawning in a minute. LGD now have a very clear-cut win condition that they can continue to play off the super creeps in the bottom lane. They have double teleport, so it can either be Cool or Renekton to guide that in. Yeah,
it's going to be Jinnu who back to base got full HP. You might expect him to double down with the TP of his own. He's TPing right now. And it's going to be a hard take for Dan. They're trying to deal with LeBlanc, who's just time and time again taking shots at that inhib. But meanwhile, the entirety of LGD... Wait a minute, that's a knock-up! But Imp gets out of it scot-free.
LGD have a clear-cut win condition of the Baron.
Is that a Tilted Frost guy here? There's something. There's definitely something. But they've gotten the second inhib. All right? They have 2 inhibs down, Frost. That's all they need. As you mentioned, Baron coming up in 10 seconds. Imp is even going for the red buff. So it would be that easy. Because you have to expect for Dan to look to contest this. And every single time Dan has looked to contest the Baron, they've either stolen it or actually won a team fight.
This is going to be the team fight of their lives. LG could just be patient and just wait for the super creeps to do their work since they have 2 inhibs open.
Yes, yeah, you can see LeBlanc looking to push out that mid wave and make it a lot easier, so that's going to be barreling through. But that's Dan starting it up very quickly. They have to actually make this a battle of time. They have to try and burn it or make the fight happen.
LGD have to fight because Kalista has her Rend in the Baron.
Oh, Nats had to flash away. Losing a lot of HP. Speaking of losing a lot of HP, wait a minute. Moyu gets right to the back line, but Imp survives. Massive shield coming through. Phage just knocks him away. Actually, very useless. But Fishball goes down. Jinu goes down. This should be a fight win. No, actually, this is Dan taking the team fight once again.
And they're back onto the Baron. Again, they don't, excuse me, they do have the jungler as well as the Kalista. Imp is trying to end the game. He has the minion wave to do it, and he has the damage.
It's going to be up to Amy if he can somehow find a miracle here. He's going in for it. Could not get the steal. But Twitch.
Oh my god.
No, he's decided to just chicken out. He's
Not
doing
again, LGD.
Okay, Frost, it's happening. They've lost the Baron and lost the team fight. We're 45 minutes into the game. And even though that's 2 inhibs down for Dan Gaming, they're winning these fights.
But I want to back up. Everyone who's watching this game is probably like, this is an absolute fiesta. What is happening? What is this Baron Harlem Shake dance? But the thing is that this is ingenious from Dan. Look at the super creep waves. They know that they have a tiny window where they're even able to make this play before they can no longer leave their base. They know that they have the Kalista.
Ooh.
They force LGD to fight them when LGD just want to sit back and be patient. And for a team that has no competitive experience on the LPL, that is a massive call to make and then to execute on against veterans of this caliber. This is a brilliant play from Dan.
Brand new team too. Honestly, the fact that Dan's bench is coming into this and might be able to 2-0 LGD is fantastic.
And from a deficit, if they could do it both from being ahead and then being behind, they would show how flexible they are and how strong this roster actually can be.
They have a very tough task. I mean, sure, they're winning these team fights.
And don't get me wrong, this game is still a fiesta, but that was a great
That's a great
Baron
fiesta.
call.
Honestly, there's such a negative connotation to fiestas. I'd like to go to one
I just find them
myself.
entertaining.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
I'm entertained. I am definitely entertained.
This is like close to 40 kills in a 47-minute game. I don't know what more people want from League of Legends.
I want more kills, Frost. I want more kills.
We've had it all. We've had outplays. We've had disaster plays. We'd have a teleport blast cone into the backline plays.
I mean, why would you watch Day After Tomorrow if not for the disaster plays? Okay, that's my question.
What I don't understand is why you don't get Pulp Fiction references.
I do. Okay,
but you will pull like the most obscure like B-rate sci-fi movie.
That is actually such a good movie, and if you haven't watched it, please watch it. I've watched Pulp Fiction, just not enough times to apparently understand every reference, and it was such a small reference. But you still take so much value.
Who doesn't know Royale with cheese?
I don't. That's your answer. I understood it afterwards, not at that moment. You said Royale with cheese. I'm like, are you trying to order something I don't have? All right.
Oh, and now we're just back to the Coke in the bag.
That one's still a disastrous experience, and I'm very glad.
Just liquid everywhere.
Yeah.
They couldn't just give you the Coca-Cola in a can.
I'm just glad that Uber Eats has a proper, let's say, customer service care. That they looked at the fact that my entire meal was drenched with Coke.
Just the fact that the delivery guy gave you a bag that was full of Coca-Cola and thought that that would be completely appropriate. Like, the more I think about it, did he, like, stand outside of your door like, okay, this is totally fine. The guy's totally not going to notice. I won't get the complaint here.
If I was that man, I wouldn't even get, like, at that point, I would make the excuse where it's like, I mean, I couldn't give you the order because they just didn't give me a Coke. So that would be my excuse. That's the best excuse you can possibly make.
Well, they clearly gave you a Coke. It was just way too much.
Yeah, maybe he thought I could drink it out of the bag. Well, LGD are going to have to do quite a bit to find a way to squeak a win here. It's not looking clean. I mean, it stopped looking clean a long time ago.
This game has been anything but clean. This is the dirtiest, the grimiest of the game. We have been literally rolling around mud wrestling for this game.
This is a good representation of a Coke in a bag story, I'll tell you right now. You're at a point right now. You can see where Cool is. His role so far has just been towards pushing out the bottom side of the map. He's been doing it time and time again, and honestly, even though it had worked out, even with the inhibs down, they couldn't do much with it. They can actually try and replicate it, but it feels like Dan Gaming are just much more confident. That's what's scary. They're confident in the fights that they can take.
Because I know they have kill pressure on the one thing that LGD have, which is Imp. And we talk about this all the time. LGD start to fracture under pressure. They tilt very easy. They're a very emotional team. And you can see that when they play, like, they start to doubt themselves. They are so strong right now, but they don't know how to approach this situation. They don't know what to do, and they just freeze. And maybe, I mean, you can see that they're still talking to each other, but we don't know what's happening in those comms. We don't know if they're bickering, if they're trying to set up a plan, but what they're not doing in-game is executing on anything. They're just waiting.
When you get to this point of the game, a lot of it comes down to outplays, especially with LGD looking. They had such a strong early game composition, obviously, and we echo that quite a bit. But if you get to this point in the game, and honestly, you just get outscaled, simply put. You have to be creative in how you can push the game forward.
But if any team is going to be able to A, outplay someone, or B, be creative, it would definitely be LGD.
That's true. That's in their resume. So they better be able to hit
So you're
those
going to send
points.
in.
Oh.
It's got to be Fishball. Using his Tremor Sense.
Yeah, you have to. They're going to be starting on top with the Elder Dragon. It's still pretty healthy, so Dan still has some time to work with. They're going to be pushing him out. Actually, LeBlanc is in a pretty bad position. Moyu is really scared of LeBlanc at this point. The Dragon is getting really low, but there's Kalista Ren on it. So right now, LGD are losing ground. Smite goes down. That's actually going to be a take from Amy. LGD gets the Elder Dragon. They're looking for the fight. LeBlanc actually gets scared off, but that could
Fishball is going to the back!
Oh my god, Moyu, please! That was a massive ulti. Wait a minute, Jinu, pretty low HP, but LGD are actually coming out of this pretty healthy. Even though that was a massive ulti coming out of Moyu, could not execute any of them.
And they did it. They won the team fight. They got the Elder Dragon, they cleaned up the fight, and they're actually gonna back. Because Chi is still alive.
See, this is where it gets pretty scary.
This is where it gets frustrating.
Yeah.
You have the numbers advantage. You have the Elder Dragon. You have double teleport. Send your double TPs back, have them teleport in, and start taking some of these inhibitors with the death timers.
They still have Elder Dragon. They're going to be TPing through. They're going to use this opportunity to actually try and end the game. Remember this, no sums on LGD, so if a fight comes through and they don't plan it out, they get surprised by it. Cool, Imp, PYL, Amy, all of which are squishy. It's going to be up to them to try and kill or make Chi irrelevant.
This is Chi against the world.
7-1 and 6. He is massive. They actually get a hook onto Nats, but he's just fine. They're going to try and end this one. Actually, they're just going to go for every inhib. Smart play. That's going to be the second inhib, but it's going to give Chi a lot more of an opportunity. They're trying. Oh, no, can't dive onto him. Back away. But they get 2 inhibs. I've seen this play before. They ping onto Baron. Actually seen this play before. Frost.
Get me off this wild
I've seen this far too many times. So LGD are trying to opt towards a Baron take. Remember, no sums on, I mean, pretty much everyone except for Jinu. Jinu has sums, but he's the one who's the tankiest, so he's the one who needs it the least. Dan has to go for this fight. Fool doesn't have Banshee's Veil anymore. It's a bit of a standoff. Texas Hold'em.
Last time Dan were in this position, they choose to pull the trigger on Baron. That said, it's Elder Dragon this time around, so...
Take a look at the lanes right now. Bottom lane and mid lane are going to be barreling through super minions, but top lane, massive wave in favor of Dan Gaming. Should be able to take that top lane out, inner turret.
She wasn't with them. He's now joined up. He's in the back.
Turret
LGD
down.
make a decision!
LGD's floundering, but honestly, this is still fine. They just have to wait for the bottom lane wave. That's going to take a long time, actually.
They're going to have to sit here for a long time.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, you should, guys, get your popcorn ready. This is going to be a bit of a waiting game to see who actually comes out.
Look at that teleport. Moyu's trying to flank them from top.
Oh, but they see it coming. It is on the wave. Dan are trying to fight. Renekton goes in. Moyu is right behind them. Remember, no flash. But he doesn't pop the ulti just yet. He gets it down.
They push Imp in.
Imp is dead. Amy is dead. Nats is still alive. But he's going to die very soon. Imp is actually, that was a GA from him. He's still alive. Somehow survived. LGD.
They did it. They did it.
They've got the win. Wait a minute. Fishball is the only survivor, but the TP is coming through. They're going to try and end the game.
They absolutely ended the game. LGD, push comes to shove, backs against the wall at 55 minutes in, finally take down Dan Gaming.
You lose track of the Jays, you really do. But that's what was necessary. Doesn't matter if the flash timers are still there, but Dan lose the one team fight. that could have actually won them the game. That's going to be a tie one. Going into game 3, LGD evens it up.
I am emotionally exhausted after that.
Actually, how do you do this play-by-play thing? This is ridiculous.
Do I
This
get
is
to
insane.
play by my next game?
Oh, maybe, just maybe. LGD, they still don't believe it.
Exactly. PYL's face right now is exactly how I feel. He's like, that was a 55-minute slugfest. We finally came up, but damn, did they have to dig real deep to find that.
It's getting very hard to take wins off this sub lineup of Dan Gaming. It's one of those moments that LGD, even with the win that they were able to accrue, they're probably still more tilted than they were in the first game.
And again, I know LGD won the game, but huge credit to Dan. Put in 2 very tough situations that other teams have crumbled under, and Dan Gaming handled them in very creative ways. The first time, immediately pushing onto the Baron, getting the Callista priority of Ren, and forcing LGD to fight them instead of waiting for the super creeps. And then the second time, a deep teleport from their Kennen to the top lane to force the fight from 2 different angles. And it almost worked.
Yeah, it almost did. You can take a look at the gold values here in this game. Definitely not the tail of the tape. No one will remember the fact that Dan almost took this game. You can see the damage graph here. Twitch did a lot. Had to do more, honestly. It felt like if he was able to somehow survive with the massive amount of dives coming through, then they can win the game. And the GA was honestly the ticket. That was what did it. I thought he was dead. Technically, he was. But if you watch Game of Thrones, he survived. He somehow revived. Spoiler alert, everybody. And we're back into game 3. Somehow it happened. Frost, please tell me what happened in that game. What happened? Because that was such a strong early game coming in from LGD. They tied the top lane tower incredibly early. Mid lane tower followed. You actually looked at Jinu and said, man, he's moving often. That he was able to take full control with his team. And then they even looked towards the bottom lane eventually. What went wrong?
It's the fact that Dan Gaming understood how to slow down the game. So the big pivotal moment was getting that initial Baron, which slowed down LGD and took away a lot of their momentum and guaranteed that Dan Gaming would be put kind of on not equal footing because they didn't have, you know, like a Kog'Maw or a Twitch, but enough that their composition would actually come online and they'd be able to execute on kind of that 5v5 talent that they did have. So that was the big factor. What's super impressive about this roster, because again, we virtually have no tape on these guys. This is the first time that we've ever seen Daniel Gaming, whatever you want to call them, their B-tier roster, their second-tier roster, every single position has been changed out, come to the Rift. Yep. And the fact that against a team like LGD, that they were able to lose the early game, slow down, right themselves, despite the fact that Moyu is being dove multiple times, and then set up vision traps, find great 5v5s, out-team fight LGD in many instances, and make that Kennen worthwhile despite being like 2-11 is quite impressive. And
so now the question is, since I guess that answers what happened in game 1 where Moyu went off, he had an incredible Jax game. You go into game 2, he honestly really tilting beginning of the game, but he was able to play these team fights very well. I guess we have to start looking towards game 3 because even though we didn't really touch game 2, game 3, do you actually sub out Moyu for lives? Do you go back to the A team?
I would say no. I think that this team probably has more experience or a better read on what LGD are doing right now. This has been 2 games, at least 2 early games, that have been effectively decided by top lane, either dives or just kind of misplays. Yeah. So there's a lot of room. You don't go backstage if you're Dan Gaming and feel bad about that game. You definitely go backstage if you're LGD and feel very frustrated, but you would hope that they have enough experience under their belts that they'll be able to right the ship and come into game 3 clear-headed. Yeah. I think both teams have adjusted their draft appropriately and will be able to make this a very even footing series.
And so what adjustments do you see coming into game 3? Because you're in a moment where obviously the top lane Moyu is not going to be pretty happy about his performance here. The team's not going to be happy about how the Kennen played out. He went up against a Renekton Elise, and it's not surprising. He even warded out pretty early on. You can see Imp taking the MVP, rightly so. The damage that he was able actually to accrue in the later portions of the game was definitely necessary. So he's going to be able to add that one to his title.
And I think the adjustment is actually going to be kind of around Imp. So Dan Gaming should be on red side, I believe, coming into this next game, which means that they'll be responsible of banning the Galio and the Zac. They've banned Zac whether they were on red side or blue side, should be noted.
Yep.
But that means that Imp is going to get one of his champions, either the Caitlyn or the Kog'Maw, which have been banned away from them when Dan Gaming were on the blue side or available or had another ban available to them. I don't think Dan Gaming should really be afraid of that. We talk about all the time that this is kind of the win condition for LGD. You know, does Imp get Caitlyn?
Yeah.
But I feel like they already have the confidence that even if he does get something like Caitlyn, that he's able to carry anyway. And I think that Dan Gaming should move away from trying to deny things from Imp, because they've already proven that they can go head-to-head with him. So just grab what you're comfortable with.
Okay, and what would you say that, I guess it's a difficult question on what they're comfortable with.
Because we just don't know.
Exactly, and so I guess the best tape, if you're LGD, you look towards that Chi played a very good Syndra.
Yep.
Even when they were behind, even when he was losing tower mid, that it felt like his team fighting was just too good. So what would you change? Would you take away the Syndra? Do you think that the Syndra is a factor at all going into Game 3?
I definitely think that it won't be taken lightly, and that Cool will probably look for some sort of, not counter, but some sort of option that if Chi decided to go that direction, he would have an answer, if not taking the Syndra away himself. I don't know if it's outright bannable. The other kind of echo ban that we've seen has been the Kassadin, so we have to assume that Chi has a very strong Kassadin pick that has made LGD very afraid.
Yeah, so I guess we don't know just yet. We're about to find out very soon as we go into Game 3, everybody. I don't even know what camera I'm supposed to look at, but stay tuned as we head into it.
I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
What's up, fam? It's my turn to take over the hosting desk. We're back on the LPL, where we've gone all the way 6 games tonight, and this is the last one between LGD and the new Dan Gaming Razzleplasm. Excuse me, Sir Lord Laplasm, joining me on the analyst desk. What have we just seen? Set the table for people who may just be tuning in right now.
Well, first and foremost, get better soon, Pulse, for the both of our sake. But we're going to have fun while we do so. So, like, you're right. This Game 1, Game 2, specifically we'll talk about Game 2 because LGD, that was, I will say, for them it's disastrous because they actually came out into the game. And actually, he lost the game, but he's coming out more relaxed than he did in Game 1. Yeah, LGD came out of Game 1. They had a strong early game in Game 2, but then they just fell through. And honestly, I would say that it was just their inability or not their unwillingness to dive. The bottom lane tower was exposed for quite some time because they got the mid lane and the top lane turret pretty early on into the game. And they made the attempt much later on. They prioritized these dragons, and sure, like, they were pretty valuable dragons, but you're in a point of the game where you are denying the enemy team these objectives. So they're not necessary. It's only there to get you stronger, but you should honestly look to deny more than anything in the position that you are. And LGD didn't do that, so that's just the problem for them.
Yeah, just to echo your sentiments, you know, from an untrained eye, if I'm looking at the victory from Dan Gaming versus the victory from LGD Gaming, it's much easier to say, you know, Dan Gaming are the better team here. They're the stronger team. It looked much cleaner. It was much faster, much more composed.
Yep.
And for me, going into game number 3, I don't feel bad weighting this towards Dan Gaming, but do you think that this was just a nature of the compositions, that we shouldn't take too much from this because LGD have been on the rise, or do you think that that is exactly indicative of LGD's problems and play style?
You pretty much echoed it. You can see it through the color points you essentially made there. I agree with you in the sense that LGD's problems, once they get into the mid-game, has been apparent even in their victories. They haven't been clean ones. You saw it versus WE, the frustration from Cool, that you can get these massive leads, but you just cannot convert it because the patience there, just not there. It's not happening.
Put your finger on it. If you had to say one thing is fundamentally the problem with LGD, their one weakness, the Achilles heel, what is it?
They're too afraid. And I think that you'd have to look towards specifically Jinu, because if he has that lead and if he's on Renekton, if he's in a position where he can dive, and we saw it in Game 1 where they tried, but it failed. But in this case, you should try anyways. And if you're not using your advantage for that matter, for that case, then you are failing.
So is this a simple adjustment of taking responsibility away from Jinu? Because that last composition, that was the Elise, the Renekton, it was pretty clear what the execution was going to be until Twitch and Imp took over late game. Is this now you give the early game pressure to Cool and you play around him because you can't count on Jinu? Or do you think this is a bigger problem fundamentally?
It's a team-wide issue, because even if you put the focus towards Cool, or if you put the focus towards the bottom lane, as long as it's an early game composition, you still have the pressure to close out cleanly, or you will get outscaled. And in that case, they made mistakes, or at least were too afraid of making mistakes in certain instances, and they fell through. So right now, I think that the adaptation you make is suddenly you go towards a team fighting composition. You can still have early game elements, but you don't want it to be the case where you lose one fight and you lose the game.
So you think we're going late? You don't think any team's going to risk this series on early game plays, or do you think this is going to be like Kog'Maw Caitlyn, see at 35, 45 minutes?
I think in the new meta, you don't have to make those decisions. I feel like you can still have a decent early and mid game and still have a very strong late game. We saw that with, I would say, a good example being Corki. Talia is a good one. Even though Talia has a strong early game, you can use the utility later on in the game to still have a good edge once you have push on waves.
We'll see who ends up with the utility or who ends up with the power late game, because we've gone all the way 6 games tonight, and now the final deciding factor between LGD and the new roster of Dan Gaming. We're in Champion Select, already off the board. I believe that's Syndra, Rakan, and Caitlyn, followed by Thresh and Elise. Anything sticking out to you?
A lot of OPs open, Galio and Zac specifically. Dan has just gone towards just focusing the bans towards like Elise. You don't necessarily have to do that with Rek'Sai being up, but they feel that's the case because Amy played so well last game. And Thresh. You don't want PYL on Thresh apparently. And the Kalista. So they actually put themselves in a position where both Galio and Zac are open.
So here's my question. Is it ever worth a scenario? Because it's not just the Galio and the Zac that are open, but it's also the Jarvan. We know the power of this combination. We saw it used to massive success at Rift Rivals. It was used last night in the LCK. Do you think Dan Gaming knowingly set the table for this, and that if it's Jarv and Galio, that this is a worthwhile trade for Zach?
Exactly. I think that's the case. I think that LGD made the wrong call here going towards the Zach. It's not often you actually criticize it, especially since it has a 69% win rate, but then you look towards the 68% win rate of Galio, and it's because the condition, how you play around Galio is just so simple. Remember, you mentioned it with the Jarvan Galio, but you can actually utilize it with other picks as well. We saw a little bit of, let's say, Kha'Zix Galio, where you just jump in and you know that you're going to have the follow-up from the Galio itself.
So do you think, rather than giving away the Jarvan, that they're looking for a different option like the Kha'Zix, the Rengar, or even the Shen we saw it used earlier tonight, would fit very well with this protect the AD carry comp they've already got going for them with the Kog'Maw priority?
Yeah, and so you're already seeing both teams going heavily towards team fighting, and I think that Dan Gaming specifically, they've set the tables for what is going to be an outright team fight comp. Kog'Maw with Galio. Kog'Maw, it's funny because when you look towards Kog'Maw composition, you say, well, protect the Kog'Maw. That's how you have the most space given to him. But it's when you see Galio and Kog'Maw, the protection, or at least the space, is because of how strong your dive is. That people suddenly cannot prioritize Kog'Maw because he's so far in the back line, and Galio's just always up in your face. So I want to see if Dan Gaming double down on the dive specifically, or if they try to go towards a lot more, I guess, disengage.
Well, so far with that Gragas hover, it looks like it's going to be a disengage. But let's visit the other side right now, because we said it was going to go late game versus late game. It's Twitch versus Kog'Maw. And speaking of reaching that backline, pairing up with him is Bard, a known soft counter or soft answer to Kog'Maw. He wants to sit back there. He's not going to worry about the Bard ultimate slapping on his face.
Yeah, and it's always fun because whenever you look towards the Bard picks, you want to criticize it because, you know, you lose the lane itself. I know Cloud has loved the Bard or the Thresh, either one. But you'll see amazing Bard plays basically save your team the game, get yourself a massive teamfight victory. And for Bard, in this case, he knows that he needs to find a way to dive that backline and get on top of Kog'Maw. And that's going to be a great way to set it up, especially with the Zac here. So that's a lot of dives so far. You might even expect a Rumble, with Jinwoo being a pretty strong Rumble player.
Another ultimate to reach that backline, but we do need to quickly talk about the new bans that are coming in. It's Jax on LGD's side, so trying to fear up that top lane versus two mid lane bans, Cassiopeia and Kassadin. And you have to wonder, with the Cassie being banned, does that make Galio top a huge reality here?
Yeah, I think so.
Excuse me, mid.
The Galio mid, 100%. I would say that my big point about Galio top is that, of course, ever since the Doran's Ring nerfs came through, I wouldn't. It's one of those things where you can do it, but you have to know what matchup you're going up against, because you just lose so many matchups lately. And going mid is pretty safe. I would assume that it is Galio mid, that it is the Gragas jungle, though it could be top lane as well. And my God, there's so much safety so far coming out of Dan Gaming, at least with the hover of Tom Kench.
Do you throw the cherry on top and pick up the Shen Heroes, the last pick, and just put all of your eggs in the Nats basket?
Oh, God, it's the Alistar. You can, and I think that the reason why they're holding on to it is because they don't want to have a Shen into Jinwoo who can just go towards a Fiora, for instance. I had to say that slowly because I wanted to check to see if that was actually banned.
I know, you're surprised. You're like, what, the Fiora got through for Jinwoo?
2 phases of pick ban, and somehow Fiora is still available. So I do think that LGD can go towards the Fiora, and it's why Dan Gaming are holding on to their last pick. Because as we mentioned, top lane was a major focus for both teams. And so it's very valuable that Dan's holding Moyu's pick to last.
That said, Cool is going to go ahead and lock his Taliyah, so the Fiora for Jinwoo not been revealed yet, although it's only 24 seconds before he has to make a decision. So far, though, we have great bridging points. You know, Taliyah, big mid-game strong champion, can ramp very well into late game with that utility you were talking about. But it's do or die time, Jinwoo. Is it going to be your coveted Fiora?
Ooh, could be Renekton. I like Renekton. I was about to say, the Fiora, it's usually the LGD style. You go to a Fiora, even though you have a strong team fighting composition, you would say there's no synergy here. So the Renekton is actually a better pick. I was thinking Jarvan, but that got banned out, so there's not a lot that he can actually go towards that's a blind pick.
So what is it about the synergy that Renekton is doing it for you versus Fiora? Is it just the fact that Renekton has more of a 5v5 presence, whereas Fiora's 1-3-1?
It's the fact that Renekton is very safe top lane in a lot of matchups, and the other fact that he can actually dive pretty easily. So they already have the dive threat of both Zac and Bard, and if you just send a Renekton slice and dicing, maybe even shred a bit of armor, then they can get a lot happening there. So he's a safe top laner, and he works very well with the composition.
Okay, but on the other side, his opponent, it is going to be Moyu's Camille. So another good look at a carry-oriented top lane. 3 different champions for this guy over the course of this series. And Raz, taking a step back, looking at these compositions, you've been talking about the dive of LGD, Dan Gaming. What do you see here?
All right, that's a good question, because I feel like their team is built to get out of the laning phase, like especially bottom lane, where
Is this
so
like,
many patches ago you'd look towards Kog'Maw and Alistar and say you're not getting out of this lane, but in this case it feels pretty safe for them.
I was going to say, is this like scraping out of the laning phase, or are we in solid cruise control, like this is going to be fine out of the laning phase?
I think they're going to be fine, especially since Bard is pretty not interactive within the lane. But then you look towards top lane and it's a Renekton versus Camille, and then I favor the Renekton in that matchup. Renekton does quite well in that matchup. And you look towards the 2v2, and it's Zac, Renekton versus Gragas and Camille. And I just feel like Dan Gaming put themselves in a bit of a hole in the top side of the map.
So where can Dan Gaming go? If they don't have the option, like you said, the 2v2 power on top side, can they look towards the bottom side? Do they look towards the mid lane? Because you're then against Talia. Isn't it dangerous to look bottom and try to beat Cool to the punch when he has such high mobility on that champion?
Yeah, and I think that they're solely looking for teamfight victories. They might look towards top just to get vision down. They might look to try to just hammer through ganks and try to focus the jungle itself, because Zac is still going to try and figure out, like, try to get the early clear for himself. And if they can, and this is a big if, remember, Galio and Gragas are really strong engagers. If they can get Galio out of this lane and into the top side of the map, then that's a pretty strong dive. And I expect Dan to be pretty active on the map if they find these openings.
Okay, well, it all comes down to this. Can Dan Gaming get their composition out of lane phase into those 5v5s? Or will LGD run away with the final game and the final series of the night? Everything on this. It's LGD versus Dan.
And immediately we're listening to the demonic voices of Kog'Maw.
Nothing is quite as terrifying as Chinese Kog'Maw client.
Yeah. There's a few champions that you look towards and you're like, well, who is that voice actor even a human being?
I just find the mismatch, like the Western culture.
Oh no, please stop.
The Western culture of Kog'Maw is, you know, the Void Puppy, he's got the Pugma skin, he's super adorable, and then the Chinese client Kog'Maw is actually Satan. Mundo's just as bad. Wait till you get a Mundo game.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I guess that was played by Amazing J, was it? Who played that pretty recently?
I try to forget.
Okay.
But here we go. It's going to be, looks like one of the coveted super leashes for Dan Gaming here, as well as a super leash being responded to for LGD. So in terms of this jungle race, Gragas versus Zac, I know Gragas has been given a bit of power back just because of the Cinder Hulk changes. Yep. Who's going to win out? Is it just clear favorite to Zac? Is he still just far and beyond better?
Zac, I would say in the clearing battle, I would still give it off to Fishball. Honestly, when you see these matchups, I wouldn't even say that the clear, funny enough, all too much matters, because I think that they're just trying to match each other. I would be surprised if Fishball goes in for an invade to catch Amy, and I think that they're going to be coming out still pretty much even in terms of speed. My big focus is I feel like what Fishball is trying to do is just scale with him, because Galio versus the Zac, you can body slam him out of his E. And of course, if he does find a way to successfully jump in, you use your cask to be able to disengage for the rest of the team, so Zac is just alone.
So it's not about trying to beat them to the finish line, but just keep pace with them. And speaking of keeping pace, like you said, this top lane matchup certainly volatile, but right now Camille with the early level 2 advantage in Punish. Bottom, same thing.
Ooh, so see, this is what I'm not surprised about the bottom lane getting pushed out. That one is fair, especially since right now Nats and Phage are just trying to get out of the laning phase itself, and they should be able to do just that. But the top lane is what's interesting to me, that Renekton already blew his potion, so he's just surviving on that Doran shield. Meanwhile, the Corrupted Potion will be in favor of Moyu. So he's actually found himself a really solid advantage in terms of just where the lane is at.
But hold on, speaking of solid advantage, Amy misses the jump, and Fishball turning some damage around, does connect with the body slam, is going to chase him around the corner.
Oh god, and Galio's going to be there too.
He's
wait a minute!
To force the flash. There goes one flash. Galio got the stun on Cool. There's 2 flashes. He's under the tower.
Oh my god.
but there is no fadeaway tower shot, and Fishbowl is going to crawl out of that one.
Is Amy actually trying to do this?
He's got the double Q, now the kiss, there's the CC lock, first blood to Zach.
Okay, that was really well played from LGD as a whole. Specifically, it was kind of weird because Fishbowl had the advantage early on, and he was able to chase it and really chunk down Amy. He just obviously tunneled as they were getting towards the tower and got the tower shots. So I would have given it off to Dan, but no, wait a minute. Here comes a skirmish on the bottom side of that.
Yeah, stun was locked up onto PYL, but Imp's damage manages to chase Phage and Nats off of them, blinking health bars. And I feel like so far this early game has been quite skirmish heavy, a lot of trading back and forth. But so far, LGD getting the better of that, refreshing doubles on Amy in particular.
Yeah, and that's just going to be the Ignite being used by Phage overall. So at the very least, Nats and Phage are coming out of this with their heal and flash still intact.
We do have a bit of a roam coming down though. Chi used his teleport to get back to lane early. He's now slipped in underneath. But as I say that, top lane's also being set up for a gank. This is a 1v2 scenario. Jinnu finds the stun. Fishball's looking for the body slam. Doesn't get it, forces the flash.
See, this is getting a little bit scary if you're LGD. The fact that Jinnu had to use his flash on that instance, he really needed to. He was really lucky that the wave came in when it did come in. And you can see that Fishball is actually giving him a good back timing, which we always criticize teams for not pushing in after the gank. He finally does it here. So right now, Moyu not only gets a positive gank, but now he's going to be able to back to base when he wants to. Actually, Gragas has to stay a little longer. And I know the Observer's not looking there, but please look to the minimap, because that just means that Gragas is going to stay a little bit more time to get this wave pushing in.
Which then in response, Amy making sure that he's going to take something away from Fishbowl, spending all that time top lane, sneaking in, taking the wolf camp. But so far, LGD trying to exploit the bottom side of the map while Jinnu suffers top.
Yeah, and you get to see what Dan's doing in the bottom side of the map. Phage and Nats are just sticking to their own turret because they recognize that's exactly what's happening. Even perhaps if they haven't seen Amy, they recognize that that pressure is going to be there. The respect immediately is coming through.
A little bit of skirmishing going back into the bottom, but like you were saying, everything pushed up. There is some breathing room. It looks like Muyu and Fishbowl finally gave up on the top side of the map, and the wave has evened up, and it is actually a superior back now for Muyu on that Camille.
Yeah, here's the big question now, because Fishbowl had a good amount of presence in the top side of the map. At some point, he does have to show bot. Get a gank going for themselves, and Alistar has good gank assists, but that being said, you know that Amy's going to recognize that with how much, like, where the comms are going.
Hold on though, bit of a party in the mid lane, as Bard was also thinking about getting involved, and now everyone is actually just getting herded up into the top side of the map. A dive is being prepped, but Amy finds Chi, lands onto him with the E, another Q into the stun, forces the flash. Cool's trying to follow up with any sort of damage, but isn't able to hit the threaded volley.
Well, that's really impactful for LGD. That just means that they were able to solidify path towards the top lane.
And there's that path priority you were talking about. Cool using the ultimate, hits that threaded volley, is now going to get the flick. Where is it going to be? Misses the flick, but it's okay because Muyu is forced onto the damage, and it's another clean pickup for LGD, this time in Cool's hands.
Yeah, very strong start and setup from LGD. The fact that they were able to push in, good pick from Amy to get the leap onto Fishbowl and Chi. So even though Fishbowl and Chi recognized that that top lane play was about to happen and they were trying to follow through, Amy and Cool read them and they just actually, we're just going to jump you in the meanwhile, and Moyu has to back away entirely, and he doesn't do it fast enough.
So what inherently is the advantage for LGD at this point? It's easy to say that, yeah, Muyu is going to be behind, but how does this impact the rest of the map, making sure that Renekton's getting ahead?
And remember, I actually criticized Jinnu in the last game because he had that lead and he wasn't able to do much with it. This is a second chance at life for him where he should be able to get this turret or at least get a lot of pressure here.
Second chance at life for Muyu, as well as a repeated dive. Now Zach still has his passive, but it's Jinnu who actually has aggro. Drops the aggro, needs to go to Amy this time around.
I think they got him. They have to wait until he actually punches him. There we go.
So Amy picks it up, forces his flash, and I did misspeak. I don't believe Zach has his passive.
Yeah, there we have it. So honestly, this is incredibly good for Jinnu. He's going to be able to get the first tower gold. And boom, 650. Yeah, this is massive that Moyu's now once again on a massive disadvantage.
See if Jinu can find that redemption you were talking about this time around, given another long lead. But so far, it has really been the Zach show, showcasing why this champion is almost permabanned 100% the LPL. Seems like teams just keep letting it go through and it just keeps punishing them.
Especially since topside solo lanes are heavily in favor of LGD. Cool right now, he has blue. He's going to constantly push up onto the Galio. And Renekton, you already saw where that lead took him. So Zach is pretty much protected in every lane, especially since Imp and POL have been bullying on the bottom side of the map.
So they have the push priority, like you were talking about. Where do LGD strike now? Is this going to be Jinu sitting up in the top lane, continuing to exploit? Or are we going to start getting involved with these bottom lanes down here?
It has to be the bottom lane. At this point, Jinu, he can just go back top lane and then TP bot. Might be smart with Camille looking to starting to push. Wait a minute, PYL.
A couple of aggressive flashes. There's the stun. PYL is taken down by the Alistar. Fishball showing up on the back half of the fight just to help push in this wave and offer protection for Nats and Phage.
Yeah, that's very costly for LGD. The fact that they honestly could have just played it very lame. They didn't have to make a play.
Well, hold on, here comes Zach. Amy's now in it here for defense, but the teleport's coming in. Now offense. He's knocked into it by the cast, turns around. Is this kill gonna go to Nats? No, it's gonna be the Zach passive. Jinu now into the backline looking for the Galio knockup. Galio offers protection to Kog'Maw. He's on the wrong side, but they've now turned this fight around. Dan Gaming are starting to run through, and Jinu is the last line of defense. Finally finds the Kog'Maw, forces another flash, and the Talia wall does cage out Camille, but shouldn't offer another kill as she hooks shots to safety. Overall, advantage to LGD.
Strong TP from Jinu to double down with his TP. So even though Amy got isolated and was technically killed, was put into his blob form, as we apparently get to hear Kog'Maw die constantly. But that was still really strong from Jinu to TP through and double down on the team fight that they were able to secure. So Dan Gaming, they thought they had a strong play. As we get to see the replay here, they even denied Amy's entrance in this fight. You can see the ulti coming in from Gragas, knockup. They were able to solidify the kill, but just look at this Renekton. He's far too strong at this point in the game that he's going to be able to, A, kill the cow. He can actually end up killing Nats later on, but they just doubled down on the rest of the team. So this is good team fighting from LGD.
And so much work done by Jinu, like you were saying, his ability to pick up the triple kill there and continue to snowball and springboard his lead. That said, coming back into the game, Dan Gaming wastes no time trying to take advantage of LGD's back timers and are burning down the Infernal. But now,
wait a minute.
she caught out, will be able to dash away with the Falcon Punch.
That's still very impactful. Even though LGD lose the Dragon, that's going to turn into a siege mid. They even have the Zac here to force him out.
Siege looks more like a dive at this point, forces Galio off the tower, and again, tempo advantage to LGD.
Ooh, they couldn't get it because they lost the wave, and I doubt they're going to use the next wave for it too. It depends on who answers the wave top. Right now it's going to be Camille, so LGD are still not going to go for the turret, but if it was anyone else, they would have had that opportunity.
They're also still threatening with those flanks disappearing into Fog of War, but as you predicted, Raz, they pull off the mid lane tower and are now contesting a micro objective in red.
Yeah, so just think about, oh, wait a minute, that's a 3-man knockup.
That's also a cast, but it does nothing more than disengage. It's only PYL out of safety's way, harm's way, safety.
Harm's way, there we go.
This is hard.
It is difficult.
And he just magical journeys to safety.
You just actually have to find the right words all the time. It's a hard job.
Words are hard.
It is. Makes me believe that English is definitely not my first language. Okay.
Just the tip right there with the magical journey. The flick finds him as well, but they don't get much more than the slow on the cosmic binding. Phage doing an excellent job to keep his Kog'Maw safe. In particular, the body blocking was a nice touch.
Yeah, it was nice. Cool had flash too, so he was thinking about looking for a flash flick, or at least a flash minefield. But what they will get off of this is going to be the mid lane turret. So this is once again Jinu moving properly along with Zach. They push up top. Camille's going to have to answer the wave constantly. So they end up getting the mid lane tower for free.
Yep, so still tempo advantage to LGD. Take that mid lane tower, break it open. Where are we looking next? I see the Mountain Drake. It's in the corner of my screen, but there's no timer yet. Obviously the Rift Herald's there. I mean, what do I do? Where do I go?
For now, back to base.
Drive the car.
For now, you just drive it back home. Purchase the necessary items. That's going to be boots and mobility for PYL. I do expect Blade of the Rune King here for Twitch. And then when they set back onto the map, just tend to the waves, top lane wave, mid lane wave. And then you should look towards that blue side jungle right now in the enemy team. I think that blue buff will be spawning soon, so you can look to contest that. And then while you're contesting that, you can move back towards the bottom lane outer turret, because that's still available, and that will eventually be the focus.
Raz tells me that LGD want that blue buff, but Dan Gaming are collecting on the top side of the map.
You know what looks like cool putting down the control ward there. Feels like that just means that they want that.
We've changed direction. We took a left-hand turn.
Yeah, I don't agree with this for them. I think that they don't need the Rift Herald, and it will take a lot of time on the tempo when they can actually just be pushing waves and going bot lane.
Is there a way that they can just, you know, separate their resources? Like, say, Jinnu takes it while the rest of their team does something else on the map with the Bard and the Talia?
You could. He does have TP. It is a possibility. They're going to be using 2 people for this. Ultimately, what you don't want happening, and what happened in the second game, is that they wasted a lot of time for this, and Dan found ways to essentially stall these times out.
So you're saying that LGD should be using their time more efficiently to maximize their lead, or to exploit the lead?
Yep, and it opens up opportunities like these. Sure, like she's probably not going to get the kill.
He's definitely not going to get the kill.
Thank
That's why
God.
I didn't take over.
Yeah, but what this does do is that suddenly, Twitch has to go back to base. And so question is, like, what does Dan do off of this? They're going to be able to push this next minion wave in the bottom lane, and they're going to try and get something off here. But actually, LGD looking top lane.
Yeah, so while Dan Gaming do force Twitch to expose their tower bottom, it's going to be a tower for tower trade, but inner never worth an outer, and with the Rift Child up there, it could be more.
Okay, at least they get this. In fact, I'm going to take back what I said, and this turns into a win. You just don't want to start trading if you're LGD in this instance, and what the trades they are making, sure, it's a tower, but they're also just putting Imp behind just a little bit.
So there is the final tower trade, but Dan Gaming do need to get behind their base and start responding. Imp could interrupt these backs.
I think he's going to... Okay, yeah, there we go.
The scumbag fadeaway cast. Meanwhile, they have managed to slow them down. I believe the Rift Herald will fall shortly, if not has already fallen.
So this is much cleaner in Game 3 from LGD than it was in Game 2 when they had their early game competition.
Hold on a second, though. There's the taunt on PYL, chase with Galio. He does manage to catch Gragas, but it is too little too late. There's no way he's getting out of this one. It's Galio who picks up the kill, and Dan Gaming gets something back on the board. Yep,
they smashed him through, and honestly, Dan needs a few more of those plays. They're incredibly far behind in the gold value. They need to start regaining a little bit of it. They have a strong teamfight composition, so they know that they're still in the game. And so if they can continue to upset the tempo coming out of LGD, that was just a kill on PYL. That just means that Vision's not going to be there as often. Imp is not going to feel as safe pushing in this bottom side of the map.
I mean, tell that to Imp.
Yeah, he needs to relax. He needs to chill out.
I don't think that is something in Imp's vocabulary. He continues to push and does have Talia shadowing over the top of him. Dragon spawning in 41 seconds, and LG don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Okay, I guess this guy gets it for free. You look towards what's happening on the rest of the map from Dan Gaming, and it makes sense that Kog'Maw and Alistar, they're on Vision, looking to push around mid, or at least hold mid wave. So it's a lot easier, simply because Cool is shadowing with his Talia ulti. So it's one of those moments that Cool is an incredible Twisted Fate player, and this champion has the same amount of pressure. Maybe even more. He doesn't even have to commit to any play. He just throws down the wall.
And it looks like they're going to be committing to the red buff off the back of that play. Meanwhile, Chi is in a little bit of trouble, and it might turn into a lot of it depending on how involved Bard wants to get in this play. But it's just half his health bar, a little bit more than that. And LGD are starting to create a lot of space for this Mountain Dragon. Amy starting it up.
There we go. And so this one's going to be easy to take. There's no way for the rest of Dan Gaming to look to contest this, especially since they're just putting Amy and PYL on it, with the rest just looking to prioritize waves on mid and bottom lane. This is a very clean game coming out of LGD if you were to ignore the kill value from both teams.
What do you think the difference has been in terms of cleaning up? Is this vision control? Is this individual superior performances? I know Jinnu got ahead. Is this just...
I think Jinnu's playing better. It's one of those moments where a lot of times you want to blame the team as a whole, but it's up to the individual to... I would say break the mold a little bit, and in this case, him rotating a lot with his team and threatening dives is definitely helping his team. Right now, he's pushing out this wave, and sure, there's no wave into the mid lane, or at least no tower that he can threaten on, but it's right now you can tell like he's just sitting in the bush, and he's trying to see how he can push his lead a little further.
So right now we do have that 18 to 20 minute lull in the game as both teams are going to start prepping for the Baron spawning in 1 minute 30. Some of the initial item power spikes have come through. It's going to be the Abyssal Mask for Galio as opposed to the Adaptive Helm, so going for a bit more aggression here than just raw defense. Both Blade of the Rune Kings are online, but look at the item difference here between Camille and Renekton. There's still no Trinity Force to be seen, whereas Renekton looking for that Bork on top of the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, at this point, Moyu's only effectiveness, or at least the only way he can help his team is through team fights by making those pick opportunities. He did it last time. This time around, get out of there. There's a red buff. Renekton, in fact, probably dead.
Definitely caught shopping. Does manage to hit the slow, creating a bit more distance, but looking for that hook shot cooldown, and he has a long way to run. But Jinu says, these creeps are probably worth more than your life.
There we go. And he's thankful that he was able to get that much of a slow off his W, because Cutlass being used by Jinu was, it's only going to get worse.
Aggressive?
Yeah, pretty aggressive. He wants that fight to happen.
But here's the Tempered Fate, forces the flash out of Nats. The Talia wall will divide the team, and they didn't get the Kog'Maw, but they did get the Gragas.
Okay.
They knock him back in. The cast doesn't mean much, and here comes Galio. Too little, too late, and Zach doesn't pull the trigger, decides to disengage, but maybe too soon because Farge just ate a bunch of damage.
GP coming through from the backside. Moyu's in.
Yep, Moyu is definitely in on top of the Talia, trying to burst her out, but does he have the damage? He gets one. Now the fight continues. Good knock-up from Farge. He's trying to escape. Dan Gaming trying to disengage from them as LGD are just running through them. But it will be the team fight and the tower.
This is just such a smart play from LGD. And, yep, G gets an out. He finds an out. Dan had a proper TP play. But remember this, Moyu is incredibly far behind. And so he actually gets chunked to half his HP before he even uses his ulti. Before he even focuses on anyone. And so he gets on top of cool, but ultimately at that point in time, Imp was able to just, God, does he actually just have, yeah, that's ulti sound.
You thought that the Satan sound was bad?
This is getting a little bit too, I'm afraid.
What would you rather have? Bugged Kog'Maw where he's constantly exploding, or deep, terrifying voice Kog'Maw?
Bugged Kog'Maw. Like, at all points, bugged Kog'Maw. The terrifying voice is a little bit too much.
Heard it here first, but now LGD, after that team fight, setting up some vision proactively around the Baron buff.
Yeah, Baron's going to be the call. They have a lot of, like, especially with the Renekton. If Renekton's with them, though he won't be, he has the Blade of the Rune King. He has quite a bit of damage that they can use it. Just jump right on top of it.
The nice thing is that they don't need the Renekton to be there for the tankiness, so that they're free to play the 1-4 if they want to use his pressure to get this Baron. But
Moyu did a great thing, but he's not going to find any bit of value for it. He's dead.
The Hail Mary Tempered Fate does find him, and the hook shot is actually interrupted, and Moyu falls again. LGD are not committing to the Baron. Instead, they are committing to this inner bot tower.
Yeah, and Dan, we're so far away from that Baron, there's no way for them to respond, so they're going to have to actually look to stop this from happening. Kog'Maw is in the top side of the map, so you get into a position where LGD get the kill, and they're trying to focus towards the next inhib turret. Honestly, I think that Dan Gaming should look for a fight right now.
Look for a fight. We'll see what options they want to pull the trigger with. Gragas is off to the side. There's the Talia wall separating them. It's only Alistar. They're waiting for it to drop, but meanwhile, their tower taking more and more water as LGD respectfully disengage. Okay,
there we go. They recognize that Dan has a lot of engage options without Moyu. Moyu does spawn finally, so there's no reason to take any more risks. They already got a lot out of that position, and so the positive play to look, if you're LGD, the next play is obviously going to be Baron. Unless if you find a way to penetrate the inhib turrets. At this point in time, you want Renekton to be bottom side of the map. He has TP advantage. And if Chi tries to match, then he's just not going to have a good time. So it's difficult. LGD just has to win a team fight. We saw a second game, like game 2, where that was a hard thing to say, hard thing to ask for LGD.
But are Dan Gaming out of the game just yet? I mean, we're about to crest 23 minutes into the game. The gold lead is 10K ballooned in LGD's favor, but it feels much closer with the respect that LGD are giving Dan Gaming.
It does. I think that LGD's scaling is actually much better than the last game, so they should be able to win these fights, unless if Jinu gets picked off.
Yeah, hold on a second. Jinu is now 2v1 in this scenario, but he's doing the best he can.
He does
fighting, he digs deep, he takes down Camille, but it's now him and Galio. Can he get enough lifesteal back?
He actually gets the kill.
He's turning this one around. He's got the creeps next to him.
No
he
way!
got one, he almost gets two, and he falls.
Anticlimactic, but LGD are still going to be able to get the fight here.
Fight continuing in the mid lane. Amy does jump onto Fishball. The Gragas certainly will fall down. Uses the ultimate for it, but Nats is untouched with all those valuable cooldowns.
Versus Nats.
This is the 1v1. The stun comes through. It wasn't quite a 1v1 with PY on the back half. Now Galio caught out, takes the magical journey. Where are you going? He's got Imp, he's got the slow,
squad.
he's got the taunt, and he's got no chance.
It's actually going to take a long time. Cool doesn't do nearly as much damage.
Definitely dead.
There we go. This is going to take a little bit. That being said, LGD playing that so well. In fact, Imp survives because he just flashes over the wall, so he goes for that 1v1 fight on Nats, who has both sums available. He comes out alive with it.
And now it is Moyu versus the world.
They actually have a ward on top of him, too.
It is Moyu versus the world.
There's no way he's getting any of that.
No. Overall, LGD, they take what they came for. They take the lives, they break open the base, not an in-hit tower, and then turn on the Infernal. Everything is going their way. That is plus 10k gold ballooning between the two teams.
And that's the right priority. You take the Infernal Dragon after the initial play is pressed forward. LGD were in a proper advantage. They pushed forward, they got what they came for, and they go to Infernal. Last game, it was one of the cases where they were playing so safely with a massive 10k gold lead, and they never wanted to look to dive any turrets, or they never wanted to look to use the strong vision control that they had to look for picks, with a pick composition no less. So this time around, you can already see the adaptations in the game that they're making.
I mean, you talked about a lot of the diving tools that both these comps had, and it's turned into, like you said, more of a pick-based game, particularly between these two.
Okay.
As I've seen this exact play before, but this time around, Jinu does not have the fight in him. CC'd to death, the crocodile falls.
Yeah, he actually had no way to be able to do anything. In fact, I guess they're going to sacrifice fish balls for that.
Yep, doesn't stop there. Gragas will fall down to Leah while blocking him out, and LGD, now with the numbers advantage, get to walk into Dan's base unharmed.
Oh, here comes another 1v1 from Nats and Imp.
Imp is definitely on the losing side there. Has to pay respect to the Galio, but with his team behind him, does force Chi out of the fight. LGD back on the inhib.
Yeah, so that's going to be a free inhib off that. Nats so close to dying there. And so think of it this. Sure, Moyu is going to be able to get this tower eventually, but LGD are looking with Baron. And 9 seconds on Jinu. He has TP as well. You might even expect him to TP with the team to do this. So, Moyu, sure, congratulations. You get the tower on the bottom side of the map, but this is not the trade you want.
This is the worst trade deal of any trade deal,
Yeah, the
I
history
believe,
of trade deals.
is the stereotypical play-by-play line.
I love it.
Phage is trying, I want to call him Farge. Phage is trying to do what he can. He gets into the pit, but he's only an Alistar. The Baron falls to LGD, but the rest of Dan Gaming have showed up. It's a split fight. Moyu on the top, Nats on the bottom, but Chi is now in the middle of no man's land, doing what he can, but there is no follow-up damage.
That's exactly what happened. That's 3 people dead. I actually just think this is game from LGD. The fact that they're able to play that so well, Dan just did not have answers there. I don't think Fishball wants any of this.
Definitely doesn't. Tries to body slam to safety, but Imp tags him with the slow. Has to use the cast defensively, but LGD streaming in with the creeps. It is a much cleaner game this time around. Controlled, methodical, and dominant. LGD take down Dan Gaming.
You are much better than this than I am. I actually, I am clapping on the inside. That's going to be LGD taking the win. And the fans, you can see they were a little bit, I would say, holding their breath. But it finally comes through. And it was messy, but they get the victory.
And you can see on your screen right now some turbulent faces, but overall, LGD looking pleased with themselves. Cheeky smile from Amy as he takes Jinu's hands. And the team really had to dig deep for this series. It's a bit of a curveball that Dan Gaming threw them with the new roster, but in the end, the experience win the days, and the veterans get to take a bow.
Yeah, it's a promising lineup here for Dan Gaming. You still question why they're making the change, but it's one of those moments.
I question a lot of things.
But It's one of those things where they finally get the competitive experience, and now you actually get to see and can compare individual players like Chi in the mid lane versus Goon. That actually could be a fun discussion to have. But regardless, they still lose points going up against LGD. LGD takes the victory right now.
So here's the hard question.
Go for it.
I'm not beating around the bush. Which one's better? This Daniel Gaming or the original Cat Dan Gaming?
I will say the original Cat Dan Gaming with an exception. The exception, now I gotta actually make it have to make it a plural, being I like Moyu. I think Moyu and Karen would be a good duo. And I think Chi in the mid lane is pretty damn good. So it's one of those moments where I would like to have more experimentations with Dan Gaming, probably not at the expense of playoff valuable points. But if you can put Moyu, Karen, and Chi, the top side of the map, I actually like that.
And then on the other side, of course, LGD still cleaning up their gear. Some laughs shared between them, Imp and PYL, the oldest standing bottom lane in the LPL, the best friends club.
And they've been doing quite well throughout the entirety of the series. They've always had a strong lane, and I think that in Game 3, it felt more like top side of the map had to improve for the advantages to get pulled over to the opposite, to the side lanes here.
And is that really the victory for LGD? I mean, we've always said that Imp and PYL, there's very little you can fault there. PYL's return to form, Imp, a former world champion, and we've always looked towards the top side of the map, the Amy's, the Jinnus, the Punished. Now that they've trimmed the fat off their roster, they've stayed consistent with Jinnu. Is this the last piece of the puzzle for LGD to find success?
Yes. I guess the only question is, like, what would you value as success? What is success for LGD? Success is definitely not being in promotion relegation tournament, but that's not going to be a thing anymore. What success
Moving
is...
the goalposts here.
There we go. Success for LGD, honestly, going to playoffs, pretty successful. If they can go further than that, they can... I'm not even asking for old LGD where they're challenging EDG in the finals. That's not something I'm asking for anymore. I'm just asking for a new, fresh LGD experience, or at least if they're gathering experience in the top side of the map where Amy and Jinnu can be reliable, I guess consistently, and if Cool can still output these performances, massive damage on the Talia, then I think that this LGD will go far.
You can see it right there, the damage graphs on your screen. It gets that much easier for Amy when he's on a champion like Zach. Not necessarily putting out the damage, but certainly picking up that win. And
yep.
Is that simply an oversight? We had this discussion in the draft phase that, you know, giving over Zach, it did open up the possibility to find two big priority picks. We thought it was going to be maybe the Galio and the Jarvan. This time around, though, it wasn't. Yeah,
I think the major issue is actually in the Camille, because I think the trade that they made is a fine trade to make Zach versus Galio. The team fight strength coming in from the Galio composition is pretty good. The only problem is that they just lost every lane, right? Bottom side of the map is picked to lose. Mid lane, pick to lose. Top lane, pick to lose. What is a winning matchup? If you're going to pick Galio, you need winning matchups so you can actually scale into that point of the game and have a threatening Galio. I actually think top side of the map could have been that exact pick, but they picked Camille into the Renekton. I would have loved it. Gnar, we talked about that quite a bit. Anything where you can get out of the lane, you don't have to hard stomp the lane, but you have to be that bridge, and they just didn't have that bridge.
Yeah, the fact that it was a last pick Camille, so picking himself into what appeared to be a very difficult matchup for him, or not used to it. I know he started to punish it early on, got the level 2 advantage, was trying to abuse, but ultimately the 2v2 just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and I think that that's a natural thing for Camille versus Renekton, where you can have that initial early advantage because the passive for her, that's a pretty massive armor shield that she gets early on in the levels. But then, like, Renekton played it simple. And you mentioned the 2v2, and so that's why I think that Camille, if you're going to pick a Camille, if you're going to counter pick a Camille, even though you know that the specific matchup isn't going to be good as the lane goes on, at least solidify a strong jungle matchup. And I think that the Gragas is going to scale, but you're picking a top lane 1v1, 2v2, but with a scaling jungle matchup.
Yeah, and speaking of that scaling jungle matchup, there it is. Amy picking up the MVP on the Zac and had a great performance, 1-1-11. I can't think of anyone else I'd give it to.
Yeah, I think that he played it very well. Honestly, you look, it feels like a meme a lot of the time when you talk about Zac. You know, Zac gets MVP. Is it the character? Is it the player? Is it Amy? Or is it Zac? And I think that it was a bit of both. It's easier for him to threaten dives.
I like how you were going to set up Amy for the compliment, and then you just, like, pulled the rug out.
I'll get there.
It's a bit of both.
I'll get there. The compliment's still there. I'm not saying it's fully Zac, because they threaten towards mid. I like that. I thought that Amy played a strong vision game and that he knew what to do with his champion. Is just that when you, I guess when you use E or you just threaten it, you get a lot more out of it. So more rewards because of the champion that he had, but he had the right mind.
Okay, and with that, Razzleplasm, we went the distance. We went to all 6 games in a very long, drawn-out series to finish us. But ultimately...
Yeah, we lost the man for that.
Yeah, we did. Ultimately, it was LGD who picked up the victory in the end. And thank you from everyone here. I'm signing off. Thank you, Pulse. You tried your best. I took my hands at play-by-play, but I'm done. Have a good night.